Just her and Zan. She dropped her hands to her sides. Her power was floating around her, breathing and stretching, and she curled her fingers into her palms when she said, "No riddles and no half-truths, just answers." Zan gave her a soft smile. "I couldn't tell you things when you were wavering on your loyalties, Tessa. Your father is still my ward, and I guard what is his as if it were my own." "And yet you left her in another realm," Tessa countered. "It is not only Akira I guard." Tessa scoffed, crossing her arms once more as her eyes bounced around the room. "So she was the one who ultimately sent me here?" "To keep you safe and hidden," he replied, leaning back on the arm of the sofa. He braced himself on his hands, crossing his ankles. "Why not send me to Temeril?" "Because that was the obvious place, Tessa," he said quietly. "It was the first place Akaz would go when he learned of your existence." "So she abandoned me instead?" she demanded, trying to swallow down the tears that were threatening to pool in her eyes. "That wasn't the intention, Tessa. I was supposed to be with you, raise you with Luca, make him your guardian. Don't punish them for my failures." She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Don't give me excuses for them," she cried. "They could have fought for me. They could have tried. They could have done anything. Instead, she chose to send me to a realm where Temeril couldn't even come for me. She cut me off from everyone who was supposed to care." "Just because they're gods and furies doesn't mean they're perfect. Just because mistakes were made doesn't mean they weren't doing what they thought was best," he said gently. "Everyone is always thinking they know what's best for me," she sneered. "Maybe it's just more pretty words. Maybe I was never wanted from the beginning." Zan moved then, suddenly in front of her. He gripped her shoulders, bending down to peer into her face. "We make mistakes, Tessa, even when trying to do what we think is best at the time. Look at your last months, and I don't say that to shame you, only to prove a point. You have hundreds of years ahead of you. If you think you won't make more mistakes, you are in for a rude awakening." A lone tear broke free, sliding down her cheek. "I am not saying your feelings are not valid, but I am saying this may be one of those things you will not understand until you have a child of your own, until you are so desperate to keep that innocent soul safe from the monsters of the stars that you sacrifice a piece of your own heart in an attempt to do just that," Zan said. "Only to one day learn that sacrifice was a mistake you will pay for dearly the rest of your years." "Do not project your relationship with Roehrich onto me and my lack of relationship with Temeril and Akira, Zan Moors. We are not the same," Tessa whispered harshly, swiping at the tear. Zan straightened, taking a step back. A tense silence hung between them before Zan finally said, "It is your call. I will help you bring Akira here, but only if that is what you wish." "It doesn't appear I have any other option." "Indeed," Zan said, carefully sliding a finger beneath the collar at his throat to adjust it. She turned away from him, walking to the kitchen where the others were gathered around the island. Everyone turned to her when she entered, Zan a few paces behind her, and she made her way to Theon and Luca. Theon immediately pulled her into his side, while Luca eyed his father from where he was leaning on his forearms. "We need the rings," Zan announced. "Tessa's decision, not mine." Luca turned his head to her in question, and she nodded mutely, tracing a non-existent pattern on the countertop. "We'll have to ask Dajian to get it," Theon said. "He's really our only option at this point. Tessa won't get close. Brecken is gone. Tristan's cover is blown. He's our only option." "There will be a cost involved," Eliza warned. "There always is with something like this." "He's already risking everything to offer me his power," Theon replied.
He agreed to help however he could. This is the easiest and quickest path to that ring. It is the most logical.
Roehrich agreed.
I'm not saying it's not logical, Eliza said. I'm saying they need to be prepared. We are all...
Theon cut off as Luca straightened suddenly.
Someone crossed the wards. Someone is here. 2 someones,
Luca murmured.
Stay here.
Tessa rolled her eyes, but she didn't bother following, staying back with Theon while Roehrich and Eliza followed Luca to the front door. Theon was tense beside her, and she rested her elbows on the countertop, her chin in her hands.
How are you doing, Wild Fury?
Tristan asked with a small tilt of his lips. Did you have a child with Lelura? She asked, and Tristan lurched back so suddenly he knocked a stool over.
Why would you ask that?
She shrugged. You loved her?
Love her,
he corrected. Right.
We do not have a child,
Tristan said tightly.
It's complicated, but the long story short is that it's forbidden.
Tessa hummed, seeing Theon glance at her with a small frown.
Where is Tessa?
She jerked upright at the familiar voice.
Tessa?
Theon started, but she was already running, racing from the kitchen and to the foyer. She didn't slow when she saw them, leaping into Lang's arms and wrapping herself around him in a tight hug. By the gods, I've been so worried about you, she murmured. She squeezed him another few seconds before pulling back and dropping to her feet to go to Corbin. The male embraced her, kissing her cheek as she stepped back. They looked exhausted and a little haunted. She peered around them, searching for another. Where is Eviona? She asked slowly.
That's why we're here,
Corbin said.
But first...
He hesitated, as if unsure if he should ask, but Lang said,
We haven't had a proper meal in months.
Of course, Tessa said, turning and leading them back to the kitchen, everyone following. She started pulling food from the fridge, needing something to do with her hands, and as Luca helped her make sandwiches, she asked, How did you get here?
It hasn't been easy. We've been traveling for weeks,
Corbin said.
2 Fae traveling by themselves without proper paperwork,
Lang added, refilling his glass of water after drinking the first in a few gulps.
I still don't know how we made it. Traveling from Aria's kingdom,
Theon asked with a frown, arms crossed over his chest.
No,
Lang answered around a bite of bread he'd swiped. Gods, when had they eaten last?
We came from Seraphina kingdom.
Luca stilled, the knife still in the mayo jar as he looked up.
What were you doing there? She made us go with her,
Lang answered.
Spent weeks in the Dreamlock woods.
And survived? Theon asked, the shock evident. Lang arched a brow.
Obviously.
Lang, Corbin hissed, nudging him with his elbow.
He's still the Arius heir. Actually, she's the Arius lady,
Theon said with a small smile and a nod at Tessa. Oh my gods, she grumbled, returning to making the sandwiches.
Wait, really?
Lang asked, sitting taller on his stool. I guess, she mumbled, passing a plate over to him.
That's great news, Tess,
he said, picking up the sandwich.
You can help us get Eviona back.
Where is she? Tessa asked again, sliding another plate to Corbin.
We don't know,
Corbin said grimly.
But we know who she's with,
he added, his gaze sliding to Theon.
My father,
he said, dread in those 2 words.
I knew he'd surface sooner or later. If Eviona is back with him, this is not good, Theon,
Luca said.
She's not back with him,
Lang interrupted sharply.
Not willingly, anyway. Voltaire found her. He found her and took her. He didn't take the time to search the woods for us. And you 2 made it here, how?
Luca asked, narrowing his eyes.
Like you said, Very unlikely for two Fae.
They're not entirely Fae, Tessa said softly, holding Lang's sky-blue eyes when they slid to her. At least not Lang. He has Sepharina blood. He's part legacy. She looked at Corbin then, finding her friend already staring at her. You're not fully Fae either, are you? When he didn't speak, she added, I'm the Aureus Lady, Corbin. You're safe here. He took a deep breath, glancing at Lang, who shrugged.
There's no one left to trust, Cor.
Eyes on his plate, Corbin said,
I can shift.
She couldn't have heard him right. But you have water magic, she stuttered.
And I can shift,
Corbin said, lifting his gaze to hers.
We don't know how, but your mother is a shifter,
Theon said, and Tessa turned to find him staring wide-eyed at Corbin. How do you know that? Tessa asked.
Because the shifters in the underground refuse to be any sort of help to me until I find their missing shifter prince, whose mother had a relationship with a water fae,
Theon answered. Then, more to himself than to them, he said,
He's been right under my nose this entire time. None of that matters,
Corbin said tightly.
We need to help Eviana. We need to find her. I know where she is,
Theon said.
And because of you, we'll be able to find her. Me?
Corbin asked, brows arching in surprise.
I just said I don't know where she is. She's where my father takes all things he doesn't want found,
Theon said, and Tessa could feel excitement flowing down their bond.
He's at his secret holdings in the underground, the same place he's hiding my mother.
39. Eviana. She stood next to his chair, her hands clasped in front of her and staring straight ahead. He hadn't spoken to her in hours, but she didn't dare move. Gone was her usual chair near the window. Not that it mattered. They were in the underground. There was no nature down here, no plants to indulge in, and she wouldn't have been able to anyway. Not with the 2 bands on her wrists, steadily draining her magic. She couldn't touch it, but she could feel it slipping from her day by day. Voltaire could speed the process up. He could add more bands, could take them off altogether and force her to expel her magic until there was nothing left. Eliza had told her that was the only way the mark that blocked their bond could be erased. She had to be so depleted of her power that there wasn't any magic left to hold the mark in place. She wasn't sure if Voltaire knew that, or if he was simply keeping her from accessing her gifts as additional punishment. Either way, the choice to have it slowly trickle from her soul like this was an intentional one. Not being able to expel her magic or have access to it was slowly driving her mad. Or more mad than she already was. Voltaire was flipping through ledgers and reviewing files on his computer when her stomach growled. Of course, her food allowance was limited right now. It would keep her reserves from replenishing. Voltaire paused what he was doing before flipping another page.
For so many years you were taken care of, Eve, he said casually. Had everything you needed. The highest of honors for a fae. I gave you everything.
She said nothing, didn't dare to breathe too loudly. This wasn't the first time he'd berated her about this since they'd come here. She actually preferred the days he completely ignored her and just made her stand around all day. Those days, she slept on his floor. The days he was chatty, she ended up in his bed.
Ungrateful,
he spat, and she tensed, sensing the shift in his mood.
Everyone is so goddamn ungrateful for what I have given them over the years. My advisors, you, my own fucking sons.
He was flicking the pages of the ledger harder now, one of them ripping with the force.
I give and sacrifice for you, them, this fucking realm, and still I find betrayal everywhere I turn. I should kill them all and start over. Do it right. What do you think of that, Eve?
She still didn't move, unsure if he wanted an answer or wanted her silence. She used to know, used to be able to read him and could use the bond to her advantage. But now she didn't know, because he was on the brink of losing control and there was nothing he valued more. Voltaire sat back in his chair, legs spreading wide as he tapped his forefinger on the desk over and over.
I could, he mused, dispose of my so-called advisors, get rid of my offspring and create new ones, sons that actually respect me.
He paused, tapping his finger on the desktop.
I've already started in that regard.
She didn't know what that meant, but she didn't have time to think about it as he continued.
But what of you, Eviana? What do I do with you?
He spun in his chair, and she remained still. She could feel his eyes on her as she stared straight ahead, heard him shift and reach for her hair, winding it around a finger.
Your betrayal was the biggest of them all, he said, his voice too low and calm. Death is too merciful, but I also need a source I don't have to question, don't have to wonder if her loyalty has been swayed. Even so, I had a feeling this day would come. Realized my mistake all those decades ago, leaving you to grow up at that estate alone. Never spoke to you or visited you until you were old enough to claim.
Eviana wanted to vomit, knowing exactly why he was telling her this.
I realized I need that loyalty to be there from the very beginning, not something forced later, he continued. I'd say it's working quite well, wouldn't you?
As if on cue, the door opened, and Priya came skipping into the study. Her hair was falling out of its ponytail, and her face had a smudge of dirt on her cheek. In her hands was a small potted plant, and she was alight with excitement. "Hello, Voltaire," she sang, not even glancing at Eviana.
My sweet Priya,
he said with a smile, dropping Eviana's hair and pushing back from the desk.
What do you have there?
Priya came around the desk, passing so close to Eviana her little arm brushed against her. She couldn't hide the sharp breath she sucked in, and Voltaire didn't miss it either. "You were right, Voltaire," Priya said, that excitement growing. "I was able to bring this plant back. Do you think it will grow a flower?" Voltaire pretended to study the plant as though unsure.
I don't know,
he said with fake confusion.
But you know who does know a lot about plants?
Priya's brows pinched. Who?
Eviana,
he said, gesturing to where she stood.
Eviana has a special gift for plants and flowers, just like you.
The girl's eyes widened. She does?
Tell her, Eviana,
Voltaire said, and with Priya's attention on her, Voltaire gave her a sharp, knowing smirk. But she couldn't find the words. Her daughter was staring up at her, not knowing who she was, and this was crueler than anything Voltaire had ever made her do.
Eviana,
Voltaire said in a warning, that finger tapping on the desk again. She swallowed thickly, squeezing her fingers where they were still clasped in front of her. She had no idea how to speak to a child. Yes, she managed to rasp. I find plants and flowers fascinating. Will this plant make a flower? The girl asked sharply, holding the pot up for her to see. She glanced at Voltaire, and he nodded once, his eyes narrowed. Unclasping her hands, she ran her fingertips along the leaves, her power weeping at being separated from what it could use to save them. Yes, Eviana whispered, knowing exactly what type of plant this was. It will produce the most beautiful and bright flower. Priya's face lit up, and she turned back to Voltaire, Eviana already forgotten. Did you hear that, Voltaire? She said excitedly. A flower. Maybe it will be like the ones in the woods. Then she paused, and Eviana could just make out the small frown from her side profile. When will we go back there? I miss my friends in the woods.
I'm afraid it might be some time, my Priya, he said. Remember, we are staying safe right now.
But there aren't even trees here, Priya said in confusion, and Iviana's eyes fluttered closed in heartache. She was so powerful. Her magic was already starting to make itself known. Priya would feel drawn to nature, find comfort in the trees and soil. She was already feeling the effects of being away from her gifts, too small to understand any of it. But Voltaire would make sure he was the one to help her discover all of that. He would ensure that everything that little girl came to love was associated with him in one way or another. It was already starting with this simple potted plant. He would never stop. He would find every possible way to make sure Priya was his. Take her, break her, be her savior, repeat the cycle. For the next hour, she stood in silence, listening to Priya chatter on and tell Voltaire one thing after the next. How her favorite food was vanilla pudding. Her favorite color was green. How a sprite had taught her how to call a bird to sit on her shoulder, and how the trees had once caught her when she slipped while climbing one. She sat on his lap, drawing on a piece of paper while he continued to flip through ledgers, and she sang and kicked her feet, because this is what she knew as happiness, what every child on the estates dreamed of having, someone who cared, or appeared to. Too young to understand the world was full of villains who survived on innocence. A knock sounded. The fey nursemaid Voltaire had brought with them at the door to collect Priya to prepare for dinner. She skipped from the room with her plant, her face alight with a joy Iviana was sure she'd never felt in her decades of existence. The door clicking shut behind her was loud in the ensuing silence, and her eyes fell closed as she waited for Voltaire to speak.
She will hate you someday, her master mused. She will grow up knowing that to be a source is the greatest honor she could ever hope to achieve, and she will love me. She will hate you because you are my source, which means she cannot be.
She heard him stand, felt him stop in front of her. He cupped her face gently, waiting, and when she opened her eyes, she found his hazel ones on her with a cruel smile on his lips.
She will blame you for everything she cannot have, everything that goes wrong in her life, every hurt and treachery. I will make sure she can trace it back to you.
A tear slipped free, and he leaned in, pressing his lips to the wetness.
She will hate you, and she will love me,
he murmured against her skin.
She will want me and blame you for not being able to have me. It will not be me who ends your life one day, my flower. I will be many of her firsts, but you will be her first kill.
Iviana stared up at the ceiling, listening to Voltaire's steady breathing beside her. She'd had to sit through another dinner of him doting on Priya, coaxing her to trust him more and more while she watched on, unable to do anything. A part of her wondered what he'd do if she suddenly shared his secret. Not that she could. She was still bound by the vows and bargains she'd been forced to take over the years, including keeping his secrets. But the more she observed them, the more she watched Priya stare at him and hang on his every word, doing everything in her power to keep his attention and earn his praise, the more Iviana realized she couldn't do this. She couldn't sit back and watch this. She had to do something. Maybe Corbin and Lang would come. Maybe they'd bring help. But she couldn't depend on them. She'd never been able to depend on anyone. Plans needed backup plans, and she'd been putting one together these last weeks. She waited another 15 minutes before she carefully slipped from the bed. If she waited any longer, she risked waking him. He always slept deepest the first hours of the night. Pulling a dress over her head, because that was all she had to wear, she silently opened the door of Voltaire's bedroom and stepped into the hall. This place was as familiar as Arya's house, They came here often, and Voltaire preferred it to the penthouse in the Charter District, a decent-sized manor house built into the depths of the mountains, just like the Shifter home. This house was just on the other side of the Charter District border, and there were so many wards and enchantments around it, it was only possible to discover if you already knew it was there. Even the Shifter Alpha and Beta didn't know its exact location. Voltaire kept his secrets here, and she was on her way to perhaps his greatest secret of all. The hall ended with nothing but the rocky wall, but on the left side was a small closet door. She winced when it creaked, holding her breath to see if Voltaire heard it. When everything remained silent, she entered, finding not a closet, but a narrow stairwell leading up. Her steps were fast and light, knowing she had little time to waste, and when she reached the top, she used her own teeth to bite hard enough to draw blood. Then she drew a symbol on the wall, the stone pulsing with a faint glow before it dissolved, and she stepped through. The female sat on the bed, shifting to face her fully, and her emerald eyes settling onto hers. If only Devrim knew how deep the corruption ran between the Akaz and Aureus lords. "Karis," Eviana greeted in a flat tone. "It has been some time since you accompanied him," the female replied, her voice hauntingly beautiful. "And never alone." Her black hair was dark as midnight, and was longer than the last time Eviana had seen her, reaching halfway down her back. She sat on the bed in a simple black gown with off-the-shoulder sleeves that hit right above her elbows. The dress allowed room for the 2 onyx cuffs that were around her biceps and showed off the marks across her collarbone. An empty tray was on a small black table with 2 chairs, the dinner dishes empty. A small stack of old leather-bound books were on the bedside table, the room lit only by candles. No windows to even give the illusion of an outside. The rug on the floor was the only source of warmth outside the heavy fur blankets at the foot of the bed. A small chamber off to the left held a washroom, and while the room itself wasn't tiny, it certainly wasn't spacious. It certainly wasn't large enough to spend the last 2 decades in. She should have brought her something. That was all Eviana could think as she stared at the female. How stupid of her. That was what Tessa had done. Brought her small things to build trust. She didn't have anything to give Karis, and it probably wouldn't have helped in the end. Not when she'd had a hand in why she was here to begin with. Not when she was the reason those cuffs were on her arms. "My mind has not changed. I will not do what he wishes," Karis finally said, her hands in her lap. "I will spend the next millenniums in this room and not change my mind." Eviana believed every word. Karis Emerson. Once, she was to be a lady of Aureus' kingdom. Then she became the caretaker of the heirs, and now she was locked away until Voltaire needed her bloodline. "That is not why I am here," Eviana said, clasping her hands in front of her out of habit. "I came to make a deal." Karis's brow arched, her head tilting. "With me, on his behalf." She shook her head. "He doesn't know I'm here, and my time is short." "No," she said simply. "You haven't heard what I have to offer." "Is it returning me to Penelope? Because if it is not, I do not care." Karis said dismissively, reaching for a book on the nightstand. She had to have read that book thousands of times by now. "What if it is your son?" Eviana countered. Karis didn't look up from the pages, but her breath stalled. "I cannot offer you Penelope. I cannot call her back from death." She paused, knowing Voltaire had told her when he'd had Penn killed. Eviana had been here then and watched the female break all over again, had watched her beg for death to follow Penn to the after, but I can offer you your son, and the ones who may as well have been your own." The female's gaze flicked to her, then back to her book, as if bored with this conversation. Eviana didn't know why. At least it was company, a conversation with someone other than oneself. Theon was so much like her, able to keep his emotions hidden so no one could read him. "Does he know that I live?" Karis asked. Eviana shook her head. "If he does, I am unaware. Seeing your presumed death did what Voltaire wanted. It broke him in a way he hadn't been able to do before." "And where is he?" "I don't know," Eviana admitted. "Then it appears you can offer me nothing, Eviana," she said, standing abruptly and placing the book on the table. "You can leave." "What will be required of me?" Eviana blurted, desperation winning out. Karis turned at the words, her gown swishing on the cold floor. Eviana forced herself to stay still under her scrutinizing stare. Several minutes ticked by, and she grew worried. She needed to get back to Voltaire's bed. "There is nothing you can offer me," Karis finally repeated. "His death?" Eviana asked, backing towards the door. She'd already spent too much time away. "Tempting," Karis mused, filling a glass from a pitcher of water. "But even his death will not free me. And even if I found freedom, where am I to go? The kingdom was taken from my family nearly 2 centuries ago." "You want to stay here?" Eviana asked, unable to believe that was possible. "Where else would I go? Who do I have left?" she repeated. "Perhaps outside," Eviana all but drawled. "Anything has to be better than these 4 walls." Karis's lips turned up in a bitter smile. "I think you, of all people, understand there are things far worse than these 4 walls." "You have a child," Eviana tried one last time, scraping open the scab on her arm to access her blood once more. "You do not wish to know him." "If he broke him, and is now like him, then no, I do not wish to know him," she answered. "He's not," Eviana said. "Despite Voltaire's greatest attempts, all 3 of them somehow turned out honorable. Pen looked after them and loved them as her own, like she did when you were at her side. And the Fates, they had plans for Theon." Karis stared at her, long and hard. "What kind of plans?" Love," she answered, unable to think of a better way to describe it. "Despite it all, Theon learned to love. That didn't come from Voltaire. That came from you." When Karis only continued to stare back at her, staying silent, Eviana turned and pressed her palm to the wall as she said, "I'll come back." "No need. It is pointless," Karis called after her. But she knew it wasn't, because she had said the same thing to Tessa, and all those visits hadn't been pointless. She'd go back as many times as it took, because deep down she knew. Karis was a mother, just like her. In the end, that would win out. It had to.
40. Axel. "We could have gone with them," Kat grumbled from the sofa. Axel just smiled as he followed Miara to the lift. She'd started coming here for Kat's exams rather than having them cross half the underground, especially after that dinner. "Thank you, as always," Axel said, pressing the button for the lift. Miara nodded curtly. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a small flask. "Sienna sent this for you." That saint of a witch. That was all Axel could think as he took the flask. He'd refused to drink from Kat again after the dinner, despite her protests. Not until the babe came. "Tell her thank you," Axel said. Then, dropping his voice so Kat couldn't hear anything, he asked, Have either of you seen anything else? Sienna said she can't see anything regarding the birth, or Cat, or any of it. Miara shook her head. You know that's not how visions work. He sighed, tapping the flask against his palm. A guy can hope, though. The lift doors opened, and Miara stepped in, saying only, She needs to rest as much as possible. As soon as she was gone, Kat said in irritation, Don't ignore me, Axel. I'm not ignoring you, kitten, he answered, turning back to her. You know why we couldn't go. A few hours wouldn't have hurt. They've been gone for 2 days. We wouldn't have had to stay 2 days, she huffed. Roehrich and Eliza were still in the Acropolis. They were all trying to work out how to transfer power from Dagian to Theon. Axel hadn't been thrilled with everyone leaving, but there were extensive wards around the penthouse. At least his father had done one thing right. Miara said this is the month the babe is coming, Kat. It isn't logical to leave right now, he said carefully, because by the gods was she in a mood today. It's not logical to keep me locked up in a tower, but here we are, she retorted. He swallowed his bark of laughter, knowing she would not find this funny. It took him a few seconds to compose himself before he said, You're not locked in a tower. We can go for a walk, if you'd like. I would not like, she fumed. I would like to leave the underground. I can have a baby anywhere, Axel. Sienna is here, Kat. And she can travel. If we can get in contact with her, he argued. That same logic can be applied here, she countered. Axel took a deep breath, rubbing at his brow. He knew this wasn't her. This was the pregnancy and everything else going on, but fuck, he was running out of logical arguments. Because she wasn't being logical, and he didn't know how to handle her when she wasn't logical. Finally, he said, If we were to leave, where would you want to go? What would you want to do? She stared at him, and he stared back. And it was one of the most ridiculous things he'd ever encountered. I don't know, she finally admitted, and he smiled, moving closer. He set the flask on the coffee table, leaning down and placing a hand on either side of her, on the back of the sofa, caging her between his arms. You know what you should do, right? She sighed heavily. Sit on this sofa and rest, she grumbled. Because? Miara said it would help, but she also said she doesn't know when anymore. I heard you ask without wanting me to hear, she groused. She said she's seen nothing else regarding the birth. Neither has Sienna. Maybe things changed completely, and we'll make it to full term. Visions are useless. No wonder Tessa is half mad these days. He huffed a small laugh. We're almost there, Kat, he said gently. I know you're tired. I know you're restless and going a little stir-crazy. Her eyes welled with tears. Well, shit. He hadn't meant to make her cry. God damn it. I'm sorry, she whispered. Don't be sorry, he said, cupping her cheek. You're strong, kitten, but these last months have been stressful. These coming months will be more of the same, and... She winced then, and his eyes went wide as she brought a hand to her stomach. She'd been doing that more and more lately, and this was exactly why they hadn't gone with the others to the Acropolis. What's wrong? He demanded. It's nothing, Axel, she sighed. It's always nothing. When he still didn't move, she emphasized, I'm fine. He straightened, still eyeing her. Do you want some tea? Something I can get from the kitchen? I can get it, she muttered. Just help me up. He didn't like it. He'd rather just get it for her, but he'd concede on this if she'd stop pushing him to leave the underground. Helping her up, she made her way to the kitchen, and he listened to her rummage around. For a moment, he debated going to help, but ultimately decided against it. She was already on edge today. Sighing, he sank into an armchair and grabbed the flask, uncapping it. Things had been fine with Miara and the Fae after that disastrous dinner last week, but the shifters were still unreliable. He'd sent a request for a meeting, but they hadn't replied yet. They wouldn't until they were ready, and who knew when that would be. And then there was that nagging feeling that wouldn't go away. It had seemed too easy. He took a long drink, letting the blood soothe the hunger and need that had been nipping at him all day. Back to monitoring his rations, he felt like he'd been holding his breath ever since that dinner, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It had been too easy. Bree wasn't just going to roll over and move on. She wasn't done with him. He needed to be proactive, but that was hard to do with Kat and the babe. Kat reappeared with a plate of food and a glass of juice. Axel immediately stood to take it from her, helping her back onto the sofa, and when she winced again, he knew it was only a matter of time. Where was he? That was all he could think, or try to think. He couldn't seem to form any coherent thoughts as he tried to open his eyes. Blood. He could smell blood. He needed blood. But where the fuck was he? A groan slipped from him, and he tried to sit up. Everything felt too heavy. Even his goddamn eyelids felt weighted down as he struggled to open his eyes. Swallowing, he nearly gagged. His throat was sandpaper, and when he finally managed to pry his eyes open, the room spun. By Arius, he'd never felt so sick in his life, save for the times he was experiencing bloodlust. But that was different. This was... He squeezed his eyes shut again, the room spinning too much. Start small. That was what he needed to do. Wiggle his toes, flex his fingers, feel the cool floor beneath him. Wait, why was he on the floor? Why wasn't he in bed with... Kat? Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. With strength he didn't have, he rolled to his stomach and pushed onto his hands and knees. Kat! He rasped out, his voice hoarse and gravelly. Kat! He tried again. Opening his eyes, he stared at a spot on the floor, willing the room to stop spinning. It didn't. And he vomited. Or tried to. There was nothing in his system to vomit, so instead he gagged and dry-heaved, his stomach muscles clenching and spasming. Kat. Get up and find Kat. He repeated it over and over. She had to be here. There were wards. She had to be safe. She had to be... Grabbing onto the side of the sofa, he pulled himself up, fighting another wave of nausea. Blinking several times, he tried to clear the fog from his vision, everything blurry and swimming. There was a nearly empty plate of food. A glass tipped over with a puddle of juice. Pillows were on the floor, sofa cushions askew. Kat! He called again, still not loud enough. Dread filled his stomach, making him want to vomit for an entirely different reason now. Katya! Kitten! Answer me! Upstairs. She had to be upstairs and sleeping. He turned, readying himself to tackle the stairs, when his foot nudged against something metallic. It slid across the floor, and he looked down to see the flask of blood Sienna had sent. Mostly empty, a few drops of red still left a trail behind the open container. But that wasn't the blood he was smelling. His heart rate picked up as his head cleared a little more, and his night child instincts took over. There was more than blood. Citrus, jasmine, fire. Kat! He called, his voice a little stronger. Still nothing, and he limped his way into the kitchen. Reaching into a cupboard, the first glass slipped through his fingers, shattering on the floor. He left it, grabbing another and stumbling to the sink. He downed glass after glass of water, trying to wake himself and flush out whatever the fuck was in his system. It was the only explanation, and one he couldn't dwell on right now. Glass crunching under his shoes, he went back to the living room. Drops of perspiration ran down his neck and back, and he wiped at his brow with a chilled hand. The room was still out of focus, the edges of everything hazy, but he could function. He could smell her, and everything narrowed in on that. He let himself descend into a place he'd been too ashamed to go, where his hearing was impeccable and his instincts unmatched. Because when a night child gave over to their basest nature, they were a predator that could match any fae or legacy. Vicious and cunning, with speed and strength. He climbed to the second floor, each step pulsing through him as his head pounded. Making his way to the study, he yanked open drawers and pushed aside hidden panels to pull out daggers and knives. He couldn't pull them from shadows anymore, but he sure as fuck still knew how to use them. "Cat!" he bellowed, slinging a bandolier of knives across his chest. "If you're here, you need to answer me right fucking now!" He knew it was pointless. She wasn't here. The smell of her blood was, though, and he followed it back downstairs. There was nothing on the floor or anywhere nearby. Someone had cleaned it up, but that didn't erase the scent. Heading to the lift doors, he found it. A faint handprint, as if they'd tried to wipe it away as they were leaving. Her handprint. Her blood. Someone had her. And he knew exactly who. Adrenaline and instinct were the only things driving him now. He'd deal with the ones who drugged him later. Right now, all he could focus on was finding Kat. The edges of his vision were tinged with red as he followed her scent. He had a feeling he already knew where she was. The only place Bree would take her. He really should have checked a clock before he left. How long had he been out? Hours? Days? This goddamn underground. He had no idea if it was day or night. How long had they had her? Was she still bleeding? He prowled across the underground, moving quickly and quietly. He didn't see the people moving to the other side of the street as he went. Missed those who averted their eyes or slipped down side streets to avoid him. The bloodlust he was feeling now had nothing to do with hunger or need. This was pure vengeance and wrath. Time was lost to him, all of his focus on moving forward and staying on his feet. The scent of her blood was getting stronger, more prevalent. She'd bled the whole way there, and each step had him giving more and more over to the monster his father had turned him into. This is what Bree had wanted after all, right? May as well deliver. It could have been minutes or hours before he stalked across the bridge that led to the House of Four. "Hey, stop!" a vampire called out. He didn't even slow. One Shira-stone knife flying from his hand a second later. The male cursed as he sank to his knees. Axel grabbed the knife as he passed, yanking it from his chest and fisting it as another vampire came running from the security post. "You can't!" Axel paused, slowly turning to look at him. "My wife is here. Where is she?" The vampire held up his hands, taking a step back. "I don't—" He didn't get to finish. Axel lunged, his fangs sinking into the vampire's throat and tearing as he shoved the same knife into his stomach, slicing wide. Dragging his forearm across his mouth, he felt the warm blood smear, but he kept moving. It was the first time he'd truly descended into his new vampire being, and a dark part of him wondered why he'd waited so long. The speed was everything, even against beings of the same. He met them blow for blow, the strength behind his hits fiercer than they'd ever been. It was a song he'd been listening to his entire life, only now he'd learned how to dance to it. Flipping a dagger in his hand, he let it fly, grabbing another and dropping to a crouch as more vampires descended. His hand snapped out, snagging a female by the arm. She hissed, baring her fangs, and then she was screaming as he snapped her forearm in half with a quick move. Another knife was in her chest a moment later. An arm wrapped around his throat from behind, and Axel smiled. Leaning back, he used his newfound strength to flip the male over his head. He grabbed his skull with 2 hands, twisting hard to one side. The male stilled, but Axel still sank a blade into his chest. None of the fuckers would move again. They wanted to serve Bree, then they could face the same fate she would. A mess of bodies and blood was left in his wake. He wanted the bitch to know he was coming. He'd warned her this would happen if she came near Kat and his child again. He was, after all, a male of his word. Veering to the left, he avoided the lift and opted for the stairwell, still following the scent of Kat's blood. It was growing stronger, and there was a lot of it. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The stairwell was narrow, but it was perfect for fighting his way up. Before he'd turned, he thought that vampires were savage beings, but he understood now. Understood the power that came from sinking fangs into flesh and inflicting agony and death. He didn't need his shadows, didn't need magic, when he was the weapon. Kicking off the wall, he propelled himself over the next vampire to meet him. A knife was in his back before he shoved him down the stairs, hearing the pained howls as he went. Blood was everywhere now, smeared on his hands, his face. His shirt was torn, and his shoes left red prints. He didn't know how many floors he climbed when the scent had him pausing. He inhaled deeply, smelling and tasting. A female came through the doorway, and he grabbed her by the throat, slamming her against the wall. His forearm pressed on her airway, and her eyes went wide, fangs snapping. "Where is my wife?" Axel demanded in a low, cold tone that was nothing but death. She shook her head, and he slammed her into the wall again. She coughed as the air was forced from her lungs, and then she was gasping as he pressed on her throat more. He didn't ask again, only held her stare, knowing he could be the face of Arius himself when needed. "You are too late," the female hissed around gasping breaths. "The babe is almost here, and then—" Her words morphed into a scream as he dug a knife into her chest, dragging it down. No, this wasn't going directly into her heart. She wanted to be the one to deliver the news he was too late, then she would pay the price for saying the words. The knife sank in again, dragging once more, carving through flesh and bone. His vampire strength cut through everything with ease, until he could reach a hand in and wrap his fingers around her heart. "Tell me again I'm too late," he said with deadly calm. "Or tell me where the fuck my wife is." "Down the hall," the night child cried, tears of red streaming down her face. "On the left." He yanked his hand back, taking her heart with it, and letting her collapse in a heap on the ground. His knife still in his other hand, he sank it into the muscle, feeling it die in his palm. Letting the organ drop onto the still body, he stalked down the hall. The smell of her blood getting stronger as a scream reached his ears. Then he was running, another cry piercing the air as he threw open a door, only to find himself thrown against the wall and being held in place by a large night child. Dirty blonde hair hung to his shoulders, and he bared his fangs as another appeared to help detain him. Cade and Rael. The whole lot of the vampires were in on this. "Stay back, St. Orcus," Cade snarled. "I'm going to kill you," Axel promised, jerking hard against their hold. One he might have been able to handle, but 2 of the most powerful vampires? There was a reason they held their places in the House of 4. "Let him go," a feminine voice lilted. "He's so lost to his true nature, he'll kill her anyway." "Axel!" His name dissolved into another scream, and it was the only thing that could penetrate this bloody haze that wouldn't let him go. He shook his head, trying to focus, but everything was still tinted red. Cade, Rael, the walls, the bed, Cat. Cat. He blinked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Trying to comprehend Cat on the bed, curled in on herself with tears streaming down her face. Then she was seizing and crying out again, her back arching as what was clearly a contraction tore through her. Bree stepped in front of him, blocking her from view. Her long fingers gripped his face, and her nails dug in. "Axel, darling," she purred. "Color me impressed. I underestimated how long it would take you to get here. I hear you left quite the trail of destruction. The underground is terrified of you." Her head cocked to the side. "Thank you for that." Cat screamed again, this time clutching at her stomach, and his chest twisted in agony. He needed to get to her. She'd already done too much of this alone. There was no way he was going to let her give birth by herself. Bree moved to the side, turning to watch Cat suffer on the bed. "Poor thing," she tutted. "She's been in this state for hours." Hours. That was all he'd heard. "Nearly an entire day," Bree added with faux sympathy. "Thinking she can stop this." She crossed the room, leaning in to gather Cat's hair in her hands. "But you can't, can you, Poppet? That babe is coming whether you like it or not." "Don't fucking touch her!" Axel roared, surging forward and freeing one of his arms. "Fuck!" Cade barked, trying to grab him again, but Axel was too fast. He already had a knife in hand and was bringing it down. Cade shifted just in time, the blade sinking into his shoulder rather than his chest. "Motherfucker!" Cade snarled, grabbing Axel and shoving him back into the wall so hard his head snapped against the stone, cracking loudly. Spots flashed in his already hazy vision, but Cat's cry of agony reached him once more. "Stop!" Axel yelled. "Let me help her. Let me go to her. Why don't you have a witch here?" "She's on her way," Bree said calmly, her hands on Cat's shoulders now. "Lie back, Poppet." Cat shook her head frantically, panting. "Your father, the babe." Axel went still. He couldn't have heard her right. "Oh, Poppet," Bree tutted. "Spilling secrets I shared with you. Shame on you." Cat cried out again, and Bree used the moment to help her onto her back. "See? Isn't that better?" "What about my father?" Axel demanded, pushing against Cade and Rael, but they held firm. Cade looked like he wanted to punch him, the knife still in his shoulder, and Rael looked not exactly bored, but not like she cared either. Bree reached for a nearby cloth, dipping it into a basin of water and wringing it out. "This is really your fault, you know," she said, moving back to Cat and bringing the cloth to her brow. She smirked at the low growl that rumbled from Axel. "I tried to let you be a part of this, tried to bring you to my side, even said you could have the Fae and the child. But you didn't want any part of that, did you?" Her voice had turned cold and vicious, and when another contraction ripped through Cat, Bree smiled. "So, I had to go elsewhere. This could have gone so differently." "That babe is going to be here any minute, Bree," Rael said suddenly, her honey eyes fixed on Cat. "Where is Miara?" Miara? That traitorous bitch. Had she been feeding Bree information this entire time? Every time they had an appointment, she reported it? But it all fit. She was the one who'd given him the flask, saying it was from Sienna. She would have known how close Cat was to giving birth. Maybe she'd been having visions all along and not said anything. Bree frowned, looking down at Cat as she stood. "I don't know," she said curtly. "Go find her." You go find her, Rael retorted. I'm not beneath you, Bree. This is your goddamn mess. Bree straightened, glaring at Rael. Fine, she said tightly. Keep him restrained. Rael rolled her eyes. Someone's going to have to deliver a babe if you don't go find the witch. Axel could tell Bree wanted to say something in response, but she turned, striding from the room, her heels clicking. Kat cried out again, throwing her head back, and Axel could only look on, utterly helpless, until he wasn't being restrained anymore. Cade was cursing as he pulled the knife from his shoulder and tossed it aside, the string of words so vulgar Axel nearly laughed. Then he realized Rael was moving towards Kat, and he lunged for her. She was faster, though, moving to re-wet the cloth and pressing it to Kat's brow. There isn't a lot of time, the night child said. I waited until she was on the precipice before telling Bree to go. Axel was frozen, trying to figure out what was happening. We're on your side here, Cade growled, shoving Axel forward. And I'm sure as fuck not delivering your child. I can't deliver him, Axel said, slowly dragging his eyes back to Kat. Well, someone needs to, Rael snapped. Because this babe isn't waiting anymore, and I promise you she's coming back with more than just Miara. Voltaire will be with her. Someone tell me what my father has to do with this, Axel demanded, lurching to the bed as Kat cried out again. The short version is when you refused her, she made other plans. Your father is currently in hiding in the underground, recouping after these last months. They've made a deal, Cade answered, standing near the door with his arms crossed. She delivers your child to him, and he will give her the underground. And you are okay with this? Axel demanded. Of course not, he retorted. Why do you think we're helping you right now? Axel, Kat cried. I can't wait. I can't. Okay, he said, rushing to the other side of the bed. He smoothed her hair back, pressing his lips to her brow. We'll figure this out. She thrashed, her head shaking back and forth. Now, she panted. I've been in labor for nearly a day. He's coming now. I don't know what to do, he said, looking from her face to her contracting belly and back. He'd been wrong. This was the most helpless he'd ever felt. Fae births are long, Rael said, climbing onto the bed behind Kat. She's nearly at the end. They take hours to progress, and by the time they get to this point, the mothers are exhausted. But her power, Axel tried. The tonic, Kat panted. She had one. Miara had told them about that, how females drink it to stifle their magic so they don't lose control of it during birth. This had all been planned from the beginning. Bree had been prepared with one. Axel! Kat cried. I'll help her push, Rael said. By Arius, this was not how he imagined this going. Maybe I should help her push, and you deliver the babe, he ventured. Axel, get down there and deliver your son, Rael ordered. We don't have a lot of time. Sienna is handling Miara, but as soon as she realizes this was a setup, Bree will be back. We need to be gone. Rael hadn't been wrong. When he moved down the bed and adjusted Kat's gown, he could see just how close they were. He glanced at Cade. Do not let anyone in that door. The male nodded, turning away from them, and Axel turned back to Kat. Lifting his eyes, he met her gaze. Her eyes were muted and exhausted. Tears were streaming down her face, and her hair was matted to her brow. He took a deep breath. Okay, kitten. I'm going to wash this blood off my hands, and then we're going to do this. Together. Because it's always been you and me against the realm. She nodded, a broken sob escaping her. Axel climbed off the bed, stripping off his torn and stained shirt, and quickly washing his hands in the small connected bathroom. There wasn't much he could do about the pants, but he cleaned up as best he could in the minute he had. When he came back, he stopped at her side and took her face in his hands. Let's meet our son. In the end, it was as awful as he'd expected it to be listening to Kat scream as Raelle helped her push. Contraction after contraction came and went, and Axel could tell she was lagging, her strength and energy gone. "We're close, kitten," he urged. "We're so close. You've been so strong this entire time trying to keep him from Bree, but I'm here now. She's not touching him. It's you and me and him. One more time, Kat. Ready?" "No," she cried, shaking her head. "No, I'm not." But nature didn't care as another contraction came. "Push, Katya!" Raelle demanded, holding her hands and helping her lean forward. "Last time, Kat, I swear it," he urged, and gods he hoped he wasn't lying to her. She screamed, and there was a head. He didn't know what to do. Did he pull? Help? Just... But Kat knew, pushing one last time, and the babe was there, his cry filling up the space. And holy fuck, they'd done it. "Cade, towels," Raelle commanded, easing out from behind Kat. Everything was muffled and muted for a different reason now, as he held a tiny life close to his chest. "Take him to her," Raelle said, her voice low and hushed. He nodded, moving ever so carefully to Kat's side and gently placing the babe on her chest. She was crying, fresh tears on her face as she clutched their son close. "You did it," he murmured, sitting beside her and pulling her in. "You were so brave and strong, and look at what you did, kitten." There was a knock on the door that had Axel on his feet. "Relax," Cade said, reaching for the doorknob. "It's our help." "Help?" he repeated. The door opened, and the shifter Alpha and Beta strode in, Sienna behind them. "We can't stay here," Raelle said, moving out of the way as Sienna strode forward. "We're going to Killian and to Giselle's." Sienna was at Kat's side, checking the babe over while Kat still held him close. Then violet eyes lifted to his. "You did well, Axel," Sienna said. "I tried to get here sooner, but I had to handle Miara, I know," he said. "Can we get the fuck out of here?" "Let me look over Kat and make sure we can move her. I need a few minutes." He nodded, moving back to Kat's side. Everything quieted down around him as he stared down at his wife and son. Sienna did the barest amount before they all traveled from the House of Four, and an hour later they were settled into a small suite at the shifter home. "Sleep, kitten," he said softly. He was sitting against the headboard, Kat nestled into his side, with the babe in her arms. The babe had just eaten, and Kat hadn't slept yet. "I can't," she whispered. "The last time I fell asleep, I woke up too." Guilt clawed at him, and he pushed it away. He was drugged. They were played. This wasn't his fault. "No one is touching him," he said, gently reaching for the babe. "Sienna is here. The shifters. Raelle and Cade have more than proven their loyalty. We've sent word to Theon. I swear to you, no one will touch him." She nodded, already scooting lower on the bed. She was asleep before her head hit the pillow. And then it was just him and the tiny sleeping thing in his arms. Black hair, but he'd expected nothing less. A mix of his white complexion and her dark skin. Emerald eyes that matched his, and a set of lungs that let everyone know when he wasn't happy. Perfect and innocent. He glanced down at Kat, her chest steadily rising and falling as she slept. Sienna had said the tonic she drank should wear off any time, letting her magic wake back up. Axel ran his knuckle along his son's cheek, drinking in the sight of him. "No one will touch you," he murmured low. 41. Theon. "Where are they?" Theon demanded as they were led into the main foyer of the shifter house. "Hello to you two," Giselle said pointedly from where she stood next to Killian. She eyed everyone trailing in after him. Your entourage grows every time I see you, Theon. He paused, helping Tessa with her jacket before passing it to Luca to hang on a hook. Introductions can wait, Giselle, Theon answered. Show me to Axel and Kat, please. It's rude, Killian said, arms crossed over his broad chest. It is, Theon agreed. But I do have some developments to discuss with you after I have seen Axel. They weren't happy about it, but they finally acquiesced, leading them down a hall to a guest wing. Theon knocked once on the door, and the moment he heard Axel call, Come in, he was pushing it open. A rush of relief washed over him at seeing them whole and safe, and in Kat's arms was a tiny bundle wrapped in a forest green blanket. Axel, Theon said, his name a little hoarse as he took in the scene. His younger brother, a father. Tessa cleared her throat, standing back near the door with Luca. Congratulations. Axel smiled wide, walking over as he said, Thank you, baby doll. Theon reached for him, pulling him into a hug. You're a father, he said, his voice low. Axel huffed a laugh. Yeah, how fucking weird is that to say? Releasing him, Theon glanced at the bed where Kat was watching them with a small smile. Can I see them? Theon asked. Of course, Axel replied, leading him over to the bed. Theon bent down, pressing a soft kiss to Kat's cheek. Congratulations, Katya. Thank you, Theon, she murmured. She looked tired, but her eyes were bright as she snuggled that babe closer. He's healthy? Theon asked, seeing dark hair and a mix of his parents' complexions. He's perfect, according to Sienna, Kat said with another tired smile. Do you want to hold him? And the next thing he knew, he was the one holding that little bundle close. He adjusted the blanket to see his face more, and they were right. He was absolutely perfect. Sleeping and healthy and whole. He'd made it. He turned to find Tessa still by the door, but Luca was striding closer, coming to a stop to peer at the babe. Did you settle on a name yet? Luca asked, glancing up at Axel. Maddox, Axel answered. Maddox St. Orcus. A small bark of laughter came from Tessa, and they all turned to her. She was watching Axel in amusement. You really named him after the lead singer of your favorite music group? Who said that? Axel asked, trying and failing to look innocent. Axel, is she serious? Kat demanded. Of course not, kidden, he said, throwing a wink at Tessa. Besides, it's too late now. We already named him. Kat tipped her head back, her eyes falling closed. I swear to an Allah, Axel. First I get kidnapped, then you name our child after a singer. Kidnapped? Theon demanded, his head snapping up. What is she talking about? Axel sighed before launching into the story of Maddox's birth. Waking up from being drugged, a bloody rampage through the House of Four, delivering the babe himself. The more Axel spoke, the closer Theon pulled Maddox to his chest. It shouldn't have surprised him that his father was involved in this, but to learn how close he and Bree had come to succeeding? Easy, Theon, Luca said, reaching to take the babe. It was only then Theon realized some of his darkness had appeared, creeping along the floor. Luca turned, and Theon followed his gaze, finding Tessa leaning against the wall. Corbin and Lang had drifted in and were chatting with Kat now, but Tessa stayed back, listening to everything from afar. You can come closer, beautiful, Theon said with an encouraging smile. But she just shook her head, glancing at Axel. I'm fine. Focusing on the bond, he tried to feel out her emotions, But whatever she was feeling, she had it blocked from them, which was worrisome. They all blocked their thoughts from the bond most of the time, but she hadn't blocked her emotions since the bond had been repaired. "Tessa, are you all right?" he asked, Luca watching her now too. "I said I'm fine," she answered. "You're really not going to come and see your nephew?" Axel asked, sauntering over to her. She gave him a weak smile. "I figured I'd keep my distance. After everything." Axel frowned. "We're past that, Tessa. I'm sorry if you thought otherwise." Tessa gave him another weak smile, but didn't reply. "Wait, did you think I was still holding that against you?" "No," she answered quickly. "I was just giving you space." "Well, stop," he said, taking her hand and pulling her across the room in excitement. "Axel, really, She snapped her mouth shut as Luca shifted a little so she could see Maddox. Her violet eyes slid over the babe, and she curled her fingers into her palms. "He's beautiful, Axel," she said softly, staring at Maddox a few moments longer. "I'm going to say hi to Kat." She slipped away, crawling onto the bed to join her friends. Theon immediately felt some of the tension lift down the bond, her shoulders relaxing as she fell into conversation with them. He could hear bits and pieces while they filled Kat in on what they'd learned of Lang and Corbin's lineages. "That was weird, right?" Axel asked in a low voice. "Yeah, a little," Theon agreed. "There's been a lot going on, though. Speaking of, we have some good news." "That's a nice change from the fuckery we've been experiencing lately," Axel grumbled. "What is it?" "With Tessa now the Arias lady, we can go back to Arya's house," Theon said. "You and Kat can come home." Axel stared at him, his brow furrowed. "I can't go to Arya's house, Theon. Not right now, anyway. Father is in hiding here in the underground, trying to take your son. Cressida is taken care of for now. It's safe there for the three of you." "Yeah, but that's not my place anymore." "What do you mean it's not your place? It's our home, Axel," Theon argued. "Don't be stupid. Arya's house never felt like a home, Theon," he said. "But that's not why. I've built alliances here, relationships with the leaders. I can't just leave. Not when Bree is still a threat to the underground." "She's a threat to you, Kat, your son," Theon emphasized, motioning to Maddox. "Staying here puts you all at risk. And others just risked their lives for us," Axel shot back. "Cade and Rael turned on her. The Shifters solidified their alliance by sheltering us here. Sienna has taken over the apothecary district and leads the witches. I cannot just abandon them after all that. I'm one of them." "He makes good points, Theon," Luca said. "From a strategy side, he needs to stay. He's built something here." "It's not safe," Theon argued. Axel scoffed. "It's never been safe anywhere." "Axel, we're staying here, Theon," he said, cutting him off. "I cannot leave the very people I've spent months convincing we care. Besides, I have a score to settle with Bree. I'm not saying it's forever, but I am saying I need to stay here for now. Starting a war with Bree and then leaving before it's finished is not an option." Maddox started fussing then, and Axel scooped him up from Luca's arms and took him back to Kat. The three of them were somehow already this synchronized unit. His entire life he'd been protecting Axel, and now he was a husband and a father, a leader of the underground. "If we're sticking to the plan, you have to let him do this," Luca said in a low voice as Tessa came closer. "We need him and the underground." "Yeah," Theon said quietly, watching his younger brother. Because he could still see the child, eyes wide with fear when Theon told him to go find his best earbuds. The brother he'd taken the blame for so many times to keep their father's wrath from him for as long as he could. the one who'd somehow kept his sense of humor throughout their sordid childhood. The one who'd somehow, despite that sordid childhood, become one of the most noble people he knew, while he had nearly become his father. "We should go speak with the shifters," Tessa said, shifting from one foot to the other. "Tessa, are you all right?" Luca asked, eyeing her. "Of course," she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. "You're acting uncomfortable." "We're in the underground," she said dryly. "Right. That's it," Luca said, conveying just how much he didn't believe that. "We should go speak with Killian and Giselle," she said again, clasping her hands in front of her. "Corbin is anxious." "He's not the only one anxious right now," Luca muttered. "Luca, drop it!" she snapped, her power flaring slightly. Theon's brows rose in surprise, and he glanced at Luca, a mutual understanding passing between them. They'd drop it for now, but they'd be bringing this up again later. She turned away from them, clearly done with the conversation, when she said, "Corbin, are you ready?" The male was standing near the bed, and he pulled at the back of his neck. "I mean, can you ever really be ready for something like this?" Lang was climbing off the bed. "It's going to be fine. If you're not comfortable, we say fuck 'em and leave." "Saying fuck 'em to the Alpha and Beta is not advisable," Theon said. "Killian and Giselle are formidable," Kat cut in. "But only because they are fiercely protective of their family, which you are a part of." "We'll be back after this," Theon called to them, Axel holding Maddox while Kat prepared to feed him. Closing the door behind them, they followed their escort back down the hall. Tessa had fallen back with Corbin and Lang, speaking softly with them, but everyone fell silent when they were led into the meeting room. The Alpha and Beta were in their usual seats. Killian was eyeing them with disapproval, while Giselle had a sharp smile on her full lips. "Thank you for giving them a place to stay," Theon said, stopping before them. "Of course," Giselle said, her light gray eyes skimming over their company, and pausing. Theon didn't need to know why. Corbin had taken a tonic to mask his scent for a time. They would have known right away who he was otherwise, but a shifter's instincts were still there. They knew there was something. "We hope it has provided an understanding of where our loyalties lie," Killian said, his brow pinched as he also honed in on Corbin. "Introduce us to your company." "You know Luca," Theon said. "But you have yet to meet our wife, Tessa Asra, the newly crowned Arius lady." "Our wife?" Giselle asked, sitting up straighter. "Both of you?" Theon nodded. "Correct." Her smile widened. "Congratulations on your unions, my lady." "Thank you," Tessa said tightly. The bands of light at her wrists were pulsing, and she was tense beside him. How refreshing to have a female on that seat rather than... Her eyes slid to Theon. "Well, you understand." Tessa huffed a small laugh, some of the tension lifting. "I do, Your Grace." Giselle arched a brow. "Your Grace? How thoughtful. But you can simply call me Giselle, and my mate, Killian." Tessa gave a small nod. "I understand you have a sister, Killian." The male straightened, his eyes narrowing. "I have a few." She glanced at Corbin, the male's hand holding tightly onto Lang's. "Kari," Tessa said. "She should be here for this." Killian and Giselle both lurched to their feet, Corbin stumbling backwards. "You found him?" Giselle asked, her steps quick as she approached, but Tessa stepped in front of her, blocking the path. "Please summon Kari," she said. "I will not," Killian said. "Not until we are sure. I will not get her hopes up and fail her once more. Why can't I send him?"
"Because we didn't want you to know until he was ready," Tessa answered, lifting her chin in challenge. "It is his choice to be here."
"He belongs here," Killian snarled. Tessa's lip curled up.
"You will find I am not one to pander to what others believe is someone's duty and purpose. Corbin will decide where he belongs."
"Corbin," Giselle said softly. She stepped forward again, and Corbin eyed her warily.
"That is your name?"
He nodded, gesturing to his right.
"This is Lang,
"Your maid?" Corbin didn't miss a beat when he said,
"Yes."
"What is your shifted form?" Killian demanded.
"Summon Kari," Tessa interjected. "I will not ask you again."
Her power was snaking out, tendrils creeping and winding, and the shifters stepped back.
"You protect him as if he is your own,"
Giselle observed.
"Because he is. Bring me his mother," she snapped. "Or I will find her myself."
She held Killian's stare for a long moment, before the Alpha dipped his head, motioning to someone nearby to do just that. As they waited, Giselle said,
"Thank you, my lady."
"For what?" Tessa gritted out, clearly annoyed.
"For protecting him as your own."
Tessa blinked, some of the irritation banking.
"Thank you for doing the same for Axel and Katya."
"While we wait," Theon cut in, "I fulfilled my end of this bargain." "We can't know that," Killian started, but he cut off when Theon twisted. Unbuttoning his shirt just enough, he showed them the back of his shoulder where their bargain mark had once been. Now, there was nothing. "My father's holdings," Theon asked, rebuttoning his shirt. "Tell me again where they are suspected to be." "On the border," Killian said tightly. "Between our territory and the Charter District." "You will take us there when we are ready," Theon replied. Killian nodded. "Of course." They all turned at the sound of the doors opening, watching a female enter. She was beautiful, with her brown skin and brown hair, olive eyes that matched her brother's, scanning over them all in confusion.
"Killian?"
she asked, coming to a stop beside him.
"I was told my presence was required?"
His smile was warm and genuine, something Theon had never seen from the male. He took his sister's hand, squeezing her fingers. "Today, I fulfill an oath to you," he said, and her eyes went wide. "A lost prince has been found." She turned towards them slowly, her eyes immediately finding Corbin, and he gave a weak smile, pulling on the back of his neck. "Meet Corbin, Kari," Killian said gently. "Your son." Tears were already streaming down her face as she clutched her hands to her chest, clearly wanting to reach for him, and unsure if she should.
"You look like your father,"
Kari whispered. Corbin swallowed thickly, glancing at Lang, who gave him a reassuring smile. Then he turned back to Kari as he said,
"I'd like to hear about him."
"When's the last time Tessa had her contraceptive shot?" Luca asked, entering the living room. Theon looked up from his laptop.
"What?"
"You heard me," Luca said, crossing his arms. "When was it?" Theon sat back on the sofa, sorting through things in his mind. It couldn't have been her assessment last fall, right? Because that was. He reached up and slowly closed his laptop, setting it aside. They'd come back to Arya's house after making sure none of his father's staff remained. With his father hiding in the underground, they were safe to come back here, although they'd come back to Theon's suite. None of them were ready to brave the private wing his father had resided in for decades. She can't be, right? Theon said. I sure as fuck haven't been doing anything to prevent it, Luca said, dragging a hand down his face. Things have been so fucked lately. They used to. Both of them used to take their own precautions, simply because of who they were. Neither of them wanted a random fuck to end with a child, not to mention females like Felicity, who would have gladly used that against him. But ever since it had only been Tessa, he hadn't even thought of it. Do you think it's why she was so weird with Maddox? Theon asked. Luca shrugged. It would make sense, but we would scent that, right? Kat hid her pregnancy for months. They stared at each other, and then they stared at her when she came into the room with her empty mug. She'd been sitting outside on the balcony, soaking in the fresh air. The last he'd looked, Roan had been curled at her feet. She paused at their attention, her eyes narrowing. What? You didn't hold Maddox today, Theon blurted. Her eyes went wide before she turned away from them and continued to the kitchen. And why? The sink turned on, and she rinsed her cup. Are you pregnant, Tessa? Luca asked bluntly. The mug hit the sink, the sound of it breaking carrying to them. Turning the sink off, she turned to face them. Why would you think that? Because you were obviously uncomfortable today, Luca said flatly. So you assume I am pregnant? When was your last contraceptive shot? Theon asked. Irritation crossed her face as she folded her arms and pressed her lips together. Rodan made sure I had one when Luca started staying in Faven, she said tightly. And I was grateful for that, but I also asked Tristan to get me one a few weeks ago. When was yours? We haven't been, Theon started, trying to explain just how colossally they'd fucked this up. It should never have been all on her to make sure they were preventing this possibility. I know, she drawled, her gaze bouncing between them. Were you hoping my answer was going to be yes? Neither of us are ready for a child, Luca said carefully, clearly sensing just how much they'd pissed her off with this. But with the way you acted today, we thought it might have been possible. There's been a lot of fucking lately, baby girl. You're both idiots, she deadpanned, before turning to rummage in the pantry for something to eat. But then why were you so uncomfortable today? Theon pushed. She sighed, placing a bag of popcorn in the microwave. You were both very excited about the babe, she said. I was just giving you the room to enjoy it. You weren't excited? Of course I'm glad he made it here safe and sound. I'm happy for them, she replied tightly. But? Luca asked. You both seemed enamored with him, she said carefully. I don't understand. He's our nephew. Of course we are, Theon said. If I had been pregnant, would you have been excited? His brows shot up. It would have been unexpected, but we wouldn't have been upset. Luca just said neither of you are ready for a child, she countered. We aren't, but that doesn't mean... Theon stood, shoving a hand through his hair. This conversation is confusing. When neither of you were doing anything to prevent a pregnancy, a part of me thought maybe you wanted that, she said. And seeing you with the babe? Tessa, children are a discussion the three of us will have when we're ready. We would never try to trick you into that, Luca said, sounding at a loss. Surely you know that. And what if I'm never ready? They all fell silent, staring at one another. This isn't something that needs to be discussed or decided right now, Theon finally said. We're all immortal and have scarcely lived. The microwave beeped, and Tessa turned away to retrieve her snack. Grabbing the bowl and a bottle of water from the fridge, she headed for the bedroom once more, not saying another word. Theon and Luca stared after her, and Luca was rubbing at his jaw when he asked, "Did you ever discuss children with her, Theon?" "No," he answered, because it hadn't even crossed his mind. Sure, his father had pushed for it with Felicity, but even then, it had been more of an abstract idea. The idea of a family was so far down the line, he'd never given it much thought. Something he knew would eventually be required of him. There was too much other shit going on right now. "You?" he asked Luca. Luca shook his head. But I think our wife has thought about it quite a bit." 42. Luca.
Again!
Eliza ordered, stepping back so Tessa could get to her feet.
When are you going home again?
Tessa grumbled, pushing off the ground from where Eliza had knocked her on her ass. Again.
Stop whining and focus on your footwork. You're putting too much weight on your front foot. Your magic can't do everything.
The female retorted, getting into a defensive stance.
Go again.
Luca had been sparring with Roehrich on the other side of the training room, but they'd stopped long ago to observe the females. He still couldn't get over not only how well-trained Eliza was, but also her training style. "How long has she been the fire general?" Luca asked. "Longer than you've been breathing," Roehrich replied. Luca sent him a frank look. "Obviously, she's centuries old. I'm a few decades. She was the general long before I met her. And the two of you have been together for..." Roehric's eyes flicked to him before going back to the females. "Why does that matter?" He shrugged. "Just wondering. Tessa has been acting strange since we went to see Axel's son." "And that has what to do with me and Eliza?" This broody asshole. "Nothing," Luca muttered, turning to grab his shirt and water bottle. "It was just conversation, Roehrich." He left the training room through the back door that led into the gardens. More than a little restless, he needed to get out, stretch his wings. They'd been back to see Axel, Kat, and Maddox every day since that first time last week. Or he and Theon had. Tessa had only been back once, and once again, she'd hung back. Chatting with Axel and Kat, but avoiding the babe. Tossing his things to a bench, he summoned his wings. But just before he launched into the sky, the doors opened again, and Roehrich came out. "Need something?" Luca asked in annoyance. "No," Roehrich said gruffly. "Then..." Luca waited, trying to figure out what was happening here. "I take it Tessa never told you about her conversation with Eliza regarding children," Roehrich finally said. Tessa had spoken to Eliza about this? "When?" Luca demanded. "A few months ago, when you two were not what you are now." "What did she say?" Roehrich side-eyed him. "I'm not going to gossip with you." "Then why bring it up?" "Because I don't want you to ask Eliza about it," Roehrich retorted, summoning his wings now, still shirtless from their sparring. "But Tessa asked about the mark over her heart, and it's a curse mark from the male she once believed to be her father. It prevents her from having children." Luca stared at him for a long moment. "How long ago?" "When she was younger than you," Roehrich answered. "And it's part of the reason I was keen to go to another realm." Luca's brow furrowed. "I don't know a lot about curse marks, but isn't the one who bestowed it the only one who can remove it?" "Yes, but Eliza burned him from the inside out, so we need a different option." "But there isn't one," Luca said slowly. "There are worlds older than this one, and new realms being born every day," Roehrich said. "Somewhere out there is a workaround, and I will find it." "You want children that badly?" "No," Roehrich scoffed. "I mean, possibly. We've discussed it, but that's not the point. The point is the choice shouldn't be made for her. If she doesn't want children, fine. That's her choice, not because some bastard made it for her. Luca nodded. And have you found anything? I've found some possible leads. Tristan is looking into some things for me, he answered. Tristan? Blackheart? Do you know another Tristan? No, but just surprised, I guess. Luca muttered. You know he's how we got here, right? Yes, Scarlet helped us pass through the mirror gates, but Tristan saw Scarlet in the mirrors a few years ago. Around the same time Theon did. That had Luca straightening. He did what now? Roehrich scoffed. Anyway, that wasn't the only reason I came out here. While searching for a way to remove the curse mark, I may have come upon something else to pass along to your father. Our father, Luca corrected. Roehrich glared at him. Do you want this information or not? When Luca only stared at him, waiting for him to go on, he said, I found a way to remove the collar around his neck. Luca lurched back in surprise. You've been researching how to remove it? That's not what I said, Roehrich grumbled. You figured it out? You know how? Luca demanded. I can't do it, but yeah, I know how, he replied. There was a burst of black flames before a piece of paper appeared in his hand. Extending it to Luca, he said, You'll need Tessa for her chaos. Luca grabbed the paper and skimmed the words. If this was true, Tessa could break the collar. It was designed to restrain descendants of Arius and Sargon, the same material Dex had used to stab him by Lake Moonmist. He glanced up at Roehrich. You figured this out when Tessa healed me, didn't you? It gave me the idea. I just looked into it more, he said flatly. Anyway, you can let him know. Or you can, Luca said, extending the paper back to him. But Roehrich didn't take it. Instead, he leapt into the sky, done with the conversation. Abandoning his own plans to go flying, Luca turned and went back through the training room. Eliza and Tessa were nowhere to be seen, apparently done with their training. He climbed stairs to the main floor, checking rooms as he went. Arya's house was still massive, even if they were only using one wing and the main part of the house right now. He finally found Zan in the library, and he shouldn't have been surprised. Theon was still researching everything he could about transferring power, needing to do something while they sat around and waited for Dagian to come through on getting that ring back. Theon and Zan both looked up, Theon reaching for his mug of coffee, while he asked, How'd training go? Fine, Luca said quickly, attention fixed on Zan. There's something I need to show you. What is it? Zan asked, getting to his feet and crossing the room, taking the paper Luca extended to him. Zan's eyes went wide as he read the words scrawled on the page. You figured out how to remove it. Not me, Luca answered, shaking his head. Roehrich. Zan's head snapped up, followed by a grimace as it jostled the stone at his throat. Roehrich, Luca nodded. Where is he? Went flying, Luca answered. But he said we'll need Tessa for this. Zan nodded again, reading the notes on the paper once more. I can find her. Ask her to help now, if you're ready. Luca ventured, glancing at Theon, who had stood and come closer. Theon nodded, already striding for the door. I've been ready for 25 years, Zan said, still staring at the paper. A half-hour later, they were gathered in the gardens. Roehrich was still off somewhere, despite Eliza speaking to him down their bond.
He won't come, she said simply, curling her hands around the ends of her sleeves.
Then I will go to him, Zan replied. He turned to where Tessa was standing next to Theon, worrying her bottom lip as she read over the paper.
Are you sure about this? She asked. What if something goes wrong?
You can do this, Tessa, Theon said. Luca and I are here if you go too deep.
That's not really the part I'm worried about, she murmured. It's more so the channeling that power at his throat.
If you're not comfortable, you do not have to, Zan said gently, but Luca could see the dread in his father's eyes at the idea of having to wear that collar even a day longer. She glanced at Luca, concern on her features.
I can't do this, she whispered down the bond. What if I hurt him? I already stole time with him from you. What if I take him from you completely?
We'll be right here beside you, Luca replied. Like Theon said, we know how to help you now.
Just, if I can't do it, please don't look at me differently.
Nothing will change the way I look at you, baby girl. But he felt the hesitation down the bond, and he couldn't really blame her, since he had looked at her differently when he discovered the truth of his father. She didn't argue further, though, squaring her shoulders and pulling one of her daggers from a swirl of chaos. She closed the distance between her and Zan, his father dropping to a knee so she could reach easier. Thank you for this, Tessa, he said quietly as she pierced her finger.
Don't thank me yet, she muttered. Wait until we're sure I haven't killed you. He smiled in encouragement, but she was focused on her task now. Placing her finger on the collar, she circled him, dragging her blood all the way around it. When she closed the circle, it flared faintly.
Good, Tessa,
Theon said from where he'd come up behind her. She stepped back. That was the easy part. Theon placed his hand on the small of her back.
We're right here. You can do this. Luca readied his own power, letting it linger just beneath his skin.
He didn't want to call it forth completely and distract her magic, but he wanted it ready, just in case. Bringing a hand up, she let her magic pool, and Luca gritted his teeth. Even without trying, her power called to his. She knew the others were feeling it too. Eliza's lips were pressed into a thin line, and Zan had leaned closer, as if her mere presence could set his power free. He felt her letting herself slip a little deeper into her magic, her eyes glowing violet, and her aura shimmering with that golden mist. But it was dark embers of onyx that floated among her hair. With a shuddering breath, she used her other hand and swiped her fingers through the storm in her palm. As if pulling a thread, a thin strand of chaos unraveled, and she sent it to the collar. That thread settled along her circle of blood, flaring brighter still. But that wasn't enough. Akaz had been thorough when he'd created this cursed stone, and it required more than blood and chaos to break it. It required light from beginnings. Her brow furrowed in concentration. Lightning flickered in her eyes as she slowly pulled the light from the chaos on the collar. It splintered, tiny fissures of lightning appearing slowly. This was the part she'd been worried about, all the chaos and power so close to Zan's throat. One wrong move or thought, and they had no idea what would happen. His father was scarcely breathing, and Luca found himself holding his breath as they waited. A frustrated growl came from Tessa, and she shifted her feet, pitching closer. Theon followed, maintaining contact with her to keep her grounded. The light on the stone flared brighter, a crackling sound filling the air. Then she pressed her fingertips to the collar, more chaos seeping out. She sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes snapping to Zan's. "I feel your power," she lilted. "It is angry."
"That it is, Tessa," Zan answered. 25 years is a long time.
Her head tipped to the side. "How did you not go mad?"
"Maybe I did." A terrifying grin filled her face.
"Is that why we get along so well? Two souls lost to madness?"
"We have to be a little mad to dream, Tessalin," he said, his throat bobbing with a swallow. She hummed in thought, clearly slipping deeper into her magic.
And have you dreamed of flying?"
Every fucking day, Zan gritted out, and it was then Luca realized his father was trembling. With restraint or need, he didn't know. But he was also realizing that the calm demeanor he'd come to know of the male wasn't fully him. It was only a part of him he'd been forced to embrace because the rest had been trapped by that collar. Tessa pulled her hand back, a thread of pure gold between her fingers. With a final flash of a smile, she tugged on that magic, and the collar shattered, pieces of it dropping to the ground. In the next blink, his father had shifted, a roar of fury ringing around them. Theon had thrown himself over Tessa, dragging her back as the massive dragon whipped his head around, glowing sapphire eyes taking them all in. He was the same dark midnight blue as Luca, but his wings, along with the ridges on his back, were the inky black of Theon's darkness. Then he leaped into the sky, the draft from his wings stirring the air around them. Several mighty flaps of those wings, and he was high enough in the air to release a stream of dragon fire into the clear sky. 25 years' worth of trapped power finally free. A hand brushed his arm, and he looked away from his father to find Tessa looking up at him in curiosity. Her eyes were still glowing, and she was still a little lost to her power when she asked,
"Are you going to fly with him?"
"What?" Luca asked.
"Go fly with him," she said again.
"Go, Luca," Theon added with a grin. With a grin of his own, he shifted, and was in the sky with his next breath. The air was cool against his heated skin, and he let out a roar when his father flew higher, twisting and turning as he chased the thrill of flying. Luca couldn't imagine not being able to do this for 25 years. He got in a mood if he went 2 days without flying, let alone 25 fucking years. Luca banked in midair and then stalled, hovering in place as he spotted the male perched on the roof of Arya's house. He still only had his wings, but he was watching them both, his features expressionless. His wings flared, and Luca waited, willing him to join them. He was the reason this was even happening after all. Rozik's head tilted, and Luca knew Eliza was speaking to him down the bond. But Rozik shook his head, and Luca wondered if he'd ever get to a place where he could admit he wanted a relationship with Zan. Maybe someday. But he wouldn't let his brother keep him from enjoying this moment. For 25 years, he'd thought he was the last of his kind, and now he was in the sky with his father, while his brother watched on. He looked down, finding those on the ground watching them. He could make out Tessa's smile where she was tucked into Theon's side. Without her, he wouldn't have any of this. It all went back to her. The female he'd told Theon not to select. The one he'd swore wasn't the one for this. Too wild, too impulsive. The perfect one for chaos.
43. Eviana. There was a burning sensation beneath her skin that she couldn't shake, a constant ache that pulsed with each beat of her heart and with every drop of magic that drained away with the bands. More than that, she was exhausted. Between Voltaire's demands of her and sneaking off to Karis's prison room every chance she could, she knew she was making it worse. Knew she was only helping Voltaire's cause of weakening her to the point of restoring their bond. If it got to that point, she was fucked.
"Sit, Eve,"
he said, pointing to the chair at his right. She sank into it with as much grace as she could muster. "Thank you," she murmured, knowing if she didn't, she would be reprimanded and possibly made to stand once more. Voltaire reached for a small plate in front of him, laden with mixed fruit, scrambled eggs, and a chocolate chip muffin. Sliding it across the table, he placed it in front of her before returning to the reports he was looking over. Eviana froze. unsure of what was happening here. He'd given her things like this in the past, but that was before the betrayal and the running and the blocking of the bond. Since they'd been reunited, it had only been bland foods, oatmeal, plain rice, unseasoned vegetables.
"Eat, Eviana,"
he ordered, his shadows snaking out and nudging her silverware closer to her. Tentatively, she picked up the fork, scooping up a bite of scrambled eggs. This was a trap. Food restored her reserves, kept them from depleting. It was a trap, but by the gods, she was hungry. Forcing herself to go slow, she took measured bites, despite wanting to shovel everything into her mouth. She hadn't had a proper meal since before they'd left Raven Harbor for the Serafina estate. She saved the muffin for last, though, a treat she rarely got, even when Voltaire had thought she was under his thumb. She nearly moaned at the first bite, the sweetness of the chocolate dancing across her tongue. Try as she might, there was nothing slow and measured about the way she ate that muffin. Voltaire didn't say a word, didn't even look up at her. One would think it a blessing to have his attention diverted elsewhere, but one would have to be favored by the gods to receive blessings. She was most certainly not favored by the gods, or the fates, or anything else for that matter. The doors to the dining room opened, and Priya came skipping in. She was in a lavender dress with flowers along the hem, and her hair was braided in 2 plaits that hung over her shoulders. "Good morning, Voltaire," she sang, climbing onto the chair to his left. Voltaire immediately put the reports aside, giving the child his full attention.
"Good morning, my sweet Priya,"
he greeted with a smile.
"How has your morning been so far?"
"Great," she answered, shifting to the side so the nursemaid could place a breakfast plate before her. The girl frowned as she studied her plate of toast, eggs, fruit, and sausage.
"Is something wrong, my sweet?"
Voltaire asked, a plate being placed before him as well. Eviana hid her confusion. Had she been served before him? He had waited to eat with Priya? "I just thought—" She looked up at him, her turquoise eyes somewhere between disappointed and upset.
"You thought what?"
Voltaire pushed with faux concern.
"You said I could have those muffins in the kitchen for breakfast."
Eviana glanced at her plate, where nothing but crumbs remained.
"Ah,"
Voltaire said, sounding as disappointed as she did.
"I know I promised you that, but unfortunately the muffins are gone."
"Gone?"
He nodded gravely.
"I told her not to eat it, that I'd promised it to you, but she ate it anyway."
Eviana's stomach sank as she realized exactly what the trap was.
"Who?"
Priya asked, and she wasn't on the verge of tears like one would expect. She sounded angry. Voltaire didn't answer, but he did glance at Eviana pointedly. Then he reached over, patting Priya's hand.
"I'm sorry she made me break my promise. I will think of a way to make it up to you."
Priya glared across the table at Eviana, her eyes hard chips of ice. That hatred Voltaire had promised was already building, and he was adding layer upon layer to it.
"Why is she at the table?"
Priya asked, her tiny hands in fists on either side of her plate. Voltaire clicked his tongue.
"You know she is my source, Priya."
"But she hasn't been eating with us this whole time."
"I know, my sweet,"
he said with more fake sympathy.
"But she is still mine to care for."
Her gaze snapped to his, and now there were thin pools of tears there.
"But I'm yours too, right?"
"Of course you are,"
he answered, reaching over and cupping her chin.
"But in a different way."
Eviana watched as she shoved down her tears, her mouth pressing into a thin line of determination.
"Everything that goes wrong in her life, every hurt and treachery, I will make sure she can trace it back to you." Let's eat our breakfast, Voltaire said, sitting back and picking up his fork once more. Then later you can show me how your plants are doing. I'm sure Eviana could help some too.
I don't want her help,
Priya bit out, stabbing at a strawberry a little too harshly. Voltaire sighed.
I know, but you must learn to get along with her. She will always be with me.
For the rest of the meal, Eviana sat as her daughter cast glares at her across the table, in between her conversation with Voltaire. When she spoke to him, those glares morphed into smiles, and she held on to every word he said, soaking them in. And when breakfast was done, he sent her on her way with the nursemaid for her studies, promising to meet her when she was done to look at her plants. The dining room doors shut with an ominous thud, and Eviana sat frozen, her hands in her lap and eyes on the plate of muffin crumbs. She heard his chair scrape, heard him get to his feet and stop beside her chair. Then he cupped her face, tilting it up to his. Hazel eyes studied her, full of triumph and cruelty.
We have visitors coming and new alliances to build. Your services will be required,
he said sharply, still holding her face. Yes, my lord, she whispered, his hold tightening at the soft answer.
Who did this, my flower?
He asked, leaning in so his words fanned across her lips.
Whose fault is this?
Mine, she answered.
And who must pay for their betrayal?
Me. He stepped back, reaching for his belt, and she already knew what was next as she slid to her knees. She had to pay for her betrayal, but not Priya, not that little girl. This would never be her life, on her knees for a male who had groomed her to adore him, being passed around to secure deals and punished for not being grateful for the life she'd been forced into. His grip tightened in her hair as he thrust down her throat, and she winced, knowing he liked it when she hurt. This would not be the life for Priya. She could hate her for it, but she would make sure she was never Voltaire's. This is stupid. That was all she could think as she stood outside the wall in a sheer nightgown with a photograph she'd managed to find. It was Theon's commencement photo with Luca and Axel. His formal commencement portrait was too harsh. His features and expression were a mirror of Voltaire, but this one was different. A spark of defiance lingered, and his smile was genuine. A few years before he went through his staying, he looked a little younger. She'd brought Karis extra food and clothing, a new book to read, little things she could steal and hide until she could bring them here. Nothing like the weapons Tessa had smuggled into her, but the effort had to count for something, right? With a surge of determination, she drew blood, smearing it across the secret panel. Desperate and all that, she supposed. Karis was seated at the small table, eating her dinner and reading the book Eviana had brought her last time. Progress. Karis, Eviana greeted flatly, the same way she greeted her every time she came here. The female slowly closed her book, leaning back in her chair. This was an interesting choice, she said, setting the book aside. Did you find anything of interest in it? Eviana asked, staying by the entrance. Karis's smile was sharp and sarcastic. I know my own history, she replied. I didn't need a book to remind me what my life was supposed to look like. It was the only one I could find. Somehow I doubt that, Karis said. I always knew you were clever, Eviana. Many times while we watched the children play, I told Penn that there was more to you than met the eye. There is nothing more to me than what I am. And what are you? Nothing. It was the answer that came to her immediately, but she didn't speak it, instead curling her fingers around the photograph. Karis studied her, and Eviana did the same in return. It was hard not to see the resemblance, The emerald eyes and high cheekbones, the stubbornness and intelligence, and if those cuffs on her biceps were removed, she'd have the same darkness at her beck and call. "You were there when Penn died?" Karis asked. "What?" Eviana asked at the sudden question. "You heard me." This was the most Karis had deigned to speak to her over the few visits, but it had taken her a while to warm up to Tessa, too, so this had to mean she was getting somewhere. Eviana lifted her chin. "He made me do it." "He never does his own dirty work," she scoffed. She wasn't wrong about that. "And they saw it, like they did with me," Karis pushed. Eviana nodded. "Voltaire left the body for them." "Of course he did. She was truly dead. If he'd left mine, they would have known," she said simply. "It changed them more," Eviana tried. "Made them more determined to overthrow him." "It will never work. The whole of Devrim would need to fall for anything to change," Karis said, reaching for her book and turning back to her paltry dinner. A dismissal, if Eviana had ever seen one. "They aren't alone," Eviana blurted. Theon has fallen for someone, chosen her against Voltaire's wishes, and she is changing things. It has caused division among the kingdoms." "Nothing will change in Devrim unless the gods come and destroy it all to start anew," Karis said again. "Good night, Eviana." "Not the gods, but what of chaos?" Karis stilled, slowly setting down the soup spoon she'd picked up. Moving the book aside once more, she turned back to Eviana. "You speak of the Revelation Decree." "I do," Eviana answered, not sure how this was going to convince Karis to help her. She just needed to find a bargaining chip, something to entice her. "That is not really a decree," Karis went on. "Theon figured that out early on. He was only in his adolescent years when he started digging into it. Initially, Voltaire was happy, but Theon became preoccupied with it," Eviana said, and as she spoke, Karis leaned forward imperceptibly, almost as if she was hanging on to every word. "Penn was from the Faline estate," Karis said softly. "I know." She would have encouraged his love of academics. "She did," Eviana confirmed. "Something Voltaire was often irritated with her for when it interfered with what he wanted Theon focused on. Theon can be obsessive." "And all of this relates to chaos. How?" "That obsession carries over to his personal relationships," Eviana said. "The female he has fallen for was to be his source, but she is not Fae. Hidden in the realm, she is the granddaughter of Arius and Akaz, both." Karis's brow furrowed. "Beginnings and endings cannot be in one." "But they are, and more. I do not understand it all, as it is not my place, but her magic is chaos itself," Eviana continued. "She is the most powerful being in Devrim, and she will bring the realm to its knees. She has already destroyed the Pantheon, and I am told Theon is now at her side once more." "And you? Where are you in all this?" Karis asked, crossing one leg over the other and resting her chin in her hand. "What do you mean?" Her smile was sharp. "I watched you with him for years, Eviana. Endured torture at your hand while cut off from my power. For decades I have not been able to touch it." Her emerald gaze darted to her wrists. "But you understand that some, I suppose." "It's been days for me, not decades," Eviana deadpanned. Her smile didn't falter. "But it is still driving you mad." "How are you not?" "Penn helped me learn to endure it long ago," she answered, her smile turning dark and cold. I had to endure many things, thanks to you and Voltaire. Forced to conceive a child against my will. Watch another claim my child as her own. Care for my son and be unable to tell him who I was. Eviana trailed off, understanding the pain of what she was describing. Just trying to survive, Karis supplied. Eviana nodded, holding her stare. But more and more I find myself wondering why I bothered. Why did you? Silence hung in the air as she debated what to say. For 7 years she'd kept this secret. No one knew about Priya, and it was part of keeping her safe. And yes, Priya was why she was here, trying to gain Karis's trust to begin with. But she suddenly felt like she was telling her secrets to everyone. Tessa knew. She could assume she'd told Theon and Luca, Corbin, Lang. The more people who knew, the more she would be used against her. Karis wasn't the only one who had a rightful grudge against her. Finally, Eviana said, if I was gone, he would just do the same to someone else. Karis's head tilted, her raven locks slipping over her shoulder. Why do you care? Why did she care? If she'd be gone, she wouldn't have had to worry about anything. She'd be in the after with no cares. Priya wouldn't exist to worry about, spared from this poisonous cycle. I don't know why I cared back then, she answered honestly. But now, it's because of an innocent girl he lords over me the same way he did to you with Theon. Karis sat up straight at the words, her eyes wide. Eviana crossed the room, placing the photo on the table. I didn't get to care for her. She didn't even know I existed until a few weeks ago, and she still doesn't know who I am to her, Eviana said. I don't know her favorite foods, or what scares her at night. I didn't get to see her first steps, or watch her wonder the first time she felt a flower call to her. I know it's not the same, but she is why I care now. Because even though I didn't get those things, I will sacrifice whatever I must for her, just as you did for them. She stepped back as Karis reached for the photo, her hand trembling. Eviana didn't know if Voltaire told her anything about Theon. He wouldn't have cared to tell her of Luca or Axel, despite her being their caretaker as well. Judging by her reaction, though, she hadn't seen them since the day Voltaire tortured her in front of them. The bargain isn't for me, Eviana said. It's for her, even if I never see her again in the end. I don't know what you think I can do, Karis said quietly, still fixated on the photo. I just need to get her out of here, she answered. If I can get you out, will you take her with you? Get her to Theon. There are 2 males who will be with him. They will take her from there. Her eyes filled with pity. Even if you could do that, what about you, Eviana? Doesn't matter. She gestured around the room. Did it matter to you that this became your reality as long as they were safe? Come to me with a plan, and we'll talk, Karis said, holding the photo with 2 hands now. It wasn't a yes, but it was something. Eviana turned to leave, but just before she stepped through the hidden panel, Karis called out, Thank you, Eviana. She didn't stop or look back. There was nothing to thank her for. It was the least she could do after being part of the reason she was there in the first place. Now, to finalize her plan and hope that Corbin and Lang would be on board.
44. Axel. Perfect. That was all he could think as he leaned against the door jamb, watching Kat softly talk to Maddox while she rocked him. Her hair was down, framing her face, and her finger gently stroked his cheek. Everything about that tiny babe was perfection. And now, nearly 2 weeks later, they'd discovered his perfect cry when he lets them know he needs something, and his perfect soft sighs as he drifts to sleep. It was unfair for something to be so goddamn perfect in this fucked up realm. And more than once he'd tried to figure out how his father had looked at him or Theon when they were that small and new, and still only saw them as a means to an end. Kat looked up when he softly cleared his throat, and the pure joy from seconds ago faded into disapproval. Her eyes narrowed, and her lips pursed as she looked him up and down once, taking in the black pants and fitted black long-sleeve shirt. The boots and weapons. Everything he wore when he was out scouting with Cade and Rael as they made their plans for Bree. Maddox squirmed as if he could sense the sudden tension, a soft cry coming from him as Kat stood from the chair. Crossing the room with purpose, she held him out, forcing Axel to take their son.
"You may as well hold him. It might be one of the last times,"
she said sharply. He sighed as he cuddled the babe close, Maddox instantly settling down. "Kat, we've talked about this."
"No,"
she hissed in a low tone so as not to wake Maddox.
"You've talked about this, planned this entire thing without me."
"That's not true," he argued, keeping his voice just as low.
"You know what we know. You've been part of the plans, and you know this needs to happen. She won't stop." "I know that!"
she snapped in a whisper, angrily beginning to fold blankets.
"But I deserve this vengeance too, Axel. I'm the one she kidnapped, forced into labor from the stress. I'm the one who labored for hours and hours without you because of her. It wasn't just your son she tried to steal."
Hot and angry tears were filling her eyes, and Axel's chest twisted at the sight. He reached out a hand, halting her aggressive folding and tidying.
"Kitten, I'm not keeping you from the vengeance because you don't deserve it. If something goes wrong, Maddox can't be left alone. Something is less likely to go wrong if I am with you," she argued. "I'm the one with the magic now. Even without his shadows, my fire is still something."
He winced at the words. Even knowing they weren't meant to be cruel, it still hit that way. He swallowed thickly before he said, "I know that. Which is why if something happens, and he can only have one of us, it needs to be you." Katya went still, her eyes going wide at the words. They'd argued about this several times since Maddox's birth, but he'd never said those words, never put it out there so plainly. But it was the truth. Bree needed to be dealt with to keep Maddox safe. Then his father. And Axel didn't have his power. Sure, he was a lethal predator, but so were Faye and Legacy. He was the disadvantage here, and Maddox deserved every advantage. If only one could stay with him, it needed to be Kat.
"Axel,"
she started, clearly choosing her words carefully.
"Maddox needs both of us."
A small, sad smile curled on his lips as he looked down at the sleeping babe in his arms. His tiny fingers curled around the edge of the green blanket, his lips twitching in sleep.
"I know, kitten," he said thickly. "But that's not always how life works, and he deserves to not be hunted. I plan on being with you for decades, but I'm not naive. If it keeps you both safe. Because love to you is defined as safety, and you know loving someone as protecting them,"
Kat said, moving closer until she stood in front of him. When he didn't answer, she reached up with one hand, cupping his cheek.
"That's noble love, Axel, and while I understand it, I'm also telling you that is not how I need to be loved right now. And I'm telling you, if something happens to me, I don't give a fuck. But if something happens to you, If something happens to you, I give a fuck, Axel, she interrupted. Are you dismissing everything I went through to find you? Of course not. Because if something happens to you, Maddox may still have me, but he won't have all of me. You'll take a part of me with you to the after. Axel curled his palm around the back of her head, hauling her mouth to his while being mindful of the sleeping bundle between them. His tongue skated along hers, her lips soft against his. You'll pluck the stars from the sky for me, she murmured against his lips. But I'll burn them to ashes for you, just so we can build something new for him. They both looked down at their sleeping son, as emotion clogged his throat. Who do we trust to stay with him while we do this? He asked thickly. Corbin and Lang, she answered instantly. Even if we don't completely trust the shifters, we can trust they won't do anything to Corbin after finally having him back. That was fair. Those two had opted to stay here for the time being, and Axel couldn't blame them. Tessa, Theon, and Luca were still figuring out their new relationship. Not to mention Luca's family was broody as fuck. At least here they had Kat, another Fae, and Corbin was slowly getting to know this side of his bloodline. More than that, they were searching for Eviana, which was a whole other matter, learning his father's source had a child. One thing at a time, or he was going to go mad. Okay, but, he started, and her eyes narrowed. Kat, you gave birth 2 weeks ago. It was long and exhausting, not to mention traumatizing, he continued in a rush. Are you sure? We do this, Axel. We do this, and then we rest, she interrupted. I don't like this. A coy smile tilted on her lips. But, he sighed. You finally figured out I can never deny you anything. I love you, she whispered, pushing onto her toes. Yeah, he muttered. We don't have set plans yet. Remember that. She pressed her lips to his jaw before she left the room to shower. He looked down at the sleeping babe, his gut churning with unease. I promise she'll come back, Mads, he said softly. You'll never be alone. We know where she is, Rael announced, striding into the study they were using for their plans. Axel set down the book he was looking through, with Maddox asleep on his shoulder. Really? That's great. I know, she said, dramatically dropping into a chair. But we need to make our move tonight. Which means you better have come up with a way to contain her, Cade added, crossing his arms over his broad chest where he stood beside Rael. And if we haven't? Axel asked, because that was, in fact, the case. Then I don't know when we'll get another chance, Cade said simply. Could be days, could be years. Years is not acceptable, Axel said darkly. And you're certain we cannot kill her? She is older than anyone I know, than anyone here, Cade said. That doesn't mean she can't be killed, Axel argued. But what if she's not from here? Kat said, sitting up a little straighter. Axel frowned, rubbing his palm along Maddox's back as he stirred. You think she came through a mirror gate at some point? That was plausible, he supposed, but it still didn't explain why she couldn't be killed. Maybe, but I don't think that's the case, Kat said, pacing the same way Theon did when he was putting pieces of something together. I don't know exactly how, but... She paused, turning to face him. I think we're going to need Tessa to imprison her. Maybe there is a way to kill her, but if we can imprison her until we figure it out, then we do that tonight. Tonight, Axel repeated. She gestured to Cade. They just said it might be our only chance for a while. We're nowhere near ready, Axel argued. Something has her on edge, Rael cut in. It's the only reason she's come out of hiding. She's at the House of Four, but she won't stay there long, Axel.
If Tessa comes, Luca has to come because of that life mark. And if Luca comes, then Theon is going to come. That is too many people to do this quietly, Axel said.
So Theon and Luca stay here with Maddox while the rest of us go, Kat said, as if it would be that simple.
Right, Axel deadpanned. You convince them of that, and we'll go tonight, kitten.
Great,
she answered, lifting a palm before flames carried a fire message to Arya's house. There was no way in all the pits of torment she was going to convince Theon and Luca to let Tessa do this alone with them. The three of them were escorted into the room several minutes later, and Theon was immediately taking Maddox from Axel. Tessa watched him, her lips thinning, before she focused her attention on Kat.
You said you needed me,
she asked, drifting closer and perusing the books scattered about.
I think we're going to need your magic to imprison Bree,
Kat replied.
Of course,
she answered, flipping through pages.
Just let me know when. Tonight.
She looked up, her brow arching.
Tonight,
Kat nodded.
Rael and Kate have found her, but it might be our only chance for a while.
She paused, glancing at Axel. He smirked in response, gesturing for her to continue.
And it needs to be just you. Theon and Luca need to stay behind.
Not happening, Theon said immediately, while Luca said, fuck no.
It's too many people for us to be covert,
Kat argued.
We understand Luca and Tessa can't be too far apart. We're just going across the underground. We've done this before. You two can stay with Maddox.
No, Theon said simply, while Luca just crossed his arms.
Theon, you can't be serious. We need Rael and Kate to guide us through the House of Four. With Tessa, that's 5 people trying not to be seen. Adding 2 more is simply unjustifiable.
And if she gets lost to her power and you cannot call her back, what then? Theon countered in a harsh whisper. And Axel swallowed his huff of laughter at how ridiculous this was. An argument with quiet voices to avoid waking the sleeping babe.
I think I'll be fine,
Tessa said simply, her magic now drifting across the books and papers. Forgive me for not being okay with you thinking you'll be fine, Theon said flatly. She shrugged, her head tilting.
I am keen to meet this Bree.
You shouldn't be, Axel muttered.
I could just take care of her,
Tessa added. Everyone seems pretty convinced that can't be done for some reason.
We don't think she's from here,
Kat added.
Rael and Cade said she's the oldest being they know of in all of Devram.
That's silly. Sienna and Tristan have to be older, Tessa murmured, her power still swirling. Axel blinked at her statement, then turned to Kat. Is there a reason we haven't asked them? She looked just as alarmed.
I suppose we've been a little preoccupied,
she answered slowly. Saying nothing else, Tessa lifted a hand, a swirl of chaos appearing while her magic continued. Whatever it was doing. What do you think she is? Theon asked, attention back on Kat.
I don't know,
she admitted, pacing again.
She said some things at that dinner, but it doesn't seem to fit.
What kinds of things?
About the Fates watching all the power players. She's also the one who told us we can't kill her, that we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Kat answered.
The fucking Fates,
Tessa muttered, making her way around the table.
I'd kill them all if I could.
Tessa, what in the name of Sargon are you doing? Luca finally asked. She glanced up at her name, blinking as though she'd been lost to something.
Nothing.
When he gave her a frank look, she sighed.
Sometimes my power finds things for me.
That makes no sense. Are you saying your magic is reading all of that? Theon asked, coming closer. She looked up at him, her eyes moving from Maddox and back to the papers.
Sort of. I'm not absorbing anything, but if it's something of importance, I kind of just know.
How long have you been able to do this? He demanded. But before Tessa could answer, the door opened once more, and Tristan strode in, his usual cocky smirk in place. "You cold, Wild Fury?" he asked, hands slipping into the pockets of his jacket. He had a messenger bag draped across his chest.
"How old are you?"
Tessa asked. He barked a laugh. "You summoned me here to ask me that?"
"Not only that. Are you and Sienna the oldest beings in Devram?"
His brow bunched. "We're some of them, yes."
"But not the oldest."
"Tessa, where is this going?" "We're discussing Brie de la Crue," Axel cut in. "We have been told by a few people we cannot kill her." "You can't," Tristan said simply. "Do you know her?" "Not personally," he answered slowly. "I cannot interfere with the fates."
"Back to the goddamn fates,"
Tessa muttered. "Okay, so we save the killing for later," Axel said. "We need a place to hold her, or ideas on how to do that." "Well, the ideal place would be the cells beneath the Pantheon, but—" Tristan trailed off.
Yes, they were destroyed," Tessa sighed, but then she froze.
"But were they?" "You did it, Tessa," Luca said flatly.
"Yes, I destroyed the mirror and the Pantheon, but can't we still keep her beneath the Pantheon? It's still the center of the continent. It's still a nexus,"
she insisted. "What do you know of nexuses?" Theon cut in. She waved him off.
"Not now, Theon. That would work, right, Triss?"
His russet eyes were studying her as he said, "Oh, I suppose, but you'd have to get her there."
"So we travel?"
"Yeah, but we don't know what it's like under there," Tristan argued. "If it's just rock and rubble and nowhere to stand or move or breathe, what are you going to do?"
"Do you have a better idea?"
Tessa shot back. Tristan rolled his lips. "No, your idea is actually brilliant, if we can pull it off."
"You go make sure a cell is ready, and I'll go with them to get her,"
Tessa said. "Not without us," Theon interjected again. She flicked her eyes to him once before glancing at Luca.
"You two have babysitting duty with someone other than me tonight."
"No, Tessa," Luca said tightly.
"I'm not sure when you two decided I needed your permission to do anything,"
she said casually, shuffling papers around and pulling out a book from the bottom of the stacks. "Since you and Blackheart got yourselves in trouble, do you need a reminder of the cost of that night?" Luca retorted. Her head whipped to him, eyes flashing.
"This is different, and you know it. You know where I'll be, and they have been planning this. This isn't a spur-of-the-moment choice, and I can call you through the bond if we need help."
Axel smirked, leaning against the side of the sofa and watching this little power struggle play out. "Tessa, you're the Arius lady," Theon started, clearly trying another angle.
"Correct,"
she said, flipping the pages of the book.
"You can't just—" "I believe because I am the Arius lady, I can just," she interrupted. "I could just use your own magic to keep you here while I go help stop the person trying to kidnap your nephew, but I'm not. I'm telling you so you can be prepared if anything goes wrong."
"I call that growth," Axel piped in.
"Shut up, Axel,"
Theon grumbled, shifting Maddox onto his shoulder. "How about if Theon stays with Maddox and I go with?" Luca tried. Tessa shrugged.
"This isn't my mission. Take it up with them." "Truly, it's too many people," Kat said. "We need Cade and Rael, and this is personal for me and Axel. Tessa's right. She can contact you down the bond, and you can travel, Luca."
Luca glanced at Theon before he sighed. "Fine, but this is the last time the three of you gang up on us."
"It's cute you think that,"
Tessa said with a smirk, snapping the book closed.
"When do we leave?"
And that was how Axel found himself outside the House of Four 2 hours later. All of them were dressed in black, the females with their hair pulled back. They went as soon as possible because the vampires weren't sure how long Bree would hang around. Hiding in the shadows across the cavern, Rael and Cade instructed Tessa on where to travel them so they wouldn't have to cross the cavern bridge. They couldn't risk traveling directly into the House of Four, though, so they were entering through a hidden entrance at Rael's house and making their way over to Bree's. Rael's section of the House of Four was far different from Bree's. He'd expected them all to be the same, extravagant and formal. But Rael's house was more homey. Warm colors of beige, coral, and blues. Everything airy and welcoming, somehow reminding Axel of being by the sea rather than stuck under the mountains.
"It gets tight in here,"
Rael warned as she led them towards the back of the house.
"There is a passage behind the houses that connects them all, but it is narrow, only wide enough for one at a time."
Axel glanced over his shoulder at Tessa, who was trailing her fingers along the wall. Her head tilted, and he knew then Theon and Luca were talking to her. "Tell them where we're going, Tessa," Axel said, "so they can talk you through it." His focus was entirely on Kat. While he loved Tessa like a sister, he wasn't going to be the one to talk her through her phobias when his wife was here. Bree could be anywhere. Rael hadn't been kidding about the tight passage. More than once, Axel wondered how the fuck Cade fit through here. The male was as big and broad as Luca, but even Axel had to turn and shuffle through a few areas, his shirt getting caught on the stone wall more than once. When they finally emerged in Bree's house, Tessa shoved past him, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed and breathing deep.
"Tessa?"
Kat asked, going to her and tentatively placing her hand on her arm.
"Are you all right?"
She nodded, her chest heaving.
"Just give me a moment."
"We don't have a moment," Cade said gruffly. "We're in her home now. We need to keep moving to find her before she finds us." Kat took Tessa's hand, tugging her forward.
"We're all leaving here together, Tessa."
Tessa nodded, visibly trying to calm her breathing, as Kat stayed close and followed Axel and Rael. Cade took up the rear again, and while they moved, Axel tried to figure out where exactly they were.
"Isn't it odd she came back to her house?"
Axel asked Rael in a hushed tone.
"Yes and no,"
the night child answered.
"She's been around a long time. A lot of her secrets are here. We knew she'd come back eventually. She always does."
"What made you turn on her?" Tessa asked from behind them. Axel glanced back, Kat giving him a reassuring smile.
"She kept refusing to fill Henry's position,"
Rael answered.
"We were already growing suspicious of her motives. For nearly 200 years, we have led the dispensary district together and always been on acceptable terms with the Arius Lord. We gave respect, and in return we were left alone. Bree was suddenly threatening our way of life and the lives of the people in our care."
"Do you think she instigated that attack on me? The one Theon killed Henry for?"
"It wouldn't surprise me,"
she answered. Axel looked at Rael because he'd never thought of that. But now that Tessa had brought it up, he wouldn't be surprised either if Bree had planted the seeds for that little rebellion. She was cunning and clever. She'd likely been sowing seeds of discontent for decades. Little things here and there, letting them fester and grow until she was ready to make her move. They rounded a corner, and Axel slowed when he saw the large iron doors that lay ahead of them. "The Dragon Dick room?" Axel questioned.
"The what now?"
Tessa asked. "There's a ton of treasure in there," Axel replied. "Gems, gold, weapons. I remember thinking Luca's Dragon Dick would get hard in there." Kat's eyes were wide.
"What is wrong with you?"
she asked incredulously. "You haven't seen his cave, kitten." "Yeah, he's right," Tessa said, eyeing the doors with new interest.
"Luca has random trinkets and things everywhere, and he gets really annoyed when people touch his things."
"That's an understatement," Axel scoffed. "Can we please focus?" Cade interrupted. "Right. We just need to incapacitate her," Axel said. "Then we can travel her to the Pantheon." He turned to the only two people with power. "Ready?" Kat and Tessa both nodded. Flames flickered in Kat's eyes while the bands of light around Tessa's wrists sparked and crackled with energy. "We won't be able to simply walk in," Cade was saying. "She has the doors warded. That won't be an issue, Tessa said, placing her palm on the door. Her magic seeped from beneath her palm, racing along the doors. Then she reached back and grabbed his hand. Make sure we're all touching. Pulling open the heavy door, she stepped in. Axel felt the wards ripple, but nothing else happened. Do you even feel them? He whispered to Tessa as they took tentative steps farther into the room. She shook her head, gaze darting around the room. He did the same, watching for any movement among the stacks of things. Nothing had changed. Weapons of all kinds were along the walls, and chests full of coin, gold, silver, and all manner of jewels and jewelry were stacked on the floor. Are you sure she's here? He whispered, after several tense minutes ticked by. She's here, Cade muttered. She's already seen us. Then why are we hiding? Tessa asked. That was a good question. But before they could contemplate anything further, Bree appeared, stepping out from behind a pillar. You brought them just as I asked, Bree said with a cunning smile. Thank you. Axel whirled on Cade and Rael. You tricked us? No, Cade barked. This is all part of her games. She's lying. You know she's lying, Axel, Rael said, for once appearing alarmed at what was happening. If we were betraying you, we've had plenty of opportunities to grab Maddox and disappear. Axel bared his fangs at the mere mention of that, but Tessa was asking. This is Bree. Tesselin Asra, Bree purred, sauntering closer. Her black hair was straight and swayed with every step. In her signature red dress, her honey eyes were fixed on Tessa. She held that stunning sword in her hand, the gold and ruby hilt, the deep crimson blade. I've been waiting quite some time to meet you. Tessa turned to Axel. This is her. Yeah, he answered, trying to watch Bree, but perplexed by Tessa at the same time. Tristan was right, she said with a frown, more to herself than anyone else. She even survives the destruction of the realm. Have you met her? Axel muttered. No, but I've seen her. Are you going to properly introduce us, Axel? Bree asked, stopping several feet from them. It's the least you could do after all I've done for you. All you've done for me? Axel repeated. Am I supposed to thank you for nearly killing my wife, forcing her into labor, and then trying to abduct my son? Bree tisked in disappointment. I'm hurt, darling. Did you not find your beloved because of me? Learn what she was to you? If I hadn't set you free, would you even have known she carried your child? If I hadn't saved you to begin with, would you even be standing here? Or would you be so lost to your bloodlust, you wouldn't even be able to make sense of love and hate? He could only stare at her, because words were failing him. She couldn't be serious. Thank her? She's right, Axel, Kat said suddenly. We should be thanking her. Bree's gaze slid to Kat, her eyes lighting up with intrigue. That's right, Poppet. It's because of me you learned to use that little bond. I know, she said softly. Because of you, I at least got to feel that bond for a little bit, before it was lost to us. So tragic, Bree said with mock sympathy. Kat, Axel started. Don't be rude, Axel, Tessa interrupted with a pointed look. Please introduce me properly. Tessa, this is Bree Delacruz, a leader of the Night Children. Axel said slowly, trying to catch on to what these two were up to. I've heard a lot about you, Tessa replied, and her voice made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He knew that eerie ring that was slipping in. All dreadful things, I'm sure, Bree said with a sharp smile. Tessa tipped her head back and forth, as if debating.
Not necessarily dreadful, but interesting nonetheless. I'd thank you for saving him, but at the time I didn't really care.
Axel's gaze snapped to her, because what in the actual fuck? Bree's smile grew.
And why is that, my dear? An ex-legacy, now powerless. I didn't need him. Eventually I'd have to find him to kill him, she said plainly. But for the time being, what was there to be concerned about?
Bree's head tipped to the side as she studied her.
Chaos comes to reign indeed. And now?
Tessa shrugged, letting some of her magic pool around her, spreading across the floor in a slow crawl.
I still seek power. I hear you've taken two for your own,
Bree said. Tessa sighed.
And they are fairly attached to him despite what he now lacks, but I can't say he's entirely useless. That he is not,
Bree agreed, stepping closer to Tessa.
I'm assuming that's why you took him from Voltaire to begin with.
Finally, someone who understands, Bree purred.
Saw the potential,
Tessa continued.
The way fate could play out.
Not like I once could,
but perceived powerlessness can be so deceiving.
Tessa hummed in agreement.
And what of these two? Were they once like you?
Bree let loose a bitter laugh.
That's insulting. So they don't matter? Not in the slightest.
Tessa nodded.
And Kat and Axel, is there some place we can keep them for the time being?
Tessa! Kat asked, her eyes going wide as Tessa's power started winding up Kat's legs. Tessa! Axel barked, lurching forward, only to be ensnared by her magic too. Bree's eyes were bright with surprise and delight.
And their son?
Tessa shrugged again.
I grew up with no one. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Bree's eyes narrowed.
My agreement requires their son.
Fine, Tessa sighed in irritation.
We take them first, and then I get the babe. It makes no difference to me. I don't understand why everyone is so enamored with it.
Tessa! Axel snarled again, because he knew this was an act. It had to be, right? But she'd never once held Maddox. Always slipped to the other side of the room, or left the room entirely if she could. But Kat, she at least cared about Kat. She wouldn't...
And I can take care of these two,
Tessa added, gesturing to Cade and Rael, who were as frozen as Axel and Kat. All four of them were being held with her chaos.
Then do it now,
Bree demanded, lifting her chin. Tessa clicked her tongue.
I'd think long and hard about trying to give me orders,
she replied in a deadly calm.
But why would I give you something without a guarantee in return?
What do you want? Bree snapped.
I already told you,
Tessa retorted sharply.
I need a place to keep these two for the time being, until Theon and Luca understand why this has to be done.
And why exactly is that? Tessa's answering smile was all power.
I do not want the Fates stepping foot here, Miss Delacruz. I can only assume you desire the same. There are too many distractions right now, and they are keeping me from destroying the Mirror Gates. Once the Mirror Gates are dealt with, we can deal with an Arius heir that is not mine.
Tessa! Kat gasped in horror. You don't mean that, Axel said, feeling the blood drain from his face.
You think I have spent all this time taking the Arius seat only to have a potential rival heir? Tessa spat. I will have the Arius kingdom and the Akaz kingdom. I will have this realm. Not Akaz, not the Fates. It is mine.
She turned back to Bree.
And if you wish for a place in it, this is the time to show your allegiance. I have no need of the underground, only of someone to keep it under control.
Kate and Rael were on their knees now, gasping as her power wound around their throats. Kat had 2 tears sliding down her face, and he was staring at Tessa in complete and utter loss. How could she have deceived them all? But then she turned to him, her lip curling in a sneer, as she said,
Injustice, wrapped in pretty words, is still injustice thousands of years later. Even the fates can understand that.
I will help you, Bree said, striding forward, that blade still at her side. But I want your word I will not be harmed.
Done,
Tessa said, her attention back on the vampire.
Voltaire has holdings just inside the leisure district. They are warded and can only be accessed by him, so I'm not sure how we'll get them in,
Bree said, drifting closer.
Leave the wards to me, Tessa said. Just take care of them.
Bree stopped in front of Kat. She reached up, twirling one of Kat's curls between her fingers.
Looks like I win the game, puppet.
Her gaze slid to Axel.
And you'll regret betraying me.
Then her hand was in Kat's hair, yanking her head to the side as Bree's fangs snapped out. No! Axel bellowed, struggling against Tessa's magic. But to his surprise, he could move. And Bree was thrown back a second before her fangs pierced flesh. Axel was beside Kat in the next blink, but then he was lurching back as flames coiled around her, leaping for Bree. His wife stalked forward, letting that fire wrap around Bree where she lay on the floor. Tessa's power had created a ring around the female, keeping her trapped. He glanced at Tessa, and she jerked her chin to Kat. Axel didn't need to be told twice. He stepped through the chaos to stand at Kat's side, looking down at Bree.
You will pay for this,
Bree snarled on a rasp, the flames around her throat burning.
Fire cannot kill me.
Oh, we're aware, Axel said coldly. We have a special place waiting just for you. Cold, dark. I'm told the craving can be such a bitch.
I have lived hundreds of years. I will live hundreds more, and I will come for you, both of you, and your son, she spat. Unless the fates find you first, Kat said darkly. I've read some very interesting things about the fates as of late. They're as difficult to kill as a god.
She paused before adding,
but not impossible. I'm sure we can figure something out one day.
Bree's eyes went wide. Axel bent down, picking up the beautiful sword that Bree had dropped when Tessa had slammed her power into her.
And if you do escape your prison in the meantime, we'll be ready and waiting. Luca is waiting to travel with us to the Pantheon, Tessa said, coming to his side. Are you ready? It's destroyed, Bree cried with a hysterical bark of laughter. You can't keep me there. Between me and a couple deities, we've rectified that situation, Tessa said sweetly. That way, if Akaz ever does find his way here, you'll be the first person he sees. Like a happy little reunion, wouldn't you say? This isn't over, Bree sneered. The everlasting war is just that, everlasting. Akaz will never stop until he has what he wants. Perhaps, Tessa agreed. But the battle for Devrim is coming to an end.
45. Tessa.
Are we certain that is going to hold her?
Axel asked.
More than certain,
Tristan replied.
Those cells are designed to hold a god.
She is not that.
You know what it took to get Tessa out of one, and even then, there was a cost. She's not a god, but she's something,
Axel said, standing next to the chair where Kat was feeding Maddox. The moment they had come back here, Kat and Axel had gone straight for their son. The weight of his safety now lifted from their shoulders, at least in regards to Bree. There was still Voltaire to worry about, though. One villain at a time, she supposed.
She's a fate. Oh,
She was one, Tessa said simply. But Kat already knew that. They all turned to the female, and she looked down at Maddox, her cheeks flushing. I had an inkling, based on how she spoke at the dinner, but I didn't know how it was possible.
What do you mean she was a fate? Axel asked. How is that possible?
The same way you were a legacy, one would guess, she said with a shrug.
Arius cursed the legacy who took advantage of the Fae with bloodlust, Tristan offered. But others found it to be a blessing, Axel said slowly. Sienna said that once.
Tristan flashed a smile.
She is always telling you things. No one listens. Maybe she could just spell it out once, instead of speaking in fucking riddles. Axel bit back. We can't interfere with the fates.
But didn't you just do that? Tessa asked, fidgeting with her power. She'd been hoping she'd get to take on that little expedition to the dispensary district. Her power was wanting, and it made her feel reckless.
Yes and no,
Tristan said.
She's not technically a fate any longer. That sword should stay hidden, though,
he added, nodding to the weapon Axel had discarded along the wall.
I'll take it back to Aria's house,
Luca said, striding for it.
Aria's house or your cave?
Axel asked with a smirk. Luca flipped him off before picking it up and inspecting it. Tessa startled at the feel of Theon's hand on her back, and she glanced up to find him watching her. She gave him a weak smile. She was more than ready to leave the underground.
In addition to the enchantments that were already around those cells, we added more wards and protection charms,
Theon said.
Sienna and Tristan did everything they could. Bree is not leaving that cell. Either we figure out a way to end her, or she lives out her immortal life there. If she somehow does move beyond those bars, we'll be notified immediately. We also have a schedule to check on her regularly.
Axel nodded.
There's nothing else we can do, I guess. We have taken every precaution,
Theon insisted.
Next, we deal with Father.
Axel nodded, not saying anything else as Kat handed Maddox to him. Everyone was exhausted. Between the venture into the House of Four and then time below the Pantheon ruins, it was nearly dawn. Or so the clock said. It wasn't like she could see outside to know. Looking over her head at Luca, Theon said,
Let's give them their space and go home.
The next moment, she was in Aria's house, or rather, on their balcony, and she sucked in the fresh air. He always knew.
Better,
he murmured. Not quite, she sighed, but it will do. He dropped a kiss to her head before leaving her with Luca and that sword. Do I need to be jealous of a blade? Tessa asked flatly. Luca looked up.
Why would you be jealous of a sword?
Because you're looking at it in the same way you look at me. A dark grin pulled at the corner of his mouth.
And what way is that, temptress?
Like you want to fuck it. Or hide it away, she quipped. I'm hoping it's the latter. Luca huffed a laugh as he muttered,
Brat.
She flashed him a fake smile before her face dropped, and she turned to follow Theon into the bedroom. She stripped down, opting to take a shower later. Food was calling her name. Food, shower, then sleep. Slipping into loose pants and a Chaos Sphere sweatshirt, she piled her hair atop her head in a messy bun before wandering out to the kitchen. But she'd no sooner opened the fridge when Theon said,
I'm having food sent up for breakfast, but tonight we have dinner plans.
Tessa looked over her shoulder. We do? He nodded.
Just the three of us.
Isn't it always just the three of us?
Not always,
he replied.
But I wanted to make sure tonight was.
What's so special about tonight? He reached over her and closed the fridge before cupping her jaw and kissing her soundly. When he pulled back, his words feathered across her lips.
Happy birthday, clever Tempest.
Her birthday? She blinked in surprise. She'd never celebrated her birthday. Hadn't even known when it was until last fall. Only that it fell in the 5th month. "How do we even know it's my actual birthday?" she blurted. Theon stepped back, a small smile playing on his lips.
"Why would you think it's not?"
"How can we be sure it is?" she countered. "Zan brought me here, and then I was taken. Someone probably just made that date up for my files."
"Does it matter?"
"Does it? Of course it matters, Theon."
"Why?"
It just does." Theon hummed, going to answer the knock that had sounded. A moment later, he was helping the staff set a small spread of food on the table. Waffles, fruit, sausage. Luca emerged then, freshly showered and shirtless, setting that goddamn sword across the desk.
"Why aren't you eating?"
"The food just got here," she answered.
"Tessa doesn't want to celebrate her birthday,"
Theon called out, scooping food onto a plate. Luca's eyes narrowed on her.
"Why not?"
"Because we don't know if it's really my birthday," she replied, exasperated by this entire conversation. Luca hummed in response, and she wanted to throw something. "I don't need the two of you being so dismissive of this. We don't know." Luca shrugged, grabbing a plate.
"I can ask Zan. He'd know."
"Does it really matter?" Theon looked up from the whipped cream he was scooping onto the waffles.
"Does it matter if we celebrate the day you were born to the realms so we could find you? Yes, Tessa, it fucking matters."
Okay, well, that wasn't the answer she'd been expecting.
"Eat,"
Theon added, holding out the plate to her. The plate of carbs and sugar and everything unhealthy. "I suddenly want every day to be my birthday," she said, taking the plate from him while plucking a strawberry from the whipped cream.
"Don't push it,"
he warned. She flashed him a smile, plopping into a dining chair. "So, what's the plan with your father now?"
"We need to think on it some,"
Theon answered, scooping extra fruit onto his own plate. "You'll meet your mother when we go there," she added.
"Yeah,"
he murmured. "Do you want to? Meet her, I mean." He took a seat on her right.
"It's not the same as Akira. At least, I don't think it is. I guess I don't know the story, but I want to hear it."
She nodded, cutting off a bite of waffle.
"What about you? Still undecided?"
Theon ventured. "I can't be undecided. We need her help, so I'll have to face her."
"But do you want to?"
he parroted. Keeping her eyes on the plate, she answered, "It doesn't matter what I want. It's for the betterment of Devram." Because she'd meant what she'd said to Bree. The final battle for this realm was coming, and she intended to be on the winning side. She didn't want to be a lady, had no desire to rule a kingdom or the realm, but she'd sure as fuck make sure the people she freed here could live safely. Would be able to live without fear of a god coming to collect something that wasn't his, or fates showing up to destroy the realm. From what she'd gathered, Scarlet was a sort of guardian of her world. Nothing came in or out unless she allowed it.
"Where'd you go, baby girl?"
Luca asked, drawing her from her thoughts. She gave him a weak smile as she shoved another bite of waffle into her mouth. "Just tired." He gave her a frank look that said he didn't believe her, but he let it go. Perhaps another birthday gift. But she knew he'd be back to push about it later. They both would. "So Voltaire is next?" she asked, attempting to change the subject.
"Looks like it," Theon said. "We'll have to figure out exactly where the holdings are and then go from there."
"Bree told us, and I can get us past the wards. After that, it's just facing him. Between all of us, it shouldn't be too difficult, right?"
"Depends on what he's pulled together to control us with,"
Theon answered. "What do you mean?" He shrugged.
"He'll have a threat, Tessa. It used to be harming Axel. It's why Penn and Karis died. He has my mother there, and there's still Maddox to think about. If this goes wrong, and he wants vengeance, he'll go after him first."
It's his grandchild, she said, although she wasn't sure why that would matter. Her grandparents were gods, and one wouldn't hesitate to kill her.
That is part fae,
Theon said. Fair point. They fell silent, each of them eating and getting lost in their own thoughts. She was just rinsing her plate and dreaming about the shower she was about to take when a knock sounded again. Looking at Theon, she arched a brow, but he just shrugged while Luca went to get the door.
Sorry to interrupt, but there is someone at the door for the Arius lady,
the male said. For me? Tessa asked in surprise. He nodded.
He said it's a matter of urgency, and that you've been expecting him. Who is it?
Theon asked.
Dagian Jove, sir.
The three of them looked at one another, and then they were all rushing to the foyer. Dagian was there with Sasha, and when her brown eyes fell on Tessa, they flashed in relief. Sasha, Tessa greeted, Theon and Luca flanking her on either side. Then she turned to the Akaz heir. Dagian. He nodded once, his features tight and hard.
I got it, but he knows. I can't return home.
Tessa glanced up at Theon. They can stay here, right? When Theon didn't say anything, Dagian scowled.
We made a bargain, St. Orcus. Besides, isn't she the Arius lady now? She is, but she is still ours to protect.
Sasha? Tessa asked, watching the Fae. She glanced at Dagian, clearly looking for permission. When he nodded, she said, He's not lying. We cannot return to Akaz Kingdom. In fact, I suspect the Akaz Lord will be on your doorstep before long.
Looking for you,
Theon said coldly.
And you,
Dagian shot back.
You are the one who asked me to get this stupid thing.
He tossed something to them, and Luca's hand shot out, catching the ring. He did bring it here, Tessa said.
So we just trust him now?
Theon argued. She looked back at the Akaz heir. He appeared thinner, his cheeks a little more hollow. She didn't want to know what he'd had to sacrifice for that ring, but whatever it was, it clearly haunted him. Something she knew all too well. He is doing his part. We'll do ours, she finally replied. Have someone show them to guest rooms. We can meet later today and discuss our next moves. Turning on her heel, she made her way back to their rooms. She wanted that shower and their bed. The rest of their problems could wait until after. You need to be nicer to him, Theon, Tessa groused as they entered their rooms after dinner.
He ruined our dinner plans,
Theon grumbled. He brought us the ring to move forward with our other plans, she cried, marching across the room and pulling a wine glass from the cupboard. You cannot seriously be upset by this.
They didn't have to join us for dinner.
Theon! He sighed, taking the bottle of wine she was attempting to open.
I'm trying, Tessa. There are 3 decades of animosity we're working through. He wasn't exactly a pillar of manners tonight either.
He had a point. Tessa had insisted on staying in for dinner now that there were guests here, and while the dinner had been fine enough, Theon and Dagian had spent a good portion of it throwing subtle insults at each other. Since they were staying in, Zan, Roehrich, and Eliza had joined them too, adding to Theon's sour mood. Zan, however, had confirmed today was indeed her actual date of birth. The rest of the dinner had been discussing how soon they could bring Akira here. Dagian was very insistent on being rid of his power as soon as possible. In the end, the only decent thing about that dinner had been the chocolate cake. And the fact the guys were wearing jeans. She could only remember one other time she'd seen them in jeans, paired with the long-sleeve shirts that hugged muscles and grooves in all the right places. Dinner had taken forever. Theon poured her glass of wine, and when she reached for it, he held it a little longer.
Have I told you how beautiful you look tonight?
She rolled her eyes. Don't suck up to me now, Theon. You were an ass all dinner.
Not to you.
It doesn't matter,
she cried again. Will you two stop arguing? By the gods, Luca muttered, sliding a tumbler of liquor across the counter to Theon. You're ruining the mood.
What mood? Tessa grumbled. The arrogant asshole mood, or the broody and silent mood?
The bratty birthday mood,
he retorted, dropping an envelope on the counter. She took a sip of her wine, eyeing it. What's that? He widened his eyes.
A birthday present, Tessa. It's what people do on birthdays.
She dropped a hand to the counter, her fingertips a few inches from the envelope. When she only tapped her nail a few times, Luca sighed.
Do you think it's going to bite you? Open it.
I don't know the proper etiquette here, she snapped. His features softened, and he reached out, sliding the envelope closer.
You just open it, baby girl. It's a gift.
Tessa swallowed thickly as she gingerly picked it up and slid her finger along the seam. Pulling out the contents, her eyes went wide, flying up to Luca's. Chaos Sphere tickets, she rasped.
Whirlwinds versus fire wings,
he said with a smirk.
No whining when the whirlwinds lose.
We can't go to this, she said, staring at the tickets in her hands. But gods, did she want to? She'd never been to a live game, only watched it on TV, and this last year had been so fucked, she couldn't remember the last time she'd watched a match.
Why not?
Luca asked. Because the world is on fire, Luca. We can't just go to a Chaos Sphere game in the middle of chaos. It feels wrong. Luca came closer, tapping the tickets.
The game is a few months from now. Hopefully this is all taken care of, and if not, we'll need the escape, Tessa. If only for a few hours.
She looked up at him, not knowing what else to say. Thank you, she whispered. One of his rare smiles appeared as he slid a hand to her nape and tugged her mouth to his. She melted into him, his tongue licking into her mouth as his other hand found its way beneath the soft sweater she was wearing. Then a hand was on her shoulder, tugging her back.
Not yet, fucker,
Theon muttered.
We agreed on this.
On what? Tessa breathed, because she was more than ready to tumble into bed with both of them.
Not yet,
Theon ground out, clearly having heard her thoughts.
You have 2 more gifts to open.
2 more? She asked with a frown. Why?
Because it's your birthday, he said in exasperation. You get gifts on your birthday, Tessa.
He shoved a bag towards her. It was nothing special, a plain white paper bag with handles. Pulling it closer, she reached inside and pulled out something wrapped in tissue paper. As she pulled the paper off, her eyes welled with tears as she slowly lifted them to Theon. He was tapping his forefinger on the countertop, watching her carefully, and he looked nervous, as if she wouldn't understand what he was trying to tell her with these. A pair of gold flip-flops. And not just any flip-flops. The soles were cushioned and soft, and the straps were a brushed-dyed leather, because Theon St. Orcus would only buy the best, even when it came to God's damn flip-flops. I love them, she whispered. His eyes narrowed.
Don't lie to me, beautiful.
She shook her head, willing the tears not to fall. We said no more lies. Then it was him slipping a hand into her hair and tugging her to him. Until Luca was pulling them apart. She let out a frustrated growl, and a dark chuckle skittered along her skin.
So needy, temptress,
Luca said, his voice low. Yes, she said, the word bordering on a whine. I am. So how about my next birthday present be you two in a bed with me?
There's one more, beautiful,
Theon said, and she turned to find a small box before her now.
It's from both of us,
he added. Tessa picked it up carefully. This one was wrapped in silver paper with a black bow, and she tugged on the ribbon before tearing off the paper. Taking the lid off the box, she stared down at what lay inside. A gold ring, inlaid with sapphires, and emeralds. Not a ring to suffocate her power. Not a band to drain her magic. Not a cuff or a collar. Just a simple reminder of who she belonged to and who belonged to her.
I stole that for Luca for his 16th birthday,
Theon said softly, taking the ring out of the box while Luca gently took her wrist to extend her hand. When he became your guardian? Tessa asked, watching him slide the ring onto her finger. Theon nodded.
It seemed fitting it goes to you. We were told that night that 3 is a crowd, but it can also be a perfect storm if properly balanced,
Luca added, pulling her hair over her shoulder to press a kiss to the side of her neck.
We didn't understand at the time, but it was always leading us to you.
She swallowed thickly again, admiring the ring on her finger as she said, "Now can we go to bed?" Both of their auras shifted, darkening with lust. Luca kissed her neck again before he was dragging her sweater over her head. Theon was there, capturing her mouth and kissing her thoroughly, slowly, as if he planned to drag this out, and he probably did. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, and then his hands were on her ass, lifting her up. Her legs wound around his waist as he carried her to the bedroom, never breaking their kiss that only grew hungrier with each passing second. Laying her on the bed, he stepped back, his breaths coming fast as he pulled his own shirt over his head. Tessa propped herself on her elbows to watch, her breath hitching as bare skin came into view. But then Luca was stepping in front of him, already shirtless and pushing her back down to the bed. His hands roamed, ridding her of her bra. His fingers dragged between her breasts, down her stomach, making quick work of her jeans and undergarments.
"Look at you,"
he murmured, his glowing eyes drinking her in while he removed his own pants before crawling onto the bed beside her.
"We have plans tonight, baby girl."
"Do they involve actually fucking me? Because both of you have stopped this twice now," she retorted. Then she hissed as he pinched her nipple hard.
"So ungrateful,"
he growled. "I'm not," she insisted, her voice more breathy when his hand skimmed down her body again. "I'll just be more grateful after I've had both of you inside me tonight."
"Fuck,"
Theon growled, and she turned her head to see him stroking his cock. Apparently he'd lost the rest of his clothing when they had. Luca's hands were still moving, squeezing her breasts, while his mouth was working its way along her collarbone, up her throat, nipping at her jaw.
"Enough of that, Luca,"
Theon ground out.
"Get your tongue between her legs."
Luca chuckled against her skin, letting his teeth drag.
"What do we think, baby girl? Are we giving him all the control tonight?"
"God, yes," she gasped, because she also wanted that tongue between her thighs. Luca huffed another dark laugh, sliding down her body until he was settled right where she and Theon both wanted him. Now his lips were kissing up her thighs, and she was squirming, more than a little impatient. The bastard knew it, too, licking and nipping and teasing everywhere but where she wanted. And instead of telling him to get on with it, Theon kept his eyes locked on her, all while leisurely moving his hand up and down his length. Finally, Luca's mouth found its way to her clit, and she sighed as the sensation made her clench in anticipation. Theon's lips curled into a dark grin at the sound, and she was fairly certain the step forward he took was involuntary. It didn't take long between the sucking and flicking for her to be panting, her fingers in Luca's hair as her hips sought more and more. Then she felt his tongue slide into her center, and she moaned. More. She needed more. Always more with them.
"What's wrong, beautiful?"
Theon taunted. "I need," she whined, her hips rising and grinding against Luca's face.
"Words, Tessa,"
Theon ordered.
"What do you need?"
"More. To be fucked. Please," she begged, not caring that he'd conditioned her to know it would get her what she wanted faster. But it worked, because Theon was there, climbing onto the bed. His fingertips slid up her thigh while Luca continued devouring her cunt. And gods, she never wanted to leave this goddamn bed. Between Luca's tongue and Theon's fingers skating higher, along her ribs, over a breast. The sensations were too much and not enough, and all she could think was more. More as her power appeared, coiling and taunting them. More as darkness and black flames chased her. More and more and more. Theon stretched out beside her, and she could feel all of him as he pushed her, rolling her halfway onto her side, away from him. Grabbing her leg, he lifted it while pushing her hips into Luca's mouth.
Don't stop, Luca,
he ordered, and fuck, this was the definition of worshipping her. Luca didn't stop as she felt Theon's cock nudging her opening. His tongue kept going, and she tried to push back onto Theon, but he held her tight, forcing her to take it slow, painfully slow. Theon, she whined. Luca chuckled, the sound reverberating through her core, and her muscles clenched, making Theon hiss.
I know what you need, beautiful,
he rasped.
Trust us to give it to you.
There was a sharp nip at her clit that had her crying out as Theon slid in deeper, and she looked down to find Luca watching. His fingers had replaced his tongue, and he was honed in on watching Theon's cock slowly fill her.
Fuck, look how well you take him, baby girl,
he murmured, his fingers still rubbing her center and brushing along Theon's dick in the process. She loved it when they were this close. Everything in her was hot and needy and... God, one of you please fuck me, she snapped, taking back a little control and rocking back against Theon.
Fuck, Tessa,
he hissed as she took him completely. But she was sighing at the stretch, relishing feeling full.
So fucking needy,
Luca said again, nipping at her inner thigh.
As if we're not both going to fill you up tonight.
Please, she gasped, as Theon started moving, thrusting into her with long, deep strokes. Then she was crying out as Luca's tongue was back on her clit, licking and sucking. And Theon went faster, harder, tipping her over the edge with both of them using her and shoving her into pleasure. She went lax as she came down from her high. Luca had pulled back, giving Theon room, and he flipped her onto her stomach, pushing her into the mattress with each punishing thrust until he was holding himself deep, emptying himself fully. He rolled off her, settling onto his side as she turned her head to him. He fisted her hair, dragging her closer, his tongue seeking hers. The feel of hands gripping her hips had her sucking in a sharp gasp, and Theon was chuckling darkly against her lips.
We're not nearly done with you yet, beautiful,
he murmured. She never wanted them to be done with her. Luca pulled at her hips, lifting her ass into the air, and then he was sliding in fully, a sharp curse leaving his mouth.
Fucking fates. It's so good when he's had you first.
God, his fucking mouth had her clenching around him instantly.
You like that, though, don't you, temptress?
He went on, thrusting into her again and again.
You like when one of us takes you while the other's cum is still dripping down your thighs.
Luca, she gasped, dropping her head, but Theon took her jaw in his hand, lifting it back up.
Don't give out on us now, beautiful,
he murmured darkly, dragging his mouth down the side of her throat.
It's your birthday, after all. What's she going to do when we're both inside her at once?
Luca asked, each word labored, and Tessa momentarily stopped breathing at the words. Because, what? Theon chuckled.
Oh, she likes the sound of that, Luca. You should have seen the way her power leapt in her eyes. "Fuck off," she snapped, feeling her pleasure building once more. "Theon," she gasped, but he was already moving, already knowing what she needed. He took her mouth with his again, while his darkness slid down her flesh to her core, coiling and pulsing against her clit. "That's it," Theon murmured against her lips. "Give him what's his, Tessa. Take it from him the same way you took it from me." Her entire body tensed as she found her release again, Luca gripping her hips tight and holding her to him as he followed her. Her breaths were sharp inhales as she collapsed onto the bed, Theon pulling her onto his chest while Luca settled behind her, his spent cock nestling against her ass. "Happy birthday to me," she murmured, already feeling sleep pulling her under. She felt Theon huff a breath of laughter while Luca pressed a kiss to her bare shoulder. "I told you, we're not nearly done," Theon said darkly, rolling her back to Luca. And they weren't. They spent the next hours showing her just how grateful they were she'd been born to the stars. It had to be well into the morning hours when they finally gave in to exhaustion, which is why Tessa was groaning in agony at the incessant knocking on the door as the sun came up. "Make it stop," she moaned, trying to burrow deeper into Luca's chest. "Someone better be fucking dying,"
Theon muttered, rolling from the bed. She wasn't even sure he put on pants as he stalked from the bedroom. But when they heard him shout,
"What?"
she and Luca both sat up in bed, fully alert as Theon appeared in the doorway.
"Get up. We need to go,"
Theon said, striding for the walk-in closet.
"Rawdon is in Castle Pines. We're under attack."
46. Luca. "How did we ever not think to get you fitted for fighting attire? Armor, something?" Luca muttered, eyeing Tessa.
"You're not wearing armor," she retorted.
"I can shift into a dragon, Tessa," he returned, unimpressed.
"Theon's not wearing armor."
"Theon has been training for years, and his darkness covers him like armor. You are wearing a dress, and you're barefoot."
"You are wasting time arguing with me about this," she tossed back. "I can create weapons from my magic. Death feeds my power, and Nyla and Roan will be at my sides. You just worry about not falling out of the sky."
"For the love of the gods," he muttered, stalking after her as she threw open the door to the suite and made her way to the foyer where everyone was meeting. "Reports tell us there are at least 100 ground warriors and dozens of seraphs," Theon was saying.
"You'll need the dragons in the sky," Eliza cut in. "Dragonfire can kill the seraphs. The ones that make it to the ground need to be burned too."
She paused, looking at Tessa.
"You need armor or leathers."
She sighed heavily.
"I assure you, I do not."
"Anything we need to know about the legacy on the ground?" Roehrich asked, reaching over and checking the buckles on Eliza's armor. She batted his hand away, but he brought it right back.
"Their power is light. They'll use it to blind you. Some have the same energy that Tessa and Rordan have."
Dajian answered.
"The Zinta and Serana bloodlines are sworn to him as well. Expect priestesses to be with them."
Roehrich glanced at Luca as he finished checking Eliza's armor, then did a double-take. "Where did you get that?" Luca smirked, knowing he was eyeing the sword that was resting on his shoulder. "Found it."
"You did not," Tessa scoffed. "Axel took it from Bree."
"Give that to Theon to use," Roehrich ordered. "No," Luca growled. "You won't be able to use it as a dragon," Roehrich retorted. "Tessa is unpredictable and Theon is skilled. That sword needs to be used."
"He's right,"
Eliza said, also eyeing the sword.
"Can we go? People are dying,"
Tessa interrupted. "Last question," Theon said, turning to Dajian. "Is your father likely there?" Dajian exhaled a long breath.
"I honestly don't know. He might try to exhaust your forces here before attacking somewhere else. He might come straight for the rings and try to entrap Tessa again." Improvise as we go. Got it, Tessa said, and Luca could feel her already sinking into her power. I'm going.
By Sargon, Luca muttered, grabbing her arm a second before she traveled out.
Theon had done the same, apparently grabbing Dagian and Sasha. Roehrich and Zan traveled in separately, Eliza in tow. Now they all stood in the center of Castle Pines, and Theon muttered a low curse. He'd mobilized warriors nearby, or Tessa had, but most of their forces were stationed in the larger cities like Rockmore and Darkhaven. The only reason to start in Castle Pines would be if Rordan was coming straight for Arya's house. There were bodies in the streets, some warriors, some civilians. Seraphs were in the air, power raining down from their stolen gifts. Akaz's forces were splitting up and storming down side streets, Arya's forces rushing to meet them.
"Kill more than me, Maid Dragoson,"
Roehrich said, flashing Eliza a challenging grin before he left, shifting into his dragon form in the air and loosing a battle cry as he soared up. Zan was in the air a moment later, the two dragons already engaging and letting their bloodlines sing. The fire general spun towards them, drawing her sword from her bag. You two come with me. Tell me about the magic we're facing, she said, pointing at Dagian and Sasha. Dagian glanced at Theon, who nodded in agreement.
She knows what she's doing. Go with her and stay close.
They went right, which left Theon and Tessa to go left. Luca hesitated, wanting to be in the sky, but also needing to be with his ward and wife. On top of all that, he'd never fought in his dragon form. He was far more confident in his abilities with a blade. Then the howling reached them, Nyla and Roan appearing seconds later from the fray. Which was great for Tessa, but it also announced their presence among the mayhem.
We're starving,
Tessa purred, a dark smile filling her face as Akaz's forces came running in their direction. Luca looked up, seeing Roehrich and his father taking on the Seraphs as ashes started to drift in the air like snow. Is this how they felt when in battles with their wards? Torn and needing to be in two places at once?
I'll stay with you two until more forces arrive, Luca said, tightening his grip on the sword he still held.
Theon glanced at him.
Are you sure? There aren't enough here, he said. We sent extra support to Darkhaven after the massacre.
Yeah, all right, Theon said, drawing his twin short swords from pools of shadows.
But if you need to go help in the sky, you just go.
Now? Tessa asked, her feet already floating off the ground.
Now, baby girl.
Luca conceded as a few warriors managed to break past Nyla and Roan. They were met with a wave of crackling light, 3 of them on their backs within seconds. Arching in agony, that light spread beneath their skin, veins bright and translucent, until they stopped moving altogether. Tessa inhaled sharply through her nose, as if savoring whatever she'd just done. Then she turned to face them, violet eyes bright, and the marks on her skin glowing that soft gold color. Her smile was pure wildness before she set off.
If anything, I need to stay with the two of you to help rein her in when it's time, Luca muttered.
But for now, we're just going to let her be who she is, Theon replied. They followed her, like they always did. She didn't race to join the fray, but she seemed to have a certain direction she was going. Luca had no idea what was driving her, but her wolves prowled ahead, and she let arrows fly as she moved. Theon and Luca used their blades, and the first time he swung with that sword, dragon fire encompassed the thing. He didn't have time to marvel at it as he sank the sword into a warrior, his power turning them into nothing. It was just like Eliza's sword, only hers magnified her fire magic. Theon was the death he always was, his darkness fighting as much as he was with weapons. They'd trained like this hundreds, if not thousands of times, but these last months were the first times it had been life or death rather than sparring. It didn't take long for them to realize the legacy warriors weren't going to be the issue. It was going to be the Seraphs in the skies, but that didn't mean there wasn't just as much work to do down here.
You need to get up there, Theon barked, his darkness holding 2 Akaz warriors in place, while Luca cut through both of them with his sword. And leave you 2 vulnerable down here? Does that look fucking vulnerable to you? Theon snapped. Luca's gaze snagged on Tessa, where she was letting her arrows fly while her power took. And she wasn't just fighting the warriors on the ground. No, her chaos was reaching into the sky and grabbing seraphs who made the mistake of coming for her. It dragged them to the ground, and even from here, Luca could see the eerie glee on her face as she stood over them and fed her magic. She may have let her magic end the seraphs, but with the warriors, she used her arrows or blades, blood spraying and leaving nothing but ashes and destruction in her wake. A roar of fury rang out, and they all looked up to see a group of seraphs converging on Zan. "Go!" Theon snarled, while Akaz's forces tried to take advantage of the momentary distraction. Theon grabbed one by the throat, his darkness seeping into the male's soul. The other, Tessa, appeared, traveling to Theon's side. One of her daggers sank into the male's side, and as he doubled over, she drove the dagger in her other hand into his neck. Blood splattered on her face, her hair. A goddamn goddess of chaos and destruction. She turned as though she'd heard that thought, her smile wicked and terrifying and fucking beautiful. "Luca, get in the fucking sky!" Theon snarled. "We are clearly fine." Gritting his teeth, he tossed his sword to Theon. He caught it, and the dragon fire around the blade instantly morphed into darkness. Evidently, it magnified whatever power the wielder held. His gaze connected with Theon's, both of them clearly thinking the same thing. "Do not let Tessa touch that sword," Luca said. "Noted," Theon ground out, shoving the blade into another sentinel.
We could do many things with that sword,"
Tessa argued, and Luca hated that her voice was other, even in his mind. "I've got it handled," Theon bit out again, shoving the male back with his foot. Another roar finally had Luca shifting fully, and he was in the sky a moment later. His own roar of rage echoed with his father's, and then Roehrich was there with him, the two of them soaring hard and fast for Zan. Until a burst of power slammed into them, shoving them back. How in the fuck? Roehric's black diamond-shaped head whipped around, both of them searching for the seraph. The problem was they had no way to determine what every single seraph's power was. Those who'd stolen elemental powers were easy enough, water, wind, whatever. But those who'd stolen other gifts, altering reality, power detection, and likely gifts they didn't know were out there, there was no way to tell what they were. Roehrich snarled, flipping over and sunlight glinting off the faint scarring on one of his wings. His massive tail swiped out, catching a nearby seraph and sending it hurtling straight to Luca. On instinct, his jaw closed around it, teeth sinking in. The crunch of bones and wings snapping echoed with the seraph's cries of pain. And the taste? Vomiting in the sky was not on his list of things to do today. He released the female, letting her fall, and dragonfire engulfed her, courtesy of his brother. Sapphire eyes connected with his, and Luca could swear Roehrich huffed in amusement. That fucker knew they tasted awful. Luca snarled, spinning away from him, and once again making his way to his father, who was still battling the same swarm of seraphs. He couldn't just send dragonfire out them without also risking hitting his father. It wouldn't wound him, but he'd still feel it. With a disgruntled growl, he barreled forward, teeth snapping and claws swiping. He knocked them, dodging magic attacks as much as he could. It wasn't enough, though. He took hits of ice daggers to his flanks, and winds tore at his wings. Roehrich was below him, black flames spewing from his mouth as Luca knocked them down, and Zan was finally able to shake off several of them. His fury echoed again as he broke free of the swarm. He banked sharply, the black and blue of his form shimmering in the daylight, and then Luca was darting out of the way as that fury exploded from him. Dragonfire rained down, but not in the wild way his and Rozich's dragonfire was consuming. No, this was controlled. It leapt from one seraph to another, the flames never banking or going out, as if Zan could control his magic even from his dragon form. Luca's head whipped to Roehrich only to find him watching their father too. Luca had never been able to control his gifts like that when in his dragon form, and while he couldn't read any sort of expression on Roehrich right now, he was guessing it was the same for him. It was why they preferred to fight with just their wings, not fully shifted. It was no wonder the seraphs had seemed to leave them alone and focus on Zan, and Luca suddenly wondered if the god of war and courage himself had trained his father. Zan twisted to find them staring, and he snapped at them with a sharp growl, jerking his head to the side. The message was clear. Do their fucking job. Roehrich snarled, clearly irked about being caught watching, and he banked right, going in the direction of flames below. Luca followed his lead, going left. He'd take care of the skies above Theon and Tessa, while Roehrich managed those above Eliza. Zan could clearly handle the middle sector. He didn't know how long they fought, but he sank into it that same way he'd felt Tessa sink into her power. Magic was flying, cries of victory and agony mingling. He could hear the clashing of weapons and the bellows of orders being shouted. Time both dragged on and flashed by. There was no time to think, just give in to instinct. But that instinct was telling him this wasn't going to be enough. Roerdan had bided his time. This wasn't a frivolous attack, but one that had been meticulously planned. He knew their forces were concentrated elsewhere and had attacked Castle Pines for that very reason. Even with Theon and Tessa, Dagian, a fire general, and 2 additional dragons, the odds were not in their favor. Not as it seemed like 3 more seraphs appeared for every one they took out. Not as more and more Akaz forces swarmed the streets of the city. Not as those forces methodically pushed their own to the city center, effectively surrounding them. Not as he started to feel his power weaken and drain. If Theon started drawing from him, he'd have to shift back and fight from the streets. Tessa wouldn't need him. She was a goddamn vision below, her chaos wreaking havoc and her arrows finding their marks. She'd been training with the things, sure, but nobody became that skilled that quickly. Whatever power created her arrows was connected to her on some level, ensuring her wishes were carried out. And with every life that was forced to give, her power took and took. His father streaked by, making Luca whip around to follow where he was going, only to see a fresh wave of Akaz forces appearing to the south of the city. "Son of a bitch," Luca growled down the bond. "There's more Theon to the south." "God damn it," he muttered. "We're not going to win this. We need to switch gears, focus on getting the innocent to safety, and then we can retreat." "Give up the city?" Luca countered. "It's the closest one to Arya's house." "I'm aware. We're just going to abandon it? I'll lose the city if we can save the people." Then her voice was drifting down the bond.
Roerdan is here.
That was all she needed to say, and Luca was diving for them. If he was as powerful as Dagian said he was, there was no way she was facing the male alone. Theon didn't have any additional gifts yet, and Dagian had said it would drain her to the point of breaking to face off with him. That was not happening today. The ground shuddered as he landed behind them, forces from both sides scattering to accommodate his size. Whipping his head around, he snatched up an Akaz warrior that was coming for Theon, careful not to draw blood, because they seriously tasted fucking awful. Taking a few steps closer, he dropped the male on the ground at Tessa's feet. Theon's darkness wound around him, keeping him immobile, and Tessa lifted her gaze to Luca's with a dark smirk.
A late birthday present,
she crooned. He shifted then, leaving only his wings on display. He needed to preserve as much of his magic as he could at this point. Just wanted to see that viciousness in action. He returned, taking in the blood splattered on her porcelain skin. Then he frowned. There were spots on her arms, her shoulder, her thigh, where Theon's darkness was cinched tightly around her. Luca reached out, gripping her elbow for a closer look. "Her blood can't touch the ground. It will summon hunters," Theon said tightly. "I've been making sure it doesn't." Tessa pulled her arm from Luca's grasp, crouching beside the Akaz male, that same wicked smirk on her lips. "Please, don't," he cried. "I have to follow orders. I have to." "You'll have to plead your case with Arius," she interrupted with a dark croon. "Because I do not care." Then one of her black runic daggers appeared in her hand, and blood was splattering as she dragged it slowly across his throat, before plunging it deep into his chest. She stood casually, dagger still in hand, as she said, "Rodan is here." "You said that already," Luca replied, watching the mayhem around them. "You're right, Theon. We need to get the fuck out of here." Then Eliza was there, panting and covered in blood herself. "What's the plan?" she gasped, Daejeon and Sasha behind her. "My father is here," Daejeon said. "We know," Luca growled, as Eliza spun and blocked an arrow with her sword, before the warrior went up in dragonfire a moment later, Roehrich dropping in behind her. He'd already shifted, and Eliza was reaching for a dagger. "No, May Dragosin," he murmured, taking her chin between his thumb and forefinger. "You need to fill your reserves, Roz," she insisted, still trying to bring the blade to her forearm. "If you think I am taking what little magic you have left when we are in the midst of battle, you are sorely mistaken," he growled, stepping in closer to her. "You need it more than I do. I can use my sword," she argued. "We combine them if needed," Roehrich said. "Like we did to free Zan." "Roehrich, no. This is—" "End of discussion, Eliza. I am not drawing from you right now." Her eyes flashed with anger. "Cut me off and tell me end of discussion again, Roehrich Greybane. I dare you." "Be violent with me later," he retorted, kissing her hard before she could reply. "My lord, or my lady," a panting Arius captain gasped out, his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. "What is it?" Theon snapped. "At the front. We couldn't stop them," he gasped. "God damn it," Luca growled because Tessa was already moving. So much smaller than they were, she slipped through the crowd practically unseen, while the rest of them had to shove people out of the way. Her wolves prowling in a radius around her helped some, but not enough. He looked up, trying to spot Zan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where the fuck was he? "Tessa, wait!" Theon called, having to stop and use his sword or magic every few steps. "Tessa!" Luca hollered. He couldn't simply send a wave of dragonfire. Their own forces were too intermingled now. They couldn't afford to lose any more. She kept moving, and he and Theon kept fighting to get back to her. She was in so much goddamn trouble when this was over. Finally, they burst through a throng of fighting, only to go completely still, as they took in the scene before them. Tessa stood there, her aura swirling with light and dark, while Nyla and Roan were at her sides, teeth bared and growling. Across from her stood Rodan Jove, light undulating and crackling around him. Seconds later, Roehrich and Eliza pushed through the crowd too, Daejeon and Sasha at their heels. "Well done, Daejeon," Rodan said with a small smile. Luca slowly turned to the male, eyes narrowed. "If you betrayed us—" "I didn't," Daejeon spat, his eyes fixed on his father. "And he knows that." Rodan's smile turned dark. "He speaks the truth. I raised him to take what he wants. If only he wasn't as big of a disappointment as Tessa turned out to be." "If only you'd loved me and coveted my loyalty the way you did hers," Daejeon returned. Your entire existence has revolved around finding her to gain Akaz's favor. I was a necessary inconvenience until you found her." "You would have been given everything," Rodan said calmly. "A kingdom to rule, a source for your power, a wife to warm your bed and give you powerful heirs. I blame your mother for the way you turned out. She coddled you too much, intervened too much." "You tortured her!" Daejian roared. "You used me to manipulate her into giving you more and more power. She loves you," Rodan interjected, his features all cruel amusement now. "This is Devram's son. Love doesn't exist here. And do you know why?" Daejian held his tongue, his jaw clenched so tightly Luca could hear his teeth grinding. "The gods didn't want it to. They know how useless it is, how it sways kings and queens, how it causes wars and breaks alliances, and look just how accurate that is." Rodan continued, gesturing to Tessa and Theon. 5 kingdoms that have worked seamlessly for centuries are now broken. "You did that," Theon retorted. "No," he countered. "Love did that. Why do you think we take the Fae to estates as babes? So mothers do not have the chance to love and sacrifice for them. Why do you think matches are contractual obligations? So this doesn't happen. Everything we do is to make sure none of that can flourish, and yet, despite our efforts, it does. Look at Maya, so distraught by the death of her source, she can't think clearly," he said with disgust. "So no, Daejian, I've never loved you. The only thing I've ever wanted from you was your loyalty, and instead you've brought me betrayal. I can see it well enough on Theon's finger." Luca glanced over, seeing the ring Daejian had delivered back on Theon's middle finger, where it had sat for years. "The payment for that betrayal is your source's power," Rodan said. "No," Daejian snarled. "You will not take that from her. You've taken enough. You have enough." "So be it." It happened so fast, no one could do anything. Not as Rodan's light struck precisely, coiling around Sasha and yanking her violently to the space between them. "No!" Daejian roared, lunging for her, but Rodan's power wrapped around him too, suspending him in the air as Sasha screamed. His light twisted and coiled, taking the shape of a snake that wound around her before sinking fangs of pure power into her throat. Her screams stopped, and the world was quiet save for the sound of Daejian being dropped back to the ground. Rodan had subdued his son with scarcely any effort, and Daejian was powerful. "Sasha!" he cried, crawling to her still body. "No, no, no, no!" "And then there's you," Rodan said, his eyes sliding to Tessa and ignoring his son's broken cries. Tessa's fury was palpable as she took a single step forward. "How incredibly weak of you to pick a fight with someone you know cannot hold their own." "I am anything but weak, child," he replied too calmly. "But you, we all know your weaknesses now, don't we?" "No!" she cried, and it took a second for Luca to realize what was happening. Rodan's power moved too fast, and Luca didn't know how he did that. But a wave of swirling golden mist was blinding them, as if the sun itself was laying siege, and Luca was being thrown back, flying through the air. But not because of Rodan's power. It was the impact of Tessa's magic colliding with it. Luca hit the ground hard, banishing his wings a moment before impact. He felt the skin on his back peel open as he skidded across the ground, but he was scrambling back to his feet in the next breath. "By the gods," someone muttered. Maybe Roehrich? Because Tessa's chaos was arcing over everyone like a dome, while Rodan's light slid along it, looking for any cracks to gain entrance. Seraphs pelted that dome with magical attacks. Tessa's hands were raised in front of her, power flowing and racing, reinforcing. In truth, Roerdan had been stupid for waiting until now to attack. She'd been feeding her magic for hours. If he was going to be part of this, he should have been here from the beginning, when she was at her weakest. Theon was running, clearly having been thrown as far as Luca had. "Tessa, draw from me! Do it, Tempest!" he ordered down the bond. Luca was shoving people out of his way as he took long strides back to her too, and then he stumbled as there was a yank on his power. Because Theon was drained, and she was taking from him, forcing Theon to draw from him as his guardian. "Shit," he muttered, finally reaching his side. "This can't last forever. I know, but it will give us a little time to try to think of something," Theon answered, looking around as if he'd find the answer somewhere. They stood back, not wanting to get too close to her and be a distraction. Her features were twisted in concentration, and her power had her off the ground, so at least she wasn't having to hold herself up. "Where the fuck is Zan?" Luca turned at the growl from Roehrich, and he dragged a hand down his face. "I don't know. He just fucks off in the middle of a goddamn battle?" Roehrich demanded, Eliza looking just as furious at his side. Beside them was Dajian, holding Sasha's body to his chest. "He is going to come back to a massacre," Roehrich snarled. "Tessa is stronger than Roerdan," Theon bit back. "Until her power gives out, then we're all fucked, even if Roerdan's gives out too. They have more forces. He's draining her on purpose, and then we will be overwhelmed because he fucking abandoned us. Not that we should be surprised. It's what he does." The male sneered. Even Luca had to admit this looked pretty fucking bad.
"Let's just figure out what we're going to do in the meantime," Eliza cut in. "Travel out?"
"We need to do that now. We're all drained," Luca said. "We can't afford to lose any more power and risk not being able to travel, and we won't be able to take everyone." "How do we decide who gets left behind?" Theon demanded. Eliza's lips were pressed into a thin line.
"You just do. This is war. Not everyone survives."
"That's not acceptable," Theon bit back. "Look around you. They're still fighting. We can't just abandon them." And they were. Trapped on this side of the barrier, their forces were easily overtaking the Akaz warriors. But the fact remained that the moment that barrier fell, there were at least 100 more warriors waiting for them, not to mention the seraphs in the sky. "We have to go now," Roehrich said. "War requires making impossible choices." "He's right, Theon. We can't—" A roar ripped through the air. They looked up to find a dark stain against the sky, and he wasn't alone. Those were flames flying beside him, bright oranges and reds. People with wings of flame. Some were riding flying creatures of the same. They clashed with the seraphs, and a small whimper came from Tessa as some of the strain on her power was eased. "Stay with her. Tell me when she's almost tapped out," Luca ordered Theon. "We'll do what we can." Then he and Roehrich were back in the sky with their wings, not wanting to waste their magic by shifting fully. As he got closer, he realized these were Anala legacy. He had no idea they had an aerial fleet, but Zan had known. He'd known and gone for backup. Flames flickered around him as they fought side by side. If they could keep them busy up here, maybe they could figure something out down there. So he fought with everything he had alongside his father and his brother, praying to anyone that would listen that it would be enough. 47. Theon. It hadn't been enough. That was all he could think as he sat in the penthouse in the underground once again. They were all covered in blood and grime, and he was slowly peeling back his darkness from Tessa's scrapes and wounds, letting Sienna do her thing before her blood hit the ground. The last thing they needed was to deal with a fucking hunter right now. They'd lost. At least that battle. Even with Anala Kingdom sending aid, it hadn't been enough. They'd needed more people on the ground. Tessa had been goddamn amazing, her power lashing out and taking as she held that dome in place. But splitting her focus drained her faster. Eventually Luca had to abandon the sky because Theon was drawing too much from him. And in the end, they'd done exactly what he hadn't wanted to do. They'd had to abandon Castle Pines and the people who hadn't managed to get out. He'd failed. Again. Everyone was quiet and somber, the defeat weighing on them all. Gia was here, making her rounds while Sienna attended to Tessa. Eliza was curled into Rozik, where he sat on the floor. Zan was nearby, talking low with one of the Anala warriors who'd returned with them. They'd taken over the entire building, giving quarters to all those they had been able to bring back with them. They'd only needed one additional floor in the end. Kat and Axel were here as well, having moved back to the penthouse after imprisoning Bree. Kat was upstairs with Maddox, while Axel sat in a chair opposite him. His elbows were braced on his knees, head hanging. He hadn't been there, but he still felt the defeat in his soul. Having finished with Tessa, Sienna moved on to Theon, despite her protest to go to Luca when the lift doors dinged. They all looked up, and a moment later, Daejeon was stepping into the room. His face was as dirty and bloodied as the rest of them, only there were tear stains streaked through the grime. They'd fought beside each other today, Arius and Akaz. Theon had never thought he'd see the day. Tessa sat up straighter, as though she was going to go to him, but Luca planted a hand on her thigh from her other side, keeping her in place. They were both too on edge right now to be anything other than overbearing.
"I'm sorry,"
Tessa said softly.
"I knew Sasha. I'm sorry."
Daejeon gave a stiff nod, rolling his lips. "Can I get you something?" Axel asked, pushing to his feet. "Something to eat? Drink? Blood, now that you can't—" He trailed off, shoving a hand through his hair. "No," Daejeon said tightly. He turned to Theon, his eyes somehow hard and hollow at the same time. "I'm only here to find out when you're taking my power, St. Orcus." Theon stared at him, somewhat at a loss. He flicked his gaze to Zan before coming back to Daejeon. "We have all 3 rings now," he said. "But we still need to find someone to do the transfer. Unless your mother is now an option." "She is not," Daejeon snapped. "I will not lose another person I love to his madness." "Won't he kill her anyway?" Luca asked. Daejeon's lip curled. "Not even he's powerful enough to do that, but he will hurt her, torture her. She's endured enough. We all have." Light sparked at his fingertips, making everyone tense, but he got it under control in the next breath. His gaze raked over them on the sofa, Tessa between the two of them. "It wasn't like that with us," he said, hollowness ringing in his tone. "My father tried, but Sasha was like a younger sister to me. Nothing more. He forced us together from the day she was born, and she was my sister. I was her protector. I never touched her otherwise." They all stared at him, and shock rippled through Theon because how? That bond was demanding and relentless.
"But she was so nervous on selection day,"
Tessa said tentatively. "We both were. We'd known about the bond and what it did. Neither of us wanted each other like that," Daejeon answered. "And it didn't try?" Theon asked, trying not to sound like a complete ass with his question. Daejeon shook his head. "There were a few times, right after the marks were given, but we had arrangements made, others willing to satisfy those demands." "You let someone else touch her?" Theon asked, still trying to comprehend this. Someone she chose, Dagian said. It was always her choice. But enough of this. Figure it out and take this power from me, St. Orcus. I've held up my end of the deal and paid the price. Hold up yours. Then he turned his back on them, pressing the lift button. The doors opened immediately, and he left, leaving them to stew in their loss once more. There are 3 showers available, Axel said after a beat. Feel free to use them. I'll get some food fixed up. Everyone dispersed, and Theon sent Tessa up with Luca, wanting to talk to Axel for a moment. He followed his brother into the kitchen, but as he went to sit down, Axel snapped. Don't touch anything! You're covered in blood. We were just sitting on furniture, Theon replied. Which we now have to clean, but I wasn't going to say anything then, he replied. Axel? Kat's voice rang out from the other room. And don't touch my kid either, Axel called from the pantry where he was digging for something or other. Not until you've showered. Kat appeared a moment later, Maddox in her arms. He was awake and taking in the world, and Theon smiled weakly at them. I'm sorry things did not go well today, Kat said, coming farther into the room. Theon nodded, leaning in closer to see Maddox. We need to get that power transferred, he said. Which is why I need to talk to Axel. His brother reappeared, narrowing his eyes at how close Theon was to the babe. Theon held up his hands. I'm not touching him, relax. I'm going to tell you that when you have a child, Axel grumbled, dumping bags of rice and cans of beans onto the counter. I'm going to have to go get some pork. Husband, father, and chef, Theon smirked. What next? Fuck off or you're not eating, Axel retorted, pointing a finger at him. Theon huffed a laugh, but it was quickly gone. I'm going to the secret holdings as soon as my powers are restored enough. Axel stilled, blinking at him. Then I'm coming with you. You don't have to, Axel. You have a son, a wife, Theon tried. Whom he has threatened on multiple occasions, Axel retorted. Not to mention our whole fucking childhood. If you're going to confront our father, I'm coming with to end him. I am a goddamn night child because of him. Theon glanced at Katya, who was swaying with Maddox. She did that a lot, and it had to be some innate mother thing. We need to take as few people as possible. Theon tried again. Tessa, obviously, for her power. Luca, because he's my guardian. Corbin and Lang, Kat added. They'll insist on going. They've been restless while waiting. Theon shook his head. It's too many people. Tell them that, Kat tossed back. They've become close with Eviana, and we all know if someone has to be left behind, it will be her. Mark my words, Theon, if you don't take them with you, they'll go themselves. Explain that one to Tessa. That would go over well. Theon sighed. We go in, we find my mother and Eviana, we send everyone else away, and we take care of father. Tessa and Luca are not just going to leave us there, you idiot. Axel groused from where he was now rummaging through the fridge. I'll talk to them. Great, do that, while you fucking shower. You're too disgusting right now to be standing so close to my wife and child. Axel called over his shoulder. Theon rolled his eyes, glancing once more at Kat to find a small smile playing on her lips. You won't win this one, she said softly. He sighed again, knowing she was right. I'm not enjoying you two constantly ganging up on me, he said, turning to leave the kitchen. Tessa would side with us, Axel called, and Theon flipped him off over his shoulder, because he knew that too. Are we sure there's something here? Axel asked, looking around where they stood just inside the leisure district. Killian had shown them the area a few days ago, while their powers were still recovering. Theon and Luca had again drank rations, and they really needed to figure something else out. Tessa had offered to fill their reserves, but then she would be left without full strength, because she could only refill her magic by taking life. Checks and balances. even when she was an imbalance herself.
"Can't you feel the wards?"
Tessa asked. "They're meant to deter you," Theon answered. "I feel something trying to get me to turn around, go in the other direction, like an instinct of some sort." She shrugged.
"We're here. We may as well try it, right?"
"I guess," Axel said, scratching the back of his head. There wasn't much else they could do. If it wasn't here, then they were at a loss, and Theon refused to entertain that idea at the moment.
"We have to all be connected," Lang said,
reaching for Tessa. Theon knocked him away, taking her hand while Luca took the other.
"Stop being a dick,"
she muttered. Theon ignored her. This had nothing to do with her friend touching her, and had more to do with him being on edge. He was going in there to meet his mother and kill his father. With everyone touching, they moved forward, step after step, until he felt the wards ghost over his skin, and a 2-story stone house loomed over them. Built into the side of the cavern wall, it had a few windows on the front and a stone wall surrounding it.
"There's no gate or way in,"
Axel said in a hushed tone after they'd all darted to the side.
"Then we go over the top,"
Tessa said simply.
"And get caught?"
Axel tossed back. She turned her head to him with a smirk.
"Don't let anyone see you." "How are we supposed to scale that?"
he asked, gesturing to the wall. She turned in the other direction.
"Lang?"
He winked. "Sure thing, Tess." A minute later, Lang was using his air magic to lift them over the wall. When the last of them were on the other side, they turned and faced the house.
"Now what?"
Axel asked. "We go in," Theon replied. His magic was tense, as on edge as he was, and he could feel it writhing in anticipation. "The mark," Luca said, handing him a dagger. Right. It was the only way they could come up with to track down his mother. A blood mark that would lead him to a blooded relative. The others studied the house for a way in, while he drew the mark he'd practiced for days on his forearm. When he finished, they made their way to the side of the house. The front door was obviously out, but there had to be other entrances. Except they couldn't find a single one. In fact, there wasn't even a front door. "He must shadow walk here," Theon said.
"So we travel in?"
Tessa asked. "But you can't travel to somewhere you haven't been."
"I can't travel somewhere I don't know,"
she corrected.
"If I look in the windows."
He didn't like the idea one bit, but they were wasting time. The longer they fucked around out here, the more likely they were to be caught. Tessa and Luca crept to the lowest window they could find and peered in. Then they both ducked down in a rush, crawling to another window before making their way back. "The first window was to your father's study," Luca reported. "He's in there." His eyes flicked to the Fae. "So are Eviana and the child." "My mother first, then them," Theon said pointedly to the males. They clearly didn't like that, but the plan was set. They weren't changing anything now. Tessa took Lang and Corbin, while Luca grabbed his elbow and Axel's shoulder, traveling them inside. They all froze for nearly a minute, releasing a collective breath of relief when no one appeared in the room they'd entered. "You're up," Luca said, looking at Theon, and he concentrated on the mark. In the end, it ended up working similarly to the tracking mark they had on Tessa. A pull in his soul had them creeping out of the room and up a set of stairs. They ran into no one, not even a servant. He wasn't entirely surprised by that. His father had too many secrets here to keep a full staff. There was likely only 2 or 3 trusted servants here, and they would all be busy with their daily tasks. Continuing down a long hall, they came to a dead end, only the stone wall to greet them. "A closet?" Axel asked when he turned to a small door. But Theon didn't answer, following the pull of the mark. Sure enough, they opened the door and found a narrow stairwell making their way up. "This can't be right," Theon muttered. They were all crammed onto a small landing. In fact, Corbin and Lang weren't even able to fit on the landing, still standing on the stairs. "It's just a wall," Axel said. "I can see that," he snapped. But the mark was still pulling him closer, insistent and warming his soul, as if what he was seeking was just out of reach on the other side. "It isn't just a wall," Tessa breathed, placing both her palms on the stone. "Can't you feel that?" Theon and Luca glanced at each other. "No," Theon said. "There's power here," she whispered, chaos seeping from her palms. "Lots of power." "Tessa, you're going to trigger something," Luca growled, reaching to grab her. "Wait," Theon said, holding up a hand to stop him. "Look!" There were tiny fissures crackling along the stone. As thin as strands of hair, they raced out from beneath her palms. "There's power on the other side," Tessa hummed, slipping into that eeriness as her power took over. "We want it." "Be ready to stop her," Theon warned. "What do you think I was doing?" Luca retorted. He ignored the sarcasm, letting his darkness swarm and billow, creating a shield to protect Axel and the Fae in case the wall exploded. Which would not be great, and would probably alert his father, so he was really hoping that wouldn't be the case. Little by little, pieces of the wall fell to the ground, tiny pebbles and pieces of shale. It sounded like raindrops as they fell faster and faster, until they all crumbled into a pile, leaving them staring into a room. A small sofa for two, a table and chairs for the same, a small bed. And on her feet, wide emerald eyes staring back at them, was Karis? Axel rasped, and Theon was glad he said it, because he sure as fuck couldn't. He was just staring at her. A phantom of his past. A female he'd watched be tortured to death in front of his own eyes when he was scarcely 10 years. A nursemaid who'd been more of a mother to him than Cressida had ever been. Her eyes were bouncing between him and Axel and Luca, and she appeared as frozen as they were, no one daring to breathe or move, as if they were looking through a pane of glass. "She is powerful," Tessa hummed, stepping over the line of crumbled rock and into the room. "But she is trapped." "Tessa, stop!" Luca ground out, going after her and winding an arm around her waist. He pulled her back into his chest, his dragon fire brushing along her arms and stomach. But now the female's gaze was holding Theon's, and all he could think to say was, "How?" She smiled sadly as she took him in. "You're tall." Her gaze skipped between the three of them again. "You all are." "How?" Theon repeated. "You're not. You can't be." "You have to speak it, otherwise I cannot say it," she said, still as unmoving as he was. A vow or oath of some sort, then. "You're my mother?" Theon asked, the words quiet as they passed his lips. And she nodded, something shifting in her features. A wariness, perhaps? Suspicion? "We saw you die," Axel said suddenly. "We watched it. What he did." "You watched the torture," she said, her fingers curling at her sides. "You thought you saw my death." "We scattered your ashes in Sinvan's lake," Luca said, and Theon could feel his own suspicion down the bond. "But did you see my body burn?" "None of this makes any sense," Theon said. He took a step back, pebbles crunching under his shoes. "This is a trap." "How can it be? The mark led you here," Tessa said, seemingly back from the depths of her power.
I hear you have become quite the academic, the female said tentatively, clasping her hands in front of her. From who? Him? Theon sneered. She arched a brow. Voltaire only visits me to gloat or try to force me to aid him. He never speaks of you, of any of you. It was a torture in and of itself.
I think you need to explain everything, Lucas said, still holding Tessa to him, and she was looking at the female with keen interest.
She's trapped,
Tessa said again. Ignoring her, Theon said, Start from the beginning. She studied him for a long moment, and he felt too goddamn exposed. Why was he wondering what she thought of him, if he measured up? He'd watched Karis die, and even then, Karis couldn't have been his mother. She was a fae with water magic, in love with Pen.
My family line is the original line to rule Aria's kingdom, she finally said.
Bullshit! Axel spat, and her head whipped to him, eyes narrowing. Language, Axel St. Orcus! She snapped. His eyes went wide, and he stumbled back a step.
Sorry, he mumbled. The St. Orcus family challenged my brother for the seat. He was far older than me, over a century. I was young, around the age you all are now, she went on.
Wait, I do know some of this, Theon said, taking a tentative step towards her. Voltaire's father challenged for the seat nearly 4 centuries ago. She nodded, a bitter smile tilting on her lips.
And he won. My brother was killed, and he took the seat. I was allowed to remain a noble until your father claimed his seat.
But you're a fae, not an Arius legacy, Theon said. You have water magic.
Just like Penelope, right?
Karis asked. You're saying it was never you? She nodded, raising her arms slightly. 2 metal cuffs were at her biceps. He'd never seen her without them. In his formative years, they were just accessories, a part of her. But now that he was older and understood.
She's trapped,
Tessa repeated.
He had them custom made, the female said. I was presented with them the evening of his lordship. He demanded I become his match.
That's forbidden. It upsets the balance of power in the realms, Theon replied.
Because the lords and ladies of Devrim are so pious, she deadpanned. I declined, and he accepted that for a time.
She shifted on her feet, eyes suddenly darting around the room, looking anywhere but at them.
He and Roerdan became close, forming the augury. Every few months, Voltaire would approach me with his request, and every time I would deny him. I had found Pen by that time. She'd been assigned to Aria's kingdom, and...
She shrugged.
Things happen as things do. I loved her with my whole soul. Voltaire learned of the relationship and saw it as a betrayal in his twisted mind. Voltaire and Roerdan had their falling out, and the Arius kingdom was shunned more than ever, she went on. Of course, Voltaire wanted vengeance against everyone and everything. Kingdom alliances were being threatened, and the rulers held a conclave, agreeing to all attempt to have children the same age. Priestesses were brought in to help better the odds.
Obviously it worked, Axel muttered.
It did, she agreed. But your father wouldn't risk it. By that time, he'd taken a match.
Cressida, Theon said. She nodded again.
But it wasn't what he wanted. He wanted a child that would be more powerful than the others, a full Arius legacy, through and through. Are you saying Theon is 2 Arius bloodlines? Tessa asked. The next time he approached me, my rejection was not an option. I was brought here and... Well, you were created, she said,
gesturing in Theon's direction. Cressida fell pregnant at the same time. Of course, her child was not fully Arius, and her child was a female.
Axel's sister, Theon said.
Luca had told them all of this, filling them in on what Zan had told them. How his mother had taken the female and fled. How they'd been in hiding all this time in the Anala kingdom.
Yes, she said, moving to the table.
She rested her palm on the surface, taking a deep breath before she lifted her gaze to them once more. You were born and passed off as her child, the Arius heir. Of course, Cressida wanted nothing to do with you, and she was still pregnant at your birth. Her child wasn't born for another 6 weeks. I was forced into an oath to never reveal the circumstances, but in exchange, I was allowed to be your caretaker and stay with Penn. No longer a noble legacy, but a fae in service to the kingdom.
She smiled softly.
It was worth the sacrifice to get to be there. In a way, you were mine and Penn's, even if you were his heir. I got to care for you, see your first steps, hear your first words. I got to...
She cleared her throat, eyes darting away once more.
And then Luca came shortly before Axel was born. Soon there were 3 mischievous boys running amok. You became my world, and I became your weakness. Although that day was my fault, not yours.
Theon's brow furrowed. What do you mean? He was punishing us that day. She smiled sadly.
I'm sure he wanted you to think that, and I am told he used the moment to his advantage. But that day was about breaking me. He wanted more from me, because even then he was starting to fear you were going to turn on him. He is paranoid, and I can't really blame him in this world. Everyone is always out for everyone. I refused to go through that again. I snuck out one night. I may have been passed off as a fae, but I still remembered the secrets of the kingdom. Stealing coin, I found passage to the underground where I paid off a witch for these. She gestured to the marks across her collarbone.
What do they do? Theon asked.
Take away my ability to have children.
Like a curse mark? Tessa asked, and Theon glanced at her in confusion.
It's not a curse, she replied. I cannot even conceive a child. The day I returned, and he saw them, was the day I was tortured in front of you.
Theon blinked, the memory surfacing. She had been gone for days. They were more than a handful at that age, and Penn hadn't been able to wrangle all 3 of them, much less for days on end. That was what they had assumed they were being punished for. But, you're my mother, Theon asked, restating what was now an obvious question. The emerald eyes, the midnight hair, even some of the facial features were the same.
It's why you look like Arius, Tessa murmured. 2 distant bloodlines, with a twist of fate. I'm told you are not like him, Karis said. That none of you are, that you've found love, and that somehow you are not like him.
Who told you that? Theon asked, taking another step closer.
Eviana has been visiting.
Right, Eviana. He turned to tell the Fae males that they would go find her in a moment, but the landing was empty. So were the stairs. They'd gone off without them.
48. Eviana. A hand covered her mouth, and her eyes went wide as she was dragged into a hall bathroom. Then she went still when the door closed, and she came face to face with Lang.
By the gods, Bellona,
Lang muttered.
Does he only let you piss once a day? We've been waiting forever.
Corbin had removed his hand from her mouth, but he still had an arm wound around her. She wriggled from his hold, facing them both now.
What the fuck are you doing here? And how?
She hissed, knowing she didn't have much time. She had been allowed to go to the bathroom, but she also had to return with a new bottle of scotch for Voltaire. If she took too long, there would be consequences.
"We're here to get you,"
Lang answered.
"Tessa is here, along with Theon, Luca, and Axel. They're with Theon's mother. Did you know she was here?"
Of course I knew she was here, Eviana snapped. I helped put her here.
"And you never told him?"
She stared back at him.
"Right,"
Lang muttered, rubbing at his nape.
"I suppose you couldn't. We don't have a lot of time,"
Corbin stated. Obviously. What's the plan? She retorted. This time, they stared back at her. You came here without a fucking plan, she demanded. Did I teach you fools nothing?
"We sort of have a plan," Lang countered. "Theon and Axel are here to kill their father, so once that's done, we're good to go, right?"
They are here to kill him.
Well, I'm guessing he's not going to let them simply walk out the non-existent front door with their mother, Lang drawled. "Speaking of, why the fuck isn't there a door?"
Oh my gods, Viviana muttered, going over all this new information and trying to pull together a plan. Priya wasn't just going to go with them. She was too enamored by Voltaire. I have to get back or he's going to come looking for me, she said. Come back with Tessa, Theon, and Axel, but first... She faltered, clasping her hands in front of her. Out of habit, yes, but also out of nerves. She felt the most in control when she was doing something she was used to. Something that came as naturally as breathing.
"What is it, Nightmare?"
Corbin asked, clearly trying to lighten the mood. Have you met the shifters? She asked suddenly. His eyes widened in confusion.
"Yes,"
he answered slowly.
"Tessa took me to them shortly after we caught up with her at the Acropolis."
They were kind. Killian can be abrasive, she said. Corbin studied her for a moment.
"They were more than kind. My mother, especially."
She nodded once, squeezing her fingers. When this is all over, will you stay with them? He exchanged a look with Lang.
"We haven't decided where we will settle down," he answered. "I suppose it will depend on what the world looks like when this is all over."
That made sense, she supposed.
"Eviana,"
Corbin prodded gently when she remained silent. She straightened her spine, dropping her hands to her sides. If you can only leave with one of us, promise me you'll take Priya.
"What?"
Lang scoffed.
"No, you're both coming with us."
She sighed. Lang.
"No,"
he interrupted, stepping closer and crowding her against the wall.
"You're both coming with us. Do you understand me? You didn't drag us across half the fucking kingdoms, through the Dreamlock woods, and make us goddamn care for us to leave you behind. You and Priya are both leaving here with us."
Swear it, she breathed, looking up into sky-blue eyes. Swear that you will leave here with both of us, that when this is all said and done, you will take us both from here, that you will help me with her. Is it an accord? His head tilted, as if listening to something, and she swore to the gods, if those winds fucked her over right now.
"I swear to you that you will both leave here with us,"
Lang said, holding her stare.
"I swear that when this is all said and done, you will not be alone. You and Priya, you'll be part of our family. That is the accord I make with you."
Agreed, she breathed, fighting back the emotion trying to claw up her throat. She didn't get emotional. Emotions were pointless. But she felt the tingling of the bargain mark on her skin just below her shoulder blade. Then she pushed off the wall, shoving him aside. I have to go. He will come looking soon. I am already taking too long. She slipped from the bathroom, rushing to the kitchens and retrieving the liquor and a fresh ice bucket before hurrying back to his study. He looked up when she entered, his hazel eyes hard.
"That took longer than it should have,"
he said coldly. My apologies, my lord, she answered, dropping her gaze to the floor. I have been unwell with my power so low.
"And who's to blame for that, Eve?"
Me, my lord, she said immediately. Lifting the liquor bottle, she dared to look at him, finding him with a slight smirk. Would you like a glass now or later?
Now.
She nodded, moving to the liquor cart and pulling out a tumbler. She filled it with a few ice cubes and the liquor, trying to calm her racing heart and steady her breathing before she carried it to him. His fingers brushed hers as he took the glass, and then he stood, forcing her to stumble back a step. He leaned against his desk, studying her while he took a sip.
How long have you been mine, Eviana?
He mused, swirling the contents of his glass. For decades, my lord, she answered, her mind racing as she tried to figure out where this was going. He hummed in response, setting the glass down with a faint clunk. Then he reached over, a fingertip trailing along her collarbone.
Decades of training, decades of investing my time and energy into you.
She stayed silent, his fingers still skating down to her cleavage. It was only then she realized Priya wasn't in the room anymore. She had been here when she'd left to fetch the liquor, but now she was gone.
And I was studying you all that time, too,
he went on.
Clearly not well enough. You still managed to hide your thoughts and emotions from me. Not that I'm surprised, you are clever, but your mannerisms...
His fingers dragged back up.
You've never once lied directly to my face. Until now.
Her eyes went wide, and she tried to lurch back, but he was faster because she was too weak right now. His fingers clamped around her throat, keeping her close.
I did not think I could be more disappointed in you,
he snarled into her ear.
Yet you continue to prove me wrong at every turn. Tell me how, after fucking decades, this is how you treat me, Eviana.
But she couldn't speak because he was squeezing her throat. Then she couldn't speak as the door opened and Corbin and Lang were shoved into the room by 2 of the 3 servants that were here, one of whom was an Arius legacy.
No. Tell me,
Voltaire said, twisting so he stood behind her now. He tugged her back into his chest, adjusting his grip on her neck.
Tell me why a 7-year-old child is more loyal to me than my goddamn source.
Corbin and Lang were staring at her wide-eyed, clearly not knowing what to do or say. Then she was trying to scream around that grip on her throat as shadows sprang forward and wrapped around the males. They both cried out in agony, those shadows biting and twisting and coiling. They fell to their knees, items in the room being thrown about as Lang fought back with his wind. Corbin shifted, but the magic didn't care. It wrapped around the feline as much as it did Lang, strangling and drawing blood. No, 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 no! She could do nothing. They were here because of her. They'd come for her, to help her, and now they would be dead because of her. It had been decades since she'd felt anything, but now she felt guilt and regret. She wished she'd never met them, never coerced them, never dragged them with her on this pointless quest. To do what? Find her daughter just to watch her slowly become what she was? Those were tears on her face, and she thrashed against Voltaire's hold. He only tightened his grip on her throat, murmuring in her ear how she had caused this. This was her fault. She was the reason they were being tortured. As if she didn't already know those truths.
What are you doing?
Voltaire stilled at the small, horrified voice. His grip on Eviana's throat loosened the smallest amount, and she turned her head to find Priya standing just inside the door. If her voice was horrified, it was nothing compared to the look on her small face as she took in the scene no child should ever have to see.
These Fae are here to hurt you, Priya, Voltaire ground out. I am protecting you, just like I promised I always would.
Her turquoise eyes bounced from Voltaire to the Fae, to Eviana and back, fear pouring off her.
Leave, Priya,
Voltaire said, his voice getting firmer, gruffer.
Let me handle this. Go with Benson.
Snapping at the Arius guard, he added,
Where the fuck is Annis?
I don't want to go back to Annis,
Priya said, backing away as Benson approached her.
Sometimes we don't get to choose what we want to do,
Voltaire gritted out, losing all semblance of patience.
Go with Benson! No!
Don't touch her, Eviana gasped, Voltaire's grip loosening more as his attention was split between her, Priya, and keeping Lang and Corbin tied down with his shadows. Lang had stopped fighting back, instead using his magic to get air to himself and Corbin, as Voltaire's shadows squeezed tighter. Blood marred them everywhere, that magic burning and branding.
I will restore your obedience if it is the last thing I do,
Voltaire snarled, his hand leaving her throat and grabbing her hair. He yanked her back, throwing her into the bookshelf behind the desk, and she crumpled to the floor, too weak to fight back, too drained from these goddamn bands.
Stop! Let me go!
Priya was crying, screaming, and Eviana grabbed onto the desk to pull herself back to her feet. Benson was wrestling with Priya, and the girl was fighting back with everything she had, kicking and biting. She was a fighter. Eviana would give her that, but she didn't stand a chance against an Arius legacy. Voltaire was stalking across the room, a dagger in hand as he approached Lang first.
Get her out of here, Benson!
He roared. No child should have to see this, but part of Eviana was glad. She recognized that made her a horrible person. She also recognized it was why she should never have been a mother. But seeing the truth of the male she was so enamored with, it would mark her. She would always remember this, always be wary to trust again, and she should be. Whoever she deemed worthy of her trust needed to earn it.
Son of a bitch!
Benson barked, and Eviana looked over to see her teeth deep in his hand. He released her, throwing her away from him, and she hit the ground hard.
Priya!
Eviana cried, and it hurt. Fuck, did it hurt. She had to have broken a rib when Voltaire threw her into the bookshelf. Then it was Benson being thrown across the room, light and dark lifting him off his feet and pinning him to the wall. Tessa stormed in, power rolling off her with a hand raised to keep Benson in place. Theon, Axel, and Luca stalked in behind her, the three of them looking like walking death.
How the fuck did you get here?
Voltaire demanded, lurching back. Tessa's smile was pure wrath as she rotated her hand, a crack resounding through the room, before Benson dropped to a heap on the floor. The interruption had caught Voltaire off guard enough that his power loosened, Corbin and Lang sucking down breaths. Corbin was still in his mountain cat form, hovering over Lang. Eviana, Tessa said in a too calm voice, get Priya. She moved as fast as she could, biting down the scream of pain when she reached the girl and scooped her into her arms. Don't watch, she murmured, pushing Priya's face into her neck. Don't watch, and cover your ears. Priya didn't argue, and Eviana clung onto her as she watched Voltaire's sons cross the room. Voltaire tried to fight back, his shadows lashing out at them, but it appeared Theon had finally learned a truth. He was stronger than Voltaire even without a source. He was stronger than all the ladies with his double bloodline. It was something Voltaire had never let him learn, and it was part of the reason he was brutal with Theon from the very beginning. If he grew up thinking he was the weaker one, he'd never realize how powerful he actually was. It had driven Voltaire mad that Theon wouldn't discuss his source options because Voltaire couldn't scheme properly. He had dreaded the day Theon took a source. He'd wanted him powerful, but only if he controlled that power. So he controlled his son with threats and abuse, threatened him with Axel and Luca, and then Tessa had come along. Tessa had moved to Corbin, who'd shifted back, and Lang, standing beside them while Luca towered over her. Her violet eyes were honed in on Voltaire, watching and waiting. Eviana knew she would intervene if she needed to, but she was letting the St. Orcus brothers have their vengeance.
My ungrateful, spoiled sons,
Voltaire spat, pressing up against his desk. There was nowhere else for him to go. His shadows lashed out again, and Theon's darkness caught them, somehow seeped into them, made them darker and deadlier, controlled them. Eviana saw the uncertainty flicker across her master's face, but then it was gone. He straightened with a sneer, staring back at his sons.
Killing me would be pointless now. I heard what you've done, Theon. Giving our kingdom over to an Akaz descendant. You betray our people. We are not here to discuss the kingdom, the people, or my choices,
Theon said coldly.
We're here to discuss you. You lost any right to discuss anything with me when you gave everything we are to that cunt,
Voltaire spat. Theon's darkness was at Voltaire's throat, sinking into his flesh. His veins took on a gray pallor as Theon stalked forward, pulling a dagger from a swirl of black. One of the many daggers Eviana had seen Voltaire shove into his own children on numerous occasions. Without any of Voltaire's flair, Theon plunged that blade deep into Voltaire's side.
That's my wife, you weak, pathetic piece of shit,
he snarled.
Talk like that about her again, and I'll rip out your goddamn tongue. You always were one for empty threats,
Voltaire sneered, reaching for the dagger hilt. But then Axel was there, moving so goddamn fast he was a blur. In Eviana's next blink, he had Voltaire's hands wrenched behind his back, and Theon was shoving rings onto his fingers. Priya whimpered in her arms, and Eviana clutched her tighter. She should really get her out of here, but she was too weak to do anything other than slide to the floor. She stifled her own scream when she adjusted her hold on the child, her ribs definitely broken on one side.
My worthless spare,
Voltaire panted, his power no longer working to combat his wound. With one hand holding his wrists, Axel pulled a knife from the bandolier across his chest. It was a long, thin one, the blade coming to a sharp point, and he dragged that point along Voltaire's cheekbone.
I really have nothing to say to you,
Axel said, his voice as cold and dark as the death he came from, even if he could no longer wield its wrath. Axel had wrath of his own to wield.
But then again, Axel continued, I know how much you love my dramatics.
Without warning, the blade was in Voltaire's inner thigh, right next to his groin. The ex-lord howled in pain as Axel twisted the knife.
The thing is, you threatened my wife,
Axel said, each word getting tighter as he clung to his control. Another knife was in Voltaire's other thigh. This one Axel dragged down, slicing him open more.
And came after my child,
Axel snarled. Another knife to the back of Voltaire's knee, dragging horizontally this time. Another whimper from Priya, and Eviana knew she was hearing far too much. Shh, she murmured, smoothing a hand down her hair. You're safe. I promise you're safe. They won't hurt you.
I've got it.
Eviana looked up to find Lang there, reaching for the girl. His hands covered Priya's where they were clamped over her ears.
All she can hear now is the sound of the wind,
Lang said.
You stole everything from me,
Axel was saying, coming around to stand before his father.
And I want to thank you. Thank me,
Voltaire spat, once again trying to reach for the knives and dagger, but Theon's magic snapped around him, pinning his arms to his sides.
For what? Making you weak enough to give in to bloodlust.
For making me strong enough to keep getting back up,
even when it feels fucking pointless,
Axel returned, his hands sliding into the pockets of his pants. Voltaire scoffed.
You are nothing but a slave to the dark now, vampire.
Axel's lips tilted in his signature malicious smile. And yet the sun still rises because the dark does not hate the light. It makes it clearer, a balance, fire and shadows. Voltaire huffed a derisive laugh, dismissing his younger son and turning to Theon.
And you, how else will you fail me today?
I won't fail you, Theon said, too calmly, too controlled. I will return you to your beginnings, deliver you to your beloved Arius, and you can fall at his feet and proclaim how you failed him. And for the first time, Voltaire stilled, as if only now realizing what his death would mean, who he would have to face, and how that would end. Eviana blinked as she realized the male had truly thought himself invincible. Then again, all the rulers of the realm did. They were the gods here, forgetting that Devrim was the forgotten world of the stars, and in the grand scheme of things, they were minuscule. Theon strolled forward, pure dominance and power, and he slapped his father's cheek patronizingly. Because I control your fate, and I can think of nothing better than letting Arius fall asleep to your screams of agony from the pits of torment every fucking night. He stepped back, nothing but hatred on his face as he looked down at his father. And while I could be the one to end you, because I am, after all, far more powerful than you. Voltaire snarled, and Eviana knew Theon's words were hitting harder than any blade embedded in her master's flesh. Theon's lips tipped up in a knowing smirk. I have my own vendettas against you, but they're nothing compared to Axel's when you went after his wife and child. He paused, taking a step to the side. Or Luca's.
Luca!
Voltaire spat.
That ungrateful bastard, he—
But then Voltaire was bellowing in pain. Eviana couldn't figure out why, until she saw the smoke rising from Voltaire's shirt as it slowly burned, a perfect hole right over the top of his chest. And it wasn't just his shirt that was burning, but his skin, bone, muscle. A cavity slowly burning deep into his chest with dragon fire, until they could see his heart beating far too fast. Axel snickered where he stood nearby, having poured himself a glass of scotch. I truly thought there would be nothing there. Theon slapped his father's cheek again, much harder.
Stay awake, Voltaire. We're not done yet. That's for my father,
Luca snarled, not moving from his place at Tessa's side.
And for my wife. Your wife!
Voltaire gasped, wild eyes jumping from him to Tessa to Theon.
Somehow, you managed to disappoint me even more, Theon.
As if I give a single fuck, Theon replied casually, taking the glass of liquor Axel passed to him.
So what now?
Voltaire spat.
You leave me filleted, wide open, since no one seems to have the balls to carry out their threats. Weak, all of you.
Your death is not ours to claim, Theon said simply, sipping his scotch.
I suppose it's the cunts you share with the dragon.
Eviana gasped when Theon shot forward, gripping Voltaire's hair and yanking his head back. Voltaire opened his mouth with a pained groan, and Theon poured his drink down his throat, Voltaire coughing and gagging.
I told you not to speak of her again,
Theon snarled, that control gone.
The only one who deserves to claim your death more than me is my mother.
Voltaire's eyes flew to the other side of the room, and so did Eviana's, where she found Karis standing just inside the door. The stone on her upper arms was gone, and darkness flowed around her like a midnight mist. She glided forward, and as she passed Tessa, The female handed her a gold dagger. Not a blade of black to end the former Arius Lord, but a blade of light. Karis stopped in front of Voltaire, and the male stared back at her.
"Finally taking your vengeance, then,"
Voltaire sneered, holding himself up with his desk as his legs trembled from Axel's blades. Karis said nothing, but she looked over her shoulder, locking eyes with Eviana. Karis glanced at Priya, then back to her, and Eviana gave a nod of her head, smoothing her hand down Priya's hair once more. "It's almost over," Eviana whispered, even though Priya couldn't hear her over Lang's magic. But Lang heard her.
"It is, Bellona," he said. "You're almost free."
"You took my place in this kingdom," Karis said, her tone strong and unwavering. "You took my son, my love, my life." She lifted her other hand, her fingers covered in her darkness, and she reached inside Voltaire's chest and gripped his heart, squeezing. Voltaire gasped, his knees giving out, but Theon and Axel were there, holding him up, making him face his comeuppance. "And still, this is not for me in the end," Karis said, her voice taking on the edge of death she came from. "It is for everyone who suffered because of you. Me, my sons, the people of the kingdom you stole from my family." Her hand tightened again, and Voltaire's eyes rolled back before she loosened her grip. "But in the end, this is for Eviana and everything you stole from her," Karis said, and then she yanked her hand back a moment before her other hand sank the gold dagger into the muscle. Axel and Theon released him, letting Voltaire drop to the floor as if he were nothing, and they stepped back, turning away. Eviana knew they would never think of the male again. She nodded at Lang, and he pulled his hands back. Priya shifted, and Eviana sucked in a sharp breath as her chest tightened. She reached up, smoothing her daughter's hair back from her brow before taking her face in her hands. "It's over, Priya. You are so brave," she murmured softly. The girl's eyes were haunted, her face tear-stained as her gaze bounced around Eviana's face. Eviana was doing the same, taking in her turquoise eyes, the scattering of freckles across her nose and cheeks, her wild auburn hair. She sucked in a shuddering breath, her chest constricting even more. "You are such a bright and beautiful flower," Eviana murmured, her hands slipping from Priya's face. The world tilted a little, and Lang caught her shoulders.
"Easy, Bellona,"
he said, brow furrowing in alarm.
"Let's get these off you."
He gently pulled the bands from her wrists, her power springing forth at being free. The few potted plants in the room reached for her, leaves stretching, and she smiled. But removing the bands wouldn't do what Lang thought it would. Her power wasn't going to replenish. It wasn't going to heal her or strengthen her. Eviana lifted a shaky hand and turned her palm up, a seedling appearing in the center. Priya gasped, staring in amazement as the seedling opened and grew, sprouting and unfurling until a perfect, bright pink Bellona flower formed. Priya reached for it, twirling it between her fingers. A wide smile spread across her face, and Eviana marveled at it, until her chest tightened further, and she was sinking down, her head in Lang's lap.
"Eviana, what's wrong?"
Lang demanded, eyes darting from her to Priya and back. "Take her," she rasped. "Don't let her see."
"See what?"
But someone was there, lifting her daughter into strong arms. She blinked as the room blurred, finding Corbin's features tight with grief as he stared down at her. Don't tell her, Eviana whispered. Don't tell her who I am.
What? Why?
Lang demanded, trying and failing to keep the panic from his voice. I don't want her to remember this, she rasped, each breath becoming harder, shallower. But you swore.
Eviana, stop,
Lang ordered, her face in his hands as he leaned over her.
Stop. We'll get a healer. Sienna, someone will...
You swore she would be a part of your family, Eviana forced out. That she wouldn't be alone.
Eviana.
Corbin was there then, leaning over her, and Eviana could just make out Karis holding Priya in her arms, softly discussing the flower. Priya was none the wiser, listening intently to whatever Karis was saying. She was a mother. She understood.
It's okay, Nightmare,
Corbin said gently, taking her hand in his.
We've got her.
Eviana gave him a weak smile. Thank you.
No,
Lang snarled, shaking his head in denial.
No, you didn't. You hauled us over all the continent for her, and now... No.
She always knew it would come to this, Lang, Corbin said softly, ever the observant one.
It's why she took us with her.
He understood. Good. That was good. Make sure she knows the trees, she rasped. Corbin nodded, his throat bobbing with emotion.
Yeah, Nightmare. We will.
Because there was always a cost. For every good, there was an evil. For every light, there was a dark. For every sacrifice, there was a reward. And hers was getting to watch her daughter admire a flower, bright and beautiful, as she took her last breath. Not as a source on her knees for her master, but as a mother, knowing her daughter would never have to be what she had become. 49. Tessa.
I don't understand,
Axel said, all of them sitting in the penthouse living room once again. This time they weren't sitting in jarring defeat, but the shock was still there. Voltaire was dead, never to threaten any of them again. Theon, Axel, Maddox, Karis. They were all free of him. And so was Eviana, though not in the way Tessa had intended. From the first time she'd visited Eviana at the Favin Palace, she'd intended to free her of the Arius Lord. She'd worked to build a tentative trust, and then she'd trusted Lang and Corbin to be the good souls they were and build it even more. They'd clearly done that, and nothing was more evident of that than the way Corbin was holding a sleeping Priya in his lap next to Lang on the sofa. Thank you, Karis said softly, as Eliza placed a glass of wine and a plate of food on the table before her. Zan, Eliza, and Roehrich had all come to the underground to wait for their return. Even with Bree contained and no longer a threat, Axel wouldn't leave Kat and Maddox alone.
Do you need anything else?
Theon asked, his voice monotone as he sat with what had happened. No, Karis said gently. Her gaze slid to Axel. But I can clear up the confusion.
Please do,
Axel said, swiping a hand down his face.
Never in 1,000 decades did I think I would be upset my father's source was gone.
Don't call her that. Her name was Eviana, Tessa cut in sharply. Axel winced.
Sorry, Tessa. I'm just...
He lifted his gaze back to Karis.
Confused doesn't begin to cover it.
As I said earlier this evening, your father was a very paranoid male. It only grew after Rawdon's betrayal. He started taking extreme measures, Karis said.
Like linking Cressida's life to yours,
Theon said. Karis nodded, toying with the stem of her wineglass. Nothing was enough for him. He wouldn't risk not having a son, so Cressida and I both carried a child. Then he needed another, just in case. She paused for a moment. His sources were no different. Eviana was his second source.
We know this,
Tessa interrupted. He had her... He chose her before she'd even entered the world. Karis pressed her lips into a thin line. You learned of the Serrana villas. Tessa gave a sharp nod. You're not wrong, Karis continued. But a bond wasn't enough. He would have required more of her, forced more vows and bargains with her. Theon's head snapped up. He had a life bond with her. Surely not, Axel gasped, his eyes wide. Karis nodded. What is that? Tessa asked, looking among them all. What does that mean? A bond between two lives, Luca told her gruffly. If one dies, so does the other. He would have altered it to only be one-sided. If she died, nothing would happen to him, and she wouldn't have been able to tell anyone. Theon added. He would have forced her to secrecy like he did with everything else. She wouldn't have told us, even if she could have, Corbin said, his voice low and soft to not wake Priya. Eviana was a lot of things, but she knew what she wanted in the end. If we had known, we would have tried to find another way. She wanted Voltaire gone because he would forever be a threat to her. She didn't care the cost, whether it was her or anyone else, as long as that threat was gone. I don't blame her, Tessa said, her fingers curling into the edge of her chair. She lived a life we were taught to covet, but she knew what it truly was. Forced to bring a child into the realm, she wanted the greatest threat gone. In the end, does it matter? One villain gone out of thousands. We're working on changing things, Tessa, Theon said. She gave him a fake smile. Will it be fast enough? For the Priyas of the world? She looked at Axel. For the Maddoxes who don't have the privilege of being born into a ruling family? Everything we're doing is to ensure the realm is different for them, Axel argued. It won't happen overnight, but we'll never stop fighting for it. Tessa fell quiet, reaching for her glass of wine. She took a long drink, knowing there were eyes on her. Her emotions were undefinable. She didn't understand them or know how to deal with them. It didn't feel like grief, despite the sadness. Failure, disappointment, inadequacy. She didn't know. Axel? Tessa lifted her gaze to find Kat at the top of the stairs, Maddox in her arms. Axel was already moving, taking the stairs two at a time. He dropped a kiss to her cheek before taking the babe and then grasping Kat's hand. Come, he said with a sad smile. There is someone I want you to meet. He led her down the stairs, drawing nearer to Karis, and Tessa took another drink of wine. Kat, this is Karis. She was... Axel paused, looking down at his son and then at Karis. She's my mother. This is my wife, Katya. Tessa didn't know if Kat knew of Karis's history. She was sure Axel would tell her everything later, but she smiled warmly as she greeted the female. A wife so young? Karis asked, her smile kind as she stood and reached for Kat's hands, squeezing them gently. Aren't you a vision, my dear? Kat dropped her head, her cheeks heating. Karis's attention went back to Axel. And this is... Maddox, he answered, his voice thick with emotion. Your grandchild. Tessa drained her wineglass while Axel passed the babe to Karis, and suddenly Theon was there, fingertips brushing down her arm. She was projecting far too many things down the bond, but she couldn't stop it. So, what are we going to do about Priya? Tessa asked, glancing at Lang and Corbin. What do you mean? Lang asked. We promised to make her family. She'll stay with us. Are you sure? Because if that's not something you want to do, we can make other arrangements. She's staying with us, Lang replied.
We swore it to Eviona, and even if we hadn't, we'd do the same.
Corbin? Tessa asked, looking at the male. You are fine with this? With essentially adopting her? Corbin nodded, pulling the sleeping child a little more into his chest.
Yeah, Tessa. We're fine with this.
Tessa nodded, getting to her feet. We'll make sure you have everything you need for her. Make lists. We'll get it sorted. They rose too, heading for the lift to go down a floor to the apartment they'd been staying in. Stopping at her side, Corbin said,
Thank you, Tessa.
You made the deal with Eviona, not me.
But you sent us to her.
And then they were gone, Zan, Roehrich, and Eliza following. Without looking at the others, she said, I'm going to bed. Minutes later, she was sliding between the sheets. Luca and Theon would be up at some point. They'd stayed to visit more with Karis, and as she lay in the dark, all she could think about were the Prias and Maddoxes who didn't have anyone to fight for them. The Fae children alone at the estates. Those with mixed bloodlines born for the single purpose of power. Those forced to bring children into a broken world. The unplanned babes who may be loved, but still subject to the wickedness Devram bathed in. The forgotten children. The suffering mothers. The fathers who didn't know. She sighed, rolling onto her side as she pictured Theon's face when he saw his mother. She could feel him down the bond. Luca, too. They adored Karis. Everything a mother was supposed to be, ripped from them before they'd even lived a full decade. Even then, that trauma was used to manipulate them. And tomorrow, she would have to face her own mother. They looked at Karis with adoration and grieved lost time. And she? Tessa heard the door open. Not both of them, only Luca. Her back was to him, and she didn't acknowledge him while he shuffled around the room. A few minutes later, the bed dipped and an arm looped around her waist, pulling her back against his warm body.
Time to talk about it, baby girl,
Luca murmured, pressing a soft kiss to her neck.
You've been tossing and turning for the last hour.
You were so relieved to see your father again, she whispered, a part of her sighing in relief at having someone to listen. Something she'd never thought she'd feel if she was being honest. Luca was quiet for a few seconds, before he said tentatively,
I was. I thought he was dead. Then I learned he was alive, and when I found him again, yeah, I was relieved.
And Theon is in awe of seeing his mother once more. Not relieved like you were, but something similar.
The three of us are all shocked at the way this day has gone. Karis was beloved by us.
She nodded, falling silent. Luca's hand came up, smoothing her hair back.
Keep going, Tessa,
he said gently, urging her to keep talking. Knowing this was foreign to her, to have someone listen and not try to manipulate her based on what she said. Someone who was listening because they cared, and not because they were trying to figure out how to use her to their advantage. Still, she hesitated because saying this aloud was... You are all so grateful to be reunited with a father or a mother, and I don't think I want to see mine, she whispered.
Because of who they are to us, Luca said. None of us would feel this way if we discovered Voltaire still lived. There would be little feeling if Cressida was gone.
But she wished to see your mother. Zan told you she still lives in the Enola kingdom.
Yes, Tessa. I still wish to see my mother. But you not wishing to see yours is understandable. There is no right way to feel about this.
But once again, I do not have a choice.
You do,
Luca said simply.
You are choosing the good of the realm over your own comfort. It's a noble choice. Even so, your feelings are valid.
Are they?
Of course they are, Tessa. He shifted, splaying a hand on her stomach. You can't change your feelings, and you shouldn't feel guilty about them. You should, however, talk about them instead of trying to shove them aside or face them alone.
I should want to, though, right? Meet them. Shouldn't I be curious, anxious? Shouldn't I be excited at the prospect?
There is no right way to be feeling about any of this,
Luca said gently, his fingers on her stomach dragging loose circles atop her shirt.
Curious, tentative hope.
He paused.
Anger.
Stop reading my emotions, she muttered.
He huffed a chuckle. It's a balance, baby girl. You have to let us help you.
She snuggled back into him. You'll be there tomorrow, right? You're coming?
I wouldn't be anywhere else. I'll be where you can see me,
he answered. Silent seconds ticked by until Luca said,
When we went to free Zan, Eliza said something to Roehrich. I didn't understand then, but I do now. She said, just because you help here doesn't mean you have to do anything else. No one is expecting anything else from you. And even if they are, you helping here, that's all it is. It is not an offering of anything else. Just because she comes here tomorrow doesn't mean you have to decide right now or even tomorrow how much you wish to know her. Okay?
She nodded again, staying silent and once more trying to find sleep. Even when Theon joined them some time later, it didn't come, and she knew they didn't sleep either.
You sure we don't need a mirror gate for this?
Theon asked, all of them gathered in the gardens of Arya's house. Theon was focused on the task, and she was focusing on the cool ground beneath her bare toes, the soft breeze on her face, the rays of warmth trying to pierce through the stormy sky. She was doing that. She knew that. The sky a reflection of her inner turmoil. Luca and Theon had been unusually careful around her, fretting and fussing. It was annoying.
Not with a portal key,
Zan said for what Tessa was sure was the 100th time. This was not an offering of anything else, she reminded herself. She was bringing Akira here to help the realm. That was it. If her mother had expectations, they didn't matter. No promises of anything more. She looked up, unexpectedly locking eyes with Roehrich. The male was watching her, arms folded over his chest and mouth pressed in a firm line. But a strange understanding passed between them. How many times had she told Zan she didn't know if or when Roehrich would forgive him? She hated that this was what she had in common with the broody dragon, who was an asshole 90% of the time. Her fingers curled, chaos coiling around her fingers as her breathing became erratic. Theon and Luca both whipped their heads to her, but Roehrich only held her stare.
You control when and how the relationship moves forward,
Roehrich said, pointedly ignoring Zan's attention on him.
Some days you will be able to handle a conversation. Other days, you will not want to be in the same room. Both are fine. You hold that control here.
Tessa nodded slowly, something in her chest easing at finding someone who at least understood what she was struggling with. Zan cleared his throat.
She will follow your lead, Tessa. She will wish for a chance to explain her actions, but you are not required to hear her excuses.
Roehrich interjected, his features hardening.
And that is a service to her. If you are forced to hear them before you are ready, they will fall on deaf ears.
Tessa nodded again, pursing her lips as she turned to Zan. What do I need to do?
Because Temeral altered them, they are not entirely like other portal keys,
Zan said, dragging his eyes from Roehrich and focusing back on her.
You'll need to use your power to pull the stones from the rings and repair them. It will be a lot, but once reunited, the portal key will do the rest. The one she bears should recognize it. And if someone follows her through,
Roehrich cut in. Is that a possibility? Tessa asked, eyes wide in alarm.
Yes, but highly unlikely. Akira is going to assume she is going to Temerol. She will not let anyone follow.
Zan answered.
But if someone is with her when the portal opens?
Zan held her stare, and it was answer enough. This was a risk.
With all of us here, if someone follows, we can handle it,
Theon interrupted.
Can we?
Tessa argued.
If a god or goddess follows her through?
They can't come here, Tessa,
he said calmly.
Because it will upset the balance, she drawled. I'm here, aren't I?
If it were that easy, don't you think Akaz would have already come to Devram?
That was a valid point. All of her visions confirmed the same. He couldn't come here. There was something keeping him from entering.
Fine,
she said, holding out her hand.
Give me the rings.
Tessa, if you need time,
Theon started.
I don't. Now,
she insisted, her power growing restless as she prepared to let it breathe.
Tristan will need to take it from here, Zan said. This is witch magic now.
Witch magic, blood magic, marks and enchantments. It didn't much matter to her. She was ready to be done with this. Tristan had already drawn an upside-down triangle on the ground nearby, and he gestured for her to come closer.
Place a ring at each point,
he said, features dark in concentration.
Have you done this before?
She asked, placing the rings.
Have I repaired a portal key? No,
Tristan replied.
They are rare, and those that do exist are hidden away.
She nodded, letting Triss guide her to the center of the triangle.
Normally, there would be incantations involved, but since this one was altered and is keyed to your blood, I think your blood and chaos will do.
You think?
She asked incredulously, as he passed her a small knife. He shrugged with a wink.
We'll improvise if we need to.
This doesn't seem like something we should improvise.
You're altering everything, Wild Fury, he said. It's all improvising at this point.
Right, she muttered, dragging the blade across her palm as Tristan stepped from the triangle. She couldn't let it drip to the ground in fear of summoning hunters, so instead she let it pool, her chaos merging with it. Then, just like she had with Zan's collar, she pulled threads of her power and sent them to the rings. It was innate, somehow, letting her power do this, recreate something. Everything came from chaos, so it only made sense her chaos would be drawn to making something new. The rings rose into the air until they hovered at eye level, light springing from each one and meeting in the center. That light turned dark, a churning mass of onyx as streaks of purple and gold flared until a ripple of power radiated out from the thing. Tessa blinked, the light receding. Everyone around her was getting up from the ground. Tristan was holding Theon back while Zan held Luca's shoulders.
You can't go to her right now, Tristan gritted out. Not until this is done. The fuck I can't,
Theon snarled, shoving Tristan off him, but Roehrich was there, helping the deity.
I've seen this done before, Roehrich snapped. If you interrupt the process, it could cause something you don't want. The last being I saw repair a portal key didn't survive it.
Theon stilled at that, and his voice was death when he said,
I was never told that was a possibility. She's stronger than that witch was,
Roehrich gritted out.
But I'm assuming you don't want to chance anything.
The stone in front of her was a mix of colors now, marbled onyx with white and violet running through it. Her magic was reaching for it, coils of chaos wrapping around it tightly and drawing it to them. Tessa reached up, taking it between her fingers. It pulsed in her palm. It was odd to think about, this otherworldly power in the palm of her hand. If she closed her hand, squeezed tightly enough, maybe it could just cease to exist. Or maybe we could create something new, use that power, take it as our own.
Tessa!
Luca growled in her mind at the same time Theon snapped, "No, Tessa!" She slowly turned her head to them once more. They couldn't stop them. No one could stop them. Not the gods, not the fates. This was theirs anyway. She was theirs.
"No, you are not,"
Theon snarled, his darkness slamming into Tristan and Roehrich and throwing them back. He prowled forward, not caring about the ritual mark on the ground or the power she held in her fingers. He gripped her chin, forcing her eyes to his.
"The only ones you belong to are me and Luca. Not the gods, not the fates. And you certainly do not belong to the fucking chaos. Do you understand? You control it, not the other way around,"
Luca added down the bond. Then that key started glowing, and it didn't matter what she thought, not as it sprang from her fingers, hovering in the air once more.
"Fuck,"
Theon cursed, grabbing her and dragging her back.
"I told you interrupting this would fuck something up."
Roehrich grumbled as Tessa fought against Theon's hold, trying to get back to that power. Because he was wrong. She was chaos, and chaos was hers. It called to her. It was a piece of her. It was... The portal key dropped to the ground. The air shimmered as if a clear veil was there. And then a female stepped through it. Hair the same gold as her own, loose and wavy, fell to her navel. Blood-red lips and ethereal grace. An ivory dress that was so sheer it hid nearly nothing, with a gold belt slung low on her hips. Gold rings, gold earrings, gray eyes swirling with gold and violet. "I've seen you before," Tessa breathed, Theon still holding her to him. The female turned, meeting her gaze, and Tessa could see the madness there, fractured and furious. "You got back up," she said, energy crackling in her aura as streaks of gold and violet lit up the sky. Her eyes flashed to Theon. "And you have taken what's yours." She took a step towards her, and Theon pulled Tessa back, his darkness appearing.
"Don't!"
Zan barked, but not fast enough. A maniacal grin spread on the female's face as light arced from her hand, somehow latching onto Theon's darkness and dragging it to her.
"The fuck?"
Luca growled, stalking forward and summoning his own magic. The female tipped her head back and laughed, lifting her other hand and letting her power latch onto his, too. Luca stumbled as that light yanked, and it was all Tessa needed to see. "Come closer, little ones," the female sang, taking another step and reaching with her hand. "Let me taste it." She grunted when light and dark slammed into her, shoving her back and back and back as Tessa stalked forward. "I become incredibly violent when people touch what is mine," Tessa snarled, fury coursing through her veins.
"No, stop!"
Zan interjected, shoving himself between Tessa and the female.
"Akira, stop! We don't harm them! Here!"
The male's black flames appeared, sliding up her arms, along her collarbone, winding into her golden hair.
"Breathe and take,"
Zan coaxed.
"Then look."
Her eyes fell closed, her storm of power winding around Zan's black flames, and she inhaled deeply. When she opened her eyes, gold was swirling in their gray depths, similar to the way Orions used to swirl with ashes. "Zan," she whispered.
"There you are,"
he said with a smile.
"You have it under control."
"For now," she agreed, and he pulled her into an embrace. "Where is he? Where is Temerol?"
"Not here,"
Zan murmured, still holding her close.
"But there is someone else you should meet."
He stepped back, his hand falling to the small of her back. Tessa could feel Theon and Luca behind her as Akira's eyes widened when they settled on her. Tessa still had her hands raised, chaos at her fingertips. She could feel it swirling in her eyes, knowing they were a mirror of Akira's, only a different color. "Tessa Lynn," Akira breathed. She moved to take a step towards her, but stopped when Tessa said, "Tessa, that is my name." Akira nodded, her fingers flexing at her sides as she shuffled from side to side. "There is a lot of power here," she murmured, stretching her neck one way then the other as if trying to get something under control. "Too much. There is too much power here." She spun suddenly, Zan catching her wrists when she reached for his shirt. "Did I hurt them? Try to—"
"She stopped you,"
he consoled, more of his dragonfire skimming across her arms. His brow furrowed.
"How long has he starved you?"
"Too long," she murmured. "She is upset with me."
"Who? Anala?"
She shook her head, golden strands swaying. "Tessa, I can feel her fury." Zan's eyes flicked to her, and Tessa stared back, expressionless. She wasn't entirely sure what was happening here. "Were you followed?" Tessa asked sharply, and Zan frowned, but she didn't care. "Did someone follow you through the portal?"
"We would have seen them, Tessa,"
Zan replied. "You don't know that," she argued. "Phantoms could slip through, and you cannot tell me gods cannot be invisible if they choose." "She is wise," Akira murmured. Tessa watched her shoulders rise with another deep inhale before she turned once more to face her. "No one followed me, Tessa." "Where were you?" "Locked in his world with nowhere to go." "This whole time?" Tessa demanded. "For decades." "Was I born there?" "No." Tessa nodded, her fingers curling into her palms as she started pacing, until Luca pulled her into him, and Theon slid a palm down her hair. Akira's eyes narrowed in interest. "Who are they?" But Tessa didn't answer as her power twisted in her soul, mirroring her conflicting emotions.
"They are her balance, Akira,"
Zan said softly. "Two?" Zan smiled.
"She is the daughter of Wild and Fury. She requires two to balance her. The Fates delivered."
"The Fates did shit!" Tessa snapped, shaking off the males. She felt steadier, drawing from their possession. Akira hummed. "Which ones did you meet?" "What?" "Which Fates? Some are more palatable than others," Akira clarified. "I didn't— You've met the Fates." "You haven't."
"This conversation is going around in circles,"
Theon grumbled, and Tessa sent him a dry look over her shoulder. She should feel something, right? Some kind of familial connection? Some kind of something.
"The fuck?"
Luca barked when Akira suddenly jumped forward a step. Tessa once again found herself being dragged back. "Do you like stories?" Akira asked, her hands clasped under her chin and face full of hope as she held Tessa's stare.
"By the gods, you can't be serious,"
Theon muttered under his breath. "I love stories," Tessa replied. Me too, Akira murmured, starting to pace. Small steps back and forth, Zan staying close. "In all things there must be balance, beginnings and endings." "Light and dark," Tessa supplied. "Fire and shadows," Akira said in excitement. "The skies, the seas, the realms," Tessa echoed. "Yes," Akira said, nodding as she continued her pacing. Sparks of energy echoed each step. "Beginnings and endings were once friends, forced to keep the balance in the stars, a common purpose and a trusted bond, until one desired more. He convinced endings to join him, and accords were struck, until endings uncovered truths and lies woven to create new realities. He turned from beginnings, taking dreams with him." "Arius and Seraphina," Tessa said softly. "Good," Akira said, nodding. She seemed relieved that Tessa understood. "Beginnings was furious. He sought others to help him seek revenge, creating beings and armies, but he wanted more, always more. He found one to give him a child, but the child wasn't enough either. He stole what was not his, forcing her to keep it. It corrupted her, twisted into something new, created fury that could not be contained. But she tried. She tried to contain it, but she was never enough. The words were shrouded in anguish, Akira's steps quickening with each one. She tried to please him, tried to be what he wanted her to be, took more and more, forced to keep and keep, take and keep, take and keep, she continued.
This isn't making any sense,
Luca muttered. Don't interrupt the story, Tessa and Akira snapped at the same time. But it was making perfect sense to Tessa. She understood every word. Every time she slipped a little more into what she was not supposed to have, it consumed her. She was desperate to please him, so she went in search of something that would make her enough. They were hidden among the stars, secrets of dreams and death.
Selah and Temerol,
Roehrich said quietly, and Akira spun to him. Yes, yes, wild and shadows. She spun in a circle, resuming her pacing. The energy swirling around her flickered in the air, lightning crackling and thunder sounding far off in the distance. I found him, or he found me. His trackers did. He found me, and the world was quieter, she murmured. She paused for a moment, her fingers closing into fists at her sides. Her voice was vicious when she spoke next. And then beginnings took me from him. Her gaze snapped back to Tessa. But not before you. Created from something inevitable and uncontrollable. He could not have you. Never you. Her voice cracked, tears pooling in her eyes. Never you. So she sent you away, and she fell into madness. It was the only way she could survive losing him and you. She let it consume her. She wasn't strong enough to get back up, so she let it create something new, something born of vengeance and wrath. A fury, Tessa said on a breath. Akira nodded, her eyes falling closed as Zan sent another trickle of dragonfire to her.
Do you understand, Tessa?
Zan asked gently. And she did. She understood all of it, because she'd lived the same. Never enough. Trying to prove herself. Needing more and more. Take and keep and take.
Tessa,
Theon asked softly, cupping her face to turn him to her.
Are you all right?
She hadn't realized she'd started crying. Tears trickled down her cheeks. Tessa turned back to her mother, voice soft when she asked, Why didn't you send me to Temerol? Why here? He was on the run, she answered, her eyes somewhat clearer. Egg has hunted him, as he does all children of death and dreams. He could not have you. Never you, she insisted. So we chose the one place he couldn't come. Temerol didn't know until later, but I sent others. Zan, Nyla, Roan.
And he sent Orion once he figured out how to get her in.
Zan added.
You were never meant to be alone.
You were alone? Akira asked, her eyes welling with tears now. Tessa nodded, unable to speak past the emotion clogging her throat. I never wished for that, she whispered. Alone is agony. Too many nightmares haunt the in-between. The whispers drive you mad. Yes, Tessa said, more tears streaming down her face because someone finally understood. Akira faltered, her fingers tangling into the fabric of her dress. Her eyes flashed to the males towering behind Tessa. I wish to embrace you, but I can't. My magic is too much here, and you still have fury. It will try to devour that. Okay, Tessa whispered, wrapping her arms around herself. But I wish to speak more. When you are ready, Akira added. Tessa nodded, and Theon cleared his throat lightly.
Actually, there is a reason you are here, aside from your daughter.
Who are you? Akira asked again, her eyes narrowing. You are too far removed from death to carry the power that you do.
That is a tale for another time,
Theon said, and Tessa snickered as he avoided the story.
But we are told you can facilitate the transfer of power from one being to another. Or at least you can teach Tessa how to do it.
Perhaps, she agreed, still eyeing him. Her gaze shifted to the left. I know who you are. You were scarcely walking when I saw you last. You are hers?
I am,
Luca answered. Before Akira could ask about the rest of their company, there was a burst of flames that had Tessa lurching back. She'd never get used to magic messages. With a grumble of annoyance, Theon reached into the fire, plucking out a piece of paper. His eyes scanned it, brows arching in surprise.
What is it?
Luca demanded, taking the paper from him. Theon turned to Tessa.
We've been invited to the Anala Kingdom. We will be escorted in the morning.
50. Axel. Thanks, kitten, Axel murmured, feeling her flames dance around him. It was cold in Idalia, the capital city of the Anala Kingdom. He'd known that, of course. Geography had been part of his studies, and Idalia sat just on the outskirts of the Sullian forest. In the northernmost part of the realm, it was always cold, and from his understanding, the forest often had snow even in the summer months. At least in the southern part of the forest, the year-round snowfall didn't seem to affect Idalia quite so much. Of course, none of that mattered much to the Anala Kingdom. Not when a good number of their population had fire magic. Aside from the Anala legacy, they never let other kingdoms claim Fire Fae. Katya was one of the rare exceptions, and he still wondered how she'd ended up in the Phaelin estate. They'd arrived via portal station, stepping into the daylight, and Axel had immediately pulled up the hood of his jacket to shield himself from the sun. Gloves in place and completely covered, the cool weather helped hide his new nature well enough. The portal station was on the water's edge, and Axel could see the faint outline of the Ozul Mountains across the body of water between their two kingdoms. It was brilliant, really. With the mountains butting right up to the water's edge on the Arius Kingdom side, there were no inhabitants. If they did send anyone to spy, all they'd see was the same thing a person saw if they entered the kingdom through the portal station. Axel had only been to the kingdom one other time, and that was due to the tradition of all heirs touring the capital cities and Fey estates. Otherwise, Lady Kyra rarely granted entry. Kat held Maddox to her chest, keeping him plenty warm. They were staying in Idalia for a few days' time, which meant they'd needed to bring him along. There was no way either of them were missing out on entering the Anala Kingdom. Tessa walked ahead of them, pulling her fur-lined jacket tighter around herself, and Luca stepped to her side, presumably doing the same thing Kat had done for Axel, by providing some of his dragon warmth. Theon was at her other side, while the rest of their company trailed behind Axel and Kat. They were escorted from the portal station and down several blocks into the heart of Idalia, until they came to a 3-story brick building. Topped with a gold dome, the sun reflected off it. Climbing the front steps, they entered an elegant lobby, mosaics of the sun and fire on the floors. A moment later, the sound of heels echoed before Lady Kyra appeared before them, along with her daughter and their sources. Kat shuffled nervously next to him, fighting all her instincts to drop to a knee. Tessa had made it clear none of the Fae with them were to do so. She'd said if they were pushing for this change and wanted the Fae to be seen as the equals they were, no one should be bowing to anyone. The Fae had been nervous, but none of them defied their own lady. Lady Kyra's bright amber eyes skimmed over them, a small smile playing on her lips as she bowed her head slightly.
Lady Tessa,
she greeted, lifting her head to meet her gaze. "Welcome to Italia."
"Thank you,"
Tessa said tightly, everything about her tense. She was still conditioned to think everything was a trap, and Axel couldn't blame her. Lady Kyra either didn't notice or didn't care to draw attention to the possible slight as she shifted her focus to his brother. "Theon," she greeted, stepping forward. "You bring quite the company with you." "Thank you for the invitation, Kyra," he said. "It is such a rarity." "Out of necessity, I assure you," she replied, features hardening the smallest amount. "We have a light lunch prepared. Come and eat. We can discuss matters, and then you can be shown to your quarters before we meet again." They all followed her to a large space with a long table in the center. Rather than being served, one wall was set up with various dishes in a buffet style. After everyone had filled their plates, Axel held Maddox, while Kat settled in to eat. Lady Kyra sat at the head of the table, observing everyone as she said, "Now that we all have food, perhaps some introductions." "Of course," Theon said, glancing at Tessa, who nodded. She may be the Arius lady, but she was letting Theon be the public face of the kingdom. Not that she didn't step in when she needed to, but she was smart enough to know that Theon had been playing the game of politics far longer than she had. "You know Luca," Theon started. "Of course," Kyra said. Arching a brow, she added, "Lady Tessa's other husband." Theon smirked. "Correct." He didn't say anything else to that, gesturing across the table. "And you know Axel, this is his wife Kat, and their son Maddox. Together they sit on the Underground Council." "The Lost Fire Fae," Kyra said with a nod of her head. "Congratulations on your son." "Thank you, my lady," Kat said softly, glancing at Axel, and it took all of him not to ask right then and there how Kat had come to be raised in the Phaelin estate. "A child of fire and shadows will certainly be—" Kyra hedged. "Welcomed," Tessa interjected, her fork halfway to her mouth. "He is welcomed within our kingdom and the realm." Kyra nodded in understanding, her gaze lingering a moment longer on the babe, before moving on. "Zan Moores," Theon said. "Luca's father, and Roehrich Greybane, his brother, along with Eliza, Roehric's maid." Kyra settled back in her chair, propping her chin on her fist. "You are not from Devram." Roehrich and Eliza exchanged a look, but it was Theon who said, "No, they are not." Kyra was still eyeing Eliza, and it was enough to make Roehrich shift closer. Eliza, however, was holding the lady's stare. "Any other questions?" Eliza asked, a bite in her tone. "Several, actually," Kyra answered. "But I will save them for another time. Zan Moores, however." She shifted her focus to the dragon. "There is someone here you have been separated from for quite some time." "There is," Zan agreed. "I would like to be taken to her as soon as possible." Kyra nodded. "That can be arranged." Before Theon could move to the next person at the table, Kyra said, "Karis Emerson, I need no introduction. It is nice to see you once more." "Wait, you know Karis?" Axel interrupted. "Quite well," Kyra replied. "Her brother was once a lord. We were working closely on several matters before the St. Orcus line took over the kingdom. Obviously, those relations could not continue until recently." "It is good to see you, Kyra," Karis said with a gentle smile. "I have missed your company." Axel sat back in his chair, somewhat shocked. His entire life, he'd been told Arius' kingdom had been shunned by the others. To hear otherwise was, well, not entirely surprising, considering the ways all the kingdoms had twisted history to match their narratives. Anala Kingdom wasn't innocent in all this either. Even if they claimed to be trying to change things, they were still complacent in the end. As for you, Corbin, welcome back, Kyra said. Thank you for keeping so many secrets. He smiled, bowing his head. Of course, my lady, although I discovered you were keeping secrets of your own. She nodded, her face falling a little. Out of necessity, but it is not something I am proud of. Corbin's mouth pressed into a thin line. Who is with you? Lang Castellan, he answered, nodding to the male 2 chairs down. And Priya Perrin, he added. The child shrank back in her chair where she was seated between the 2 males. It is lovely to meet you, Priya, Kyra said. Do you have enough to eat? She nodded, her turquoise eyes harsh for a child so young. Axel couldn't say he was surprised by that either. She was right to be distrusting after what she'd just endured. But true to their word, Corbin and Lang hadn't left her behind once. One of them was always with her. Axel had no doubt they'd earn her trust, just like they'd somehow earned Eviana's. And next to Zan is Akira, Theon finished. Tessa's mother. You are also not of Devram, Kyra mused. I am from what should not be, Akira said simply, digging into her meal. An awkward silence filled the air until Lady Kyra picked up her fork as she announced, Well, now that introductions are out of the way, let's eat. After you have been shown your rooms for your stay, we will take you to areas of our kingdom I trust you will find interesting. They dug into their meals, small talk taking place among them, and it was about halfway through when Tessa turned to the Anala lady and said, May I ask you a question? Kyra smiled, setting down her silverware and wiping her fingers. Of course, my lady. All the chatter had died down, and Tessa picked up her wineglass. Why is it that all the Fire Fae stay in the Anala Kingdom? She glanced at Kat. Or most of them. Kyra hummed. Yes, there are very few exceptions. She was one of them, although not by my choice. I did not learn of it until you were already gone from our borders, Katya. I didn't mind the Phaline estate, she said. Then she added, For the most part. Didn't mind my ass, Axel thought to himself, and he must have made some kind of sound, because Kat reached over and rested her hand on his thigh, squeezing softly. He was fairly certain if she'd been raised here, she wouldn't have been forced to service any scholars. Kyra cleared her throat, gaze darting away from Axel. There have been accords since Devram was created that the Fire Fae would serve Anala Kingdom. Anala herself demanded it before agreeing to bring her legacy here. But why? Tessa pushed. None of the others made such demands. Silas, Sepharina, Anahita. None of them were a first, Kyra said. They were not in a position to make such demands. Not in a position. They are gods. Yes, but they are lessers. Everything in Devram mirrors other worlds in one way or another. Like the source marks? Tessa asked with far too much sweetness. Theon and Luca took note too, both of them stiffening at her tone. Kyra looked more and more uncomfortable as this conversation went on, and Axel was rather impressed. For someone who didn't want to be the most powerful in the room, Tessa was handling it with far more grace than any of them would have. Yes, Kyra agreed. Like the source marks. That mirror something else. Kyra shifted in her chair. I won't deny that there is corruption in the realm, Lady Tessa. Do you deny your participation in it? Do you deny going along with it to maintain your seat of power, of forcing the Fae Anala felt the need to protect, to still serve at your feet? Tessa pressed, lightning flickering in her eyes. Her gaze flicked to Kyra's source, then to Gatlin.
Forcing Fae to endure such mocks? We do not treat them beneath us here,
Kyra tried, lifting her chin.
It doesn't matter if you do so outside your own borders. You simply prioritize those you deem more valuable.
Tessa spat bitterly.
Tessa,
Theon murmured, reaching to take her hand.
No, Theon,
Kyra said, holding up her hand.
If we are to be allies, we need to be able to speak freely. You know of twin flames?
Tessa asked, tapping her wineglass with her nail.
You know they're incorporated into the source marks?
Kyra cleared her throat.
Yes, I did know. That was happening long before I acquired my seat. And you didn't think to do anything about it. We have all made mistakes. We all have regrets. I think you've learned that well over these last months,
Kyra replied. Tessa's eyes narrowed, but she went on.
Changing how things have been done for centuries is not an easy task, my lady, especially when the majority of those in power do not want change. When they are vehemently against it. Instead, it must be accomplished by making smaller changes, letting them build into something bigger, over and over again, even when it doesn't feel like a difference is being made in the end. It is making a difference when no one will likely know but the person who receives the gift. It is keeping as many as you can safe and mourning those you lose. It is welcoming those who manage to escape and giving them refuge. It is watching and observing those who show the slightest bit of sympathy because maybe, just maybe, they will end up joining the cause. It is working endlessly for something you may never see come to fruition in your lifetime.
Her voice cracked as she continued.
It is hoping, when all feels lost, that a young heir who selected someone who could be this world's salvation or destruction will let her be who she was always meant to be. It is hoping she will choose this world too, despite how it broke her and used her and does not deserve her. It is hoping, even when it seems pointless, because hope sees the invisible. What is possible? What hides in the dark, hope drags to the light. Hope is never truly lost as long as one person still dares to dream of something better.
Axel was staring at the Anala lady. Everyone was. The room had gone silent and still. Something reverent hung in the air.
I once thought hope was pointless,
Tessa said softly.
What changed your mind?
Kyra asked.
A friend gave me music,
she answered, her eyes finding Axel.
When my world was breaking, he cared enough to give me something to drown in when there was nothing else.
Axel offered her a small smile, and she returned it, even if it was a little muted and sad.
But I can agree. We wish for the same thing, Lady Kyra,
Tessa said, picking up her fork once more. Kyra smiled, doing the same.
Then it will be my pleasure to show you what we've built here.
After they were shown their rooms, they were led to a building on the other side of Idalia, and Axel was shocked to find it was another portal station. Portals that anyone could use. Legacy, Fae, Mortal, it didn't matter. The first portaled them to the other side of Sullian Forest, on the east side of the Terrorun River. If he was shocked about the portal station, he was amazed at what they found. An entire city of Fae. It spanned for miles, and was larger than Idalia. All of them were Fae that had sought safety from the other kingdoms. Mothers who wanted to save their children, lovers who were desperate to stay together. Those who had dared to defy the legacy and were facing the underground or death. All the Fae from the Sirana villas, the Celeste estate, and the Pantheon. Thousands of them were housed here, and they were clearly running short on space.
We cannot risk going too far south, Tana, the Anala heir, was explaining as they walked through the streets. The cities there are mainly legacy, but the Fae that are there are employed and paid fairly. Nothing is forced.
And this city is guarded, Gatlin, her source, added. Hundreds of members of our forces are trained outside the city. It is part of their duties to serve on rotation here, as well as the other cities. Axel had been watching the male and Corbin. They had apparently been friends during their formative years at the Anala estate. It was yet another reminder of how much the Fae were forced to sacrifice for the kingdoms. Friends, relationships, hopes, and dreams. It had him slipping his arm around Kat's waist and tugging her into his side while he held Maddox on his shoulder, the babe sleeping soundly and warmed by his mother's magic. Tessa had asked to visit a school in the city, and they had opted to stay outside. In a rare moment, alone with the Anala lady, Axel asked, "Lady Kyra?" She turned to him with a smile, waiting for his question.
"You called Kat a lost fire fae," he ventured. "But with all these security measures, how did it happen?"
She finished when he trailed off. Axel nodded, and Kyra sighed.
"We have people on the inside, in nearly every kingdom. As you can imagine, it is a dangerous thing to ask of someone, and they risk everything by doing so. But when passion and hope win out, the risks don't seem to matter."
Maddox started fussing, and Kat reached to take him, snuggling him close. Her head was down, focused on their son, but Axel knew her well enough to know she was trying to process whatever Kyra was about to tell them.
"A little over 2 decades ago, one of our greatest assets found their way to us. He was deep in the Akaz kingdom and could sense power,"
Kyra continued, and Kat's head snapped up.
"You speak of Brecken?"
Kat said, eyes wide.
"I do,"
Kyra agreed with a sad smile.
"He did much for the Fae in Devrim, so much more than anyone realizes. But all those noble actions still came with costs, and you were one. I did not know what he'd done until it was over. I was furious, but he swore he'd make it right."
"Brecken is the reason Kat was outside the Anala kingdom?" Axel asked, not following where this was going.
"He was," Kyra answered. "Brecken had come across a desperate mother, a shifter who'd had a child with a Fae. She was being held at the Sirana villas, and she begged Brecken to take the child and hide him, refused to be told where, so she couldn't be forced to betray the secret."
"Corbin," Axel said, the pieces slowly coming together. Kyra nodded.
"Our alliance was still new and tentative. He didn't fully trust me yet, which was fair. We keep strict records of all our Fae, and we knew exactly how many children were at the estate. He swapped the child out."
Another sad smile at Kat.
"He took you to the Phaline estate. As I said, I was furious. He wouldn't tell me where you were, but he swore an oath to watch over you and keep you safe. He checked on you often. And when my selection year was getting close, he took me to Tessa,"
Kat whispered.
"I do not know those details," Kyra said. "I was to claim you that night under the Accords the moment your fire magic showed itself. But
I claimed her for Arya's first," Axel finished. "You were irate," she nodded.
So was Brecken, but it appears to have worked out in the end. Fate can be funny like that."
"Don't let Tessa hear you discuss the fates," Axel snickered. Kyra hummed.
Yes, the fates have not been particularly kind to her."
A few seconds passed before she said,
"Before the others return, there are 2 people here I think you will find of interest. One you may not wish to speak to, The other, I think you would like to meet." His stomach dropped. His mother and his sister. He pushed out a harsh breath, shoving his hand through his hair. "Cressida," he finally said. "I do wish to speak to her." He glanced at Katya. "Alone." "I can arrange that," Kyra said. So while everyone else continued to tour the kingdom, Axel went with Kyra's source to a small town on the other side of the Terra-Run River, at the base of the Ragnall Mountains. Just inside Sullian Forest, it was built into the side of a mountain. The kingdom's own mini underground, it seemed. Then again, it wasn't quite a prison. There were not bars, but semi-comfortable rooms that they weren't allowed to leave. "Just knock when you're done," he said, and Axel nodded as he was let into a room. It was sparse. A small sitting room with a table for two, a sofa, a small desk, and a bookshelf. A doorway led to what he assumed was a small bedroom and bathroom. Cressida had clearly heard the door, because she emerged from that room a moment later, then froze when she saw who stood in her space. "Axel?" she gasped, rushing to him and throwing her arms around his neck. "Thank Arius you've come for me." He was stiff as he reached for her arms and pulled her off him, gently shoving her back a few steps. His lips curled back as he said, "I didn't come for you. I only came to say goodbye." Because at the end of the day, she was still his mother. "Say goodbye?" she cried. "What do you mean?" "You kept things from Theon, from me. You betrayed Arius' kingdom and tried to have Tessa killed," Axel said coldly. "I was forced to keep those secrets," she argued. "And betraying Arius' kingdom, I was betraying your father, not the kingdom. Do you know what he did to me?" "I do," he answered. "I'm sorry you had to endure that." "You're sorry?" she repeated, her features turning cold and angry. "As if that changes anything." "It doesn't. I know that." "I suppose I should be grateful. After all, I got you in the end, right?" "I could never replace another child," he replied. "That's not what your father said," she sneered. "A male, a spare heir. I should be honored to provide such a thing after giving him such a disappointment the first time." "But you never really loved me, did you?" he asked. She lifted her chin. "I did what I could." "You tolerated me, used me as a weapon against Voltaire and Theon, favored me out of spite," Axel continued, slipping his hands into his pockets. "Tell me I'm wrong." She was quiet, and when that silence stretched on for nearly 2 minutes, when she refused to look at him, he knew he was right. "I have a son," he said, and her head snapped up, emerald eyes wide. "What?" she gasped. "I have a grandson." "One that you will never lay eyes on," he replied. "Because you will remain here for the rest of your days." "I am your mother!" she cried, lurching forward and clutching at his arm. "You can't leave me here!" "My mother was kept locked in the underground for nearly a decade," Axel snarled, once again removing her hands from his body. "She has held my son. She has rocked him to sleep. She is the only reason you are not in the after." "You cannot leave me here!" Cressida cried again, as Axel turned away. He knocked twice, the door opening a moment later, and as he stepped through the door, he looked over his shoulder one last time. "Goodbye, Cressida." He could still hear her furious cries echoing, while Kyra's source led him back out of the small incarceration unit. And when they stepped out in the daylight once more, he reached for his hood again. "Day? I didn't know you were going to be here," the Fey male said, and Axel turned to see who he was talking to. Dark red hair was cut to her shoulders, bangs touching brows over emerald green eyes. In fitted pants and a shirt, she had daggers strapped to her thighs.
She'd clearly been trained to fight. Her eyes were narrowed, studying him, and he didn't need the shadows drifting around her to know who she was. Knew she was 5 years older than he was, weeks younger than Theon. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he stayed put, waiting for her to make the first move. She stepped up on the first stair, stilling once more. "You're her son?" she asked. "She birthed me," he replied. "But I don't claim her as my mother." The female didn't respond, only studied him more, and he didn't care. He'd long since stopped caring what other people thought of him. He had a family he'd kill for, and an underground full of people in his care. If his sister decided she wanted nothing to do with him, it'd hurt, but he'd move on. He'd understand. "Ayana told me of you," she finally said, moving up another step. "I've been told of you as well," he replied. "But I'm guessing you've known of me far longer than I've known of you." "Probably," she answered, venturing another stair closer. "You were speaking to her?" "For the last time," he said, watching the mist of shadows trail her. "Have you met her?" She nodded. "Once." "And?" Her lips thinned. "She took one look at my shadows and cried, sobbed about what her life should have been to have produced an Arius heir." "Her life?" Axel questioned. "You heard me." He huffed a laugh of disbelief. "Yeah, that tracks for her." He tipped his head, studying her. "And now?" She was still 4 steps down from him, spine ridged. "Ayana will return to her sons, and I—" She shrugged. Axel took a step down this time. "What do you want to do? Stay here?" Her hands clenched at her sides, and he knew what she was going to say before she said the words. "I've been forced to stay hidden here," she replied. "Voltaire is dead, no longer the Arius Lord," Axel said. "Would you like to see the rest of the realm?" Her shadows thickened, caressing her in a way they used to do to him. "Your brother won't consider me a threat?" "He's not the ruler, and even if he was, no. He wouldn't, and he wouldn't be a threat to you." "I've heard things about him and you," she ventured, her nerves finally flickering in her eyes. "Most are true," he conceded. "But much has changed, too." She remained quiet, features hard. "Think about it?" he said, jogging past her down the stairs. "I have to get back to my wife and son, but when you're ready, we'll be waiting." "You have a wife and son?" she called after him. He paused, turning to walk backwards down the stairs. "I do." "What are their names?" "Cat and Maddox. What's yours?" he tossed back. It was small, but her lips curved up at the corners. "Castea, but everyone calls me Day. Let me know when you're ready," he repeated. "Mads will need someone to teach him to wield his shadows when the time comes." "Me?" she asked, her brows flying up. He shrugged. "Who better than family?" Her power writhed beside her until a panther of shadows took shape. He grinned, and she smirked back. And in that moment, he knew they'd see her again. 51. Luca. It was late afternoon when they walked along the streets of Idalia, back from their trip to other areas of the kingdom. Along with the Fey city to the west, they'd been taken to the Inala estate. Axel had gone to see Cressida, while the rest of them had gone to a city farther south. They were headed to their rooms to relax and get ready for the dinner they'd be having later this evening with Kyra and her family. His father was anxious where he strolled at his side, while Roehrich hung back several paces behind them with Eliza. All 3 of them were lost in their feelings as they waited for the same person to appear. "Are you warm enough, Tessa?" Luca asked. "Mm-hmm." Tessa hummed from his right, lifting a hand and letting her power drift along her fingers. The bands of light on her arms glowed brighter too, and she sighed.
It's beautiful here.
And it was. It wasn't the sleek and modern buildings of the Arius Kingdom, or the opulent marble architecture of the Akaz Kingdom. The Anala Kingdom was grand brick structures with a simple and practical elegance. Lamp posts lined the streets, burning even in the daylight, and he was certain that even in the winter months, the chill was never truly felt here. Theon was a few steps ahead with Axel and Kat, listening as Axel filled him in on his visit to Cressida and meeting Casdea. But he'd glanced back at Luca's question. Tessa had lost her gloves and coat, Theon carrying them now. She was left in a long-sleeved dress that matched the color of her eyes. She'd lost her shoes at some point, too, those now dangling from Theon's fingers. The sun was out and shining, and Kyra had commented more than once about how unusually warm it was today. Luca was pretty sure it had to do with the mother and daughter in their company. Akira had stayed close to Zan's side, but since her arrival, Tessa had made an effort. He'd seen it. Theon watched it. They'd both monitored it down the bond. Tessa was still hesitant, keeping her distance, but there was a relief there, too, as they watched Akira struggle with her magic and fury.
"Will you stay here, Zan?"
Tessa asked suddenly. Luca went rigid, and Zan nearly stumbled at the question. "What?" Zan asked.
"When this is over, if we all survive, will you stay in Devram?"
Tessa clarified, her chaos now twisting in her palm. He glanced at Luca sidelong before looking away once more. "I can't answer that. To have children in different worlds and a ward in yet another, not to mention a homeworld that will someday be reborn, I don't know." "What do you mean, a homeworld that will someday be reborn?" Luca asked in confusion as they approached the building they were staying in. But Zan didn't answer him, and it took Luca a second to realize why. Why the male was shoving past them, past Theon and the others ahead of them. Why his strides were long and purposeful. Why he was moving like a dragon locked in on his prey. Because that was a female doing the same. Her brown hair was pulled back and tied up, and she was tall. Creamy skin a few shades lighter than Luca's own slightly tanned complexion. She was toned, carrying herself with the grace of a trained warrior in fitted black pants, shirt, and boots, with only a single dagger strapped to her thigh. Neither his father nor the female spoke. Zan only grabbed her face in his hands and brought his mouth to hers. When he finally pulled back, his brow pressed to hers, and Luca could hear him murmuring. He didn't understand what was being said, though. The words were in a different language, but whatever he was saying had her turning to look in their direction. Her eyes moved from him, then past him and back again. And Luca watched as tears filled her eyes. She said something else in that same language, and Zan nodded.
"She asked him if he brought both her sons to her,"
Akira said simply. Tessa peered around him.
"You know what they are saying?"
Her lips pursed.
"I am fluent in many languages of the stars. Akaz made sure of that."
His parents were walking towards them. Both of them. And gods, the moment was surreal. Only months ago, he'd thought them gone. Nearly a year ago, he thought he was the only one left of his kind. And now he was watching a resurrection of dreams that had died long ago. They came to a stop in front of him, Zan's hand on his lower back. "This is—" he started, but she interrupted him.
"I know who this is,"
she said, her eyes drinking him in.
"I've had to watch you grow up from afar, unable to be there when you needed me most. For that, I am so incredibly sorry, Luca. But I am so proud of who you've grown to be."
She was moving forward then, wrapping her arms around him, and Luca was clutching her back. An embrace he hadn't felt in 25 years. An embrace he'd forgotten, despite trying to cling to the memory of it.
"I am sorry for the life you were forced to endure alone,"
she whispered, her tears seeping into his shirt. Luca hugged her tighter. "I wasn't alone. I had brothers. We survived together." She nodded, but Luca knew it wouldn't be enough to assuage her guilt. Nothing ever would. She stepped back, holding his shoulders.
"We have much to talk about, but I need to—"
"I know," he said, leaning in to press a kiss to her cheek before he stepped aside. Tessa was there, looping her arm around his and leaning her head on his biceps.
"Are you okay?"
She sent down the bond. "Yeah, baby girl, I'm okay." His mother had sucked in a sharp breath as she stared across the few feet separating her from her other son. It may as well have been a chasm for the way Roehrich was staring back at her. The same hard apathy in his eyes that was always there. Then she moved, not seeming to care that he was rigid and giving every signal to stay the fuck back. She wrapped her arms around him, and Roehrich didn't return the embrace. The male hadn't seen her in centuries, and he couldn't even return a hug. Their mother didn't seem to care, though. She stepped back, holding his broad shoulders the same way she'd done to Luca. Her gaze raked over him, taking him in.
"And for you, I missed everything. I couldn't even watch from afar. I could tell you I fought for you. I could tell you I thought of you every single day. I could tell you any manner of things. But none of it will matter or make up for the memories stolen from us. For that, I am so incredibly sorry, Roehrich," she said, her words clear and steady. "Someday, I wish to know who you have grown to be. But I understand today is not that day."
Eliza reached over, intertwining her fingers with Roehrich's. Luca could only assume she was speaking down their bond. Their mother must have assumed the same thing, and she took a small step back as she said,
"I'm Ayana." "Eliza,"
the fire general answered. She glanced up at Roehrich before looking back to Ayana.
"His—"
"May Dragoson," Roehrich interjected. "That's who she is." Ayana nodded, and then her eyes went wide when Roehrich spoke in that same language she and Zan had spoken in. Back and forth they went, and Tessa sighed beside him.
"I wish I knew what they were saying,"
she grumbled down the bond. Luca huffed a laugh. "Why?"
"Because I'm curious."
Theon barked a laugh, having come up beside her. "Maybe we should give them some time." He glanced at Luca. "You could stay too. Tessa and I can go get ready for dinner." But as much as Luca wanted to spend that time with his mother, this dinner was important. They would be telling Kyra of Daejian's offer, and requesting her permission to bring Daejian here for Akira to perform the transfer. They were in for a long night of discussion, and he could find time to spend with his mother later. "Stay, Luca," Tessa murmured, pushing up onto her toes and pulling him closer so she could press her lips to his jaw.
"Theon and I are fine. Take your time."
"Take your time." Everyone kept acting like they had all the time in the world, but he was staring at his mother, his brother, his father. A family who had lost all that time, and maybe would never see it again, if they couldn't find a way to mend all this.
"All the ladies!"
Tessa cried, the door not even fully closed to their room when they returned from a very long dinner. The sun had set long ago, and Luca had felt Tessa's emotions rising all evening. She'd done well, though, keeping her poise and control. They'd expected the pushback and debate. Kyra had eventually relented to allowing Daejian to come to Idalia. However, they hadn't anticipated Kyra informing them that not only would Daejian be here in the morning, but so would the other ladies. She would send them word tonight. It's not all that surprising, Theon said calmly, removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie.
And what are we going to do if they oppose this? We don't have days and days to debate this, Theon.
She was already pacing. It doesn't really matter if they oppose it, Theon said. It is Dagian's choice, not theirs.
It is theirs, she retorted. We can't simply go against the wishes of the kingdoms. We're trying to change one or two people getting their way, not just do what we want.
Tessa, Theon cut in. We are doing this tomorrow. You're right. When things are different, more opinions will be taken into account. But not with this, and certainly not with the same four ladies who have had every opportunity to push for change for decades and have done nothing but preserve their own seats of power. They will not alter a goddamn thing.
What if something goes wrong?
She demanded, having moved to the wall, dragging her fingers along it. That is always a possibility, Luca replied, watching her power crackle around her with each step. We can try to anticipate problems and prepare for them as best we can, but eventually, we just have to jump, Tessa. She didn't answer them, but she did speak, murmuring to herself.
This is it. Salvation or destruction. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
She repeated the words over and over, each time sounding more and more agonized. Her fingers were in her hair, and she wasn't pacing anymore. She was turning in place.
A final stand. A final battle. Who will be left standing when chaos comes to reign? Me? Them? We've seen the visions, seen the dreams. They never change. No, they do, but never... Always destruction. Always...
She sucked in a gasp, her eyes snapping up as Theon and Luca both sent waves of power to her, calling to her chaos, distracting her. This weight isn't on your shoulders alone, Tessa, Theon said gently.
Isn't it?
She asked, desperation ringing in her voice.
Am I not everything that prophecy is? Salvation? Destruction? The realm depends on me, and I did not ask for this.
Maybe that is why it was given to you, Theon countered.
I'm not the one for this,
she cried again.
Luca's been right all along. I'm not...
Enough! Luca barked. Where is this coming from? You've been traveling around Devrim for months now, destroying mirror gates, standing up to Rordan, helping innocent people, and now you question where your place is in this?
It's too much for one person.
Which is why you have us, Theon retorted. It is why we are doing this. You are not facing this fate alone, Tessa.
How is this any different from those who have taken power before us?
Because we fucking care, Theon snapped, and Luca could feel his frustration down the bond. And so could she.
You're the one who told me to process my feelings. You can't be upset with me for trying to do that,
she bit out. I'm not upset you're processing your feelings, he ground out from between his teeth. I'm frustrated because you aren't giving yourself enough credit. You still believe yourself the villain in all this. Her lip curled back, and Luca was more than perplexed as to where this mood had come from.
This world turned me into one, Theon.
Her cry of outrage echoed in the suite as Theon threw her over his shoulder. Luca! He barked over his shoulder. But Luca only snickered, strolling to the liquor cabinet and pouring 3 glasses of amber liquid, one slightly less full. He already knew where this was going. They'd been planning this for weeks, well before her birthday, and Theon had apparently decided it was time. Thank the gods. Whether a distraction or to prove a point, Luca didn't really care. Sure, Theon was irritated, but this wasn't being done out of anger or a need for control. Quite the opposite, actually. Tessa needed someone else to take control right now. Take the weight of responsibility and madness from her. Make the decisions so she didn't have to think. She could just be. Be wild and untamed. Be reckless and impulsive. Trusting they would be there to catch her and keep her safe while she was exactly as she was made to be. The world didn't understand. But they did. Theon already had her in a chair, his darkness around her wrists and ankles, keeping her in place. The fact she could get up if she wanted to told Luca just how right he was in his assessment. She always picked fights when she didn't know how to ask for what she wanted. Or if she thought they'd deny her. As if they'd ever fucking deny her. Make her say it. Make her crawl for it. Make her beg for it. But they'd never deny her. Luca tipped his head, all predator now, while Theon prowled over and took a glass of liquor. Look at you, temptress, tied up and waiting. For what? Luca mused, setting his glass aside, but keeping the one that wasn't as full. She glared back at him. Does she know what we're going to do tonight, Theon? No, he ground out, unbuttoning his shirt. He didn't remove it, though, leaving it hanging open. Give me your tie. I left mine in the other room. Luca tugged it loose, and then Theon was there, pulling it free. Luca followed him back to Tessa, where he placed the silk fabric over her eyes, tying it behind her head. She gasped as she lost her vision.
What are you doing?
You want to think you're a villain? Theon asked, his voice harsh. That's fine for now, but you forget, beautiful.
Forget what?
She snapped. He leaned in close, his words a whisper in her ear. We're your villains when you need us to be. She went still, and Luca chuckled darkly. Here, baby girl, you're going to need this tonight. He brought the glass of liquor to her lips, tipping it up and pouring some into her mouth. She coughed and spluttered, and he chuckled again. Trust us, Tessa. You're going to want this. He was leaning in now, his words dark as he asked into her ear. Do you trust us? He heard her swallow, saw her fingers clench around the arms of the chair, felt her power crackle in nervous anticipation. Verbal acknowledgement, Tessa, Theon ordered, the sound of him removing his belt making her head snap in his direction.
Yes,
she bit out.
I trust you.
Then drink up, Luca retorted, bringing the glass back to her lips. We have plans for that mouth. She drank it down with ease this time, only a small drop escaping onto her lip. He slowly thumbed the drop, pushing it back into her mouth as he added, We're taking control right now, but you know you can take it back at any time, right? He could swear she stopped breathing for a moment, but she slowly nodded, and that nervousness down the bond was coupled with thinly veiled excitement. Good, Luca replied, his fingertips dragging along her jaw. Then he stepped back, and his dragon fire burned her dress away, leaving her naked and tied to a chair.
I liked that dress,
she said in outrage. You're the Arius lady. Buy another one, Theon cut in, shucking off his shirt, then his pants. The Arius lady, soon to be the Akaz lady.
Don't,
she snapped. Yes, don't, Luca drawled. The gods know we don't want someone who cares about all the inhabitants of a kingdom to have a say in policies going forward.
That's not—
It is, Tessa, Theon interrupted. You can say it's not what you want, but your actions show otherwise. Begging me to claim your friends, destroying the Serrana villas, fighting for the Fae, giving Eviana a chance to fight for her daughter, destroying mirror gates to save this world. But
what?
Then she was gasping again. Theon had silently moved to her side, completely naked now, as he poured a trickle of liquor down her chest. Luca, Theon said, arching his brow. Luca didn't care who was calling the shots right now. He bent over Tessa's bare body, his tongue lapping up the spilled alcohol off her breasts.
Oh,
she breathed, already sliding her thighs farther apart. Not having her sight would be heightening every other sensation at the moment. But you're a villain, right? Theon went on as if none of that had just happened. So, the plan must be to make them trust you, and then you'll leave them to their own fate, right?
that's not...
Then she was hissing as Theon poured more alcohol down her chest, and Luca was there, cleaning her up. His tongue slid along her flesh, circling her nipples, sucking them sharply.
Luca,
she gasped. Yes, please stop, Luca, Theon sneered. She didn't ask for this.
Theon, that's not... This isn't the same thing,
she gritted out, jerking against the darkness keeping her in place.
It should be,
he snapped. Her brow bunched in confusion.
What?
It should be exactly the same fucking thing. Theon snarled again, pouring more alcohol down her front. More than last time. Only this time, he kept talking while Luca dropped to his knees before her, catching the small stream that was making its way to her navel and licking up her torso. Here, when it's just the three of us, you trust us to be what you need, to know what you need, to be your balance. Theon gripped the back of the chair, leaning down and speaking harshly into her ear. His hand slid under her chin, tipping her head back. Even out there, you trust us to pull you back if you sink too deeply into chaos. But you can't trust us to be your balance in this, in something we have worked and prepared for nearly our entire lives.
To take over Arya's kingdom,
she gasped.
Not...
Say it, Theon ordered. His hand slid from her jaw to her throat when she didn't answer right away. His fingers flexed, massaging her pulse point. Say it, Tessa.
They're going to think we're trying to take over everything, that we're no better than Rodan,
she cried out.
And how are we any different? You are taking power from others. I am the very thing that has been prophesied to destroy the realm since its inception. The three of us? It's no secret we could bring this world to its knees and make them worship at our feet.
Baby girl, you have proven time and again that is not your plan. Why would you bother with any of it, if that's all you wanted? Luca asked, his hands settling on her thighs as he watched her torment play out on her features. His thumbs made small circles, distracting her as she shifted, trying to move them higher. Because when she was in this state, she lost control of her thoughts, letting them out and saying things she'd never admit to anyone else.
Because I could,
she whispered.
Maybe not now, but the power. Maybe not now, not tomorrow or next year, but someday. It wants that.
It, not we. We are yours, Theon said darkly, his hand sliding down to cup a breast. Are you saying you are not ours?
No, that's not...
Because if you are ours, you will trust us to make sure that never happens. We are a balance, Tessa. We call each other out. We fight, we fuck, we drive each other mad. We talk, we love. We do this thing together.
I understand,
she whispered. That wasn't very convincing. Luca growled, his thumbs now massaging the creases of her thighs. Are you ours? Theon demanded again.
Yes.
All of you, every piece of you.
Yes,
she ground out. Then that means we get your insecurities, Tessa, he retorted, his teeth nipping at her throat and making her hiss again. We get your fury, Luca said, his thumbs swiping once through her center. Fucking Sargon, she was wet. We get your hate and your love, your pain and your pleasure. Theon snarled against her skin. No one else, and when you don't give them to us willingly, we take them. Luca finished, pulling his hands away and smirking at her whimper from the loss. The darkness was gone, and Luca scooped her up, his tie still in place as he laid her on the bed. Theon was immediately there, spreading her legs apart and sinking into her cunt with one thrust that had her moaning and him cursing. Luca quickly stripped out of his own clothing and climbed onto the bed, stretching out beside her. He trailed his fingers down the same paths he'd licked alcohol from her skin. You know, Temptress, he taunted. You could just ask when you want to be fucked, instead of throwing a fit. Her head snapped towards him, and if that tie wasn't there, he knew she'd be glaring at him. "Fuck you, Luca," she spat. He laughed a dark thing. You will be soon enough. He thumbed her mouth. I'll start here and move lower. He captured her mouth with his lips, licking into it and forcing her to taste him. Then he nipped at her lower lip, pulling back as he said, "And we're not taking turns tonight, baby girl."
What?
She stuttered. But Theon adjusted his position, lowering over her so their torsos pressed together. His arms slid beneath her, holding her close, and he fucked her with fast thrusts. Luca could tell by the way Tessa was squirming and panting that the position was working for her. Had no doubt Theon was hitting that perfect spot with every push into her until he was forcing her into pleasure. Because it was all theirs. Tessa was panting, but Theon pulled out, his cock still hard and pointing straight up. He nodded at Luca, but he was already ahead of him. With a burst of flame, he pulled a vial of oil from his magic.
Theon,
she rasped, her breaths still shaky. He was gripping her hips, rolling her to her stomach. Do you trust us with your pleasure and your pain, Tessa? Your doubts and your needs?
Yes,
she answered, before Theon could demand a verbal answer. Luca would have demanded it for this too. Theon leaned over her, turning her head to face Luca as he murmured, "So, Luca can use that mouth if he wants to?" And yeah, he fucking wanted to. Luca reached over, pulling the tie from her eyes and tipping her chin up. "You can take back control whenever you want," he reminded her. "But we're going to talk you through everything." He ran his thumb along her lip, his other hand reaching down and stroking his cock. He'd been hard since this all started, since before his first lick of alcohol off her skin. "Trust us to be what you need." She nodded once, and Luca glanced at Theon, who was already waiting. Luca could feel his impatience down the bond, and he narrowed his eyes because if he fucked this up for them by being too rough right away, she'd never let them do this again. And he wanted his turn when they did this again. "Remember to breathe, baby girl," Luca said, bringing his cock to her lips and pushing into her hot mouth. Fuck," he growled as Tessa whimpered around him, the vibrations of the sound going straight to his balls, as Theon slid an oil-covered finger into her tight hole, pressing and readying her. When he added a second finger, she moaned louder, and Luca sank a hand into her hair, fisting as he thrust in and out of her mouth. "You say I have a dirty mouth, but look at you, baby girl, all but begging for him to fuck your ass." She pulled off him, her eyes wide as she stared up.
"By the gods, Luca,"
she murmured. He only smirked, leaning down to press a kiss to her swollen lips. "We love you," he said into her mouth. "Let us worship you." Her throat bobbed in a swallow. In anxiety or anticipation, he wasn't sure. Probably both. "Remember to breathe, baby girl," he said again, his voice low and dark. "Breathe. It's going to hurt at first. Trust us. Can you do that for us?" She nodded, lurching forward to take his mouth this time, and he held her there as Theon positioned his cock. "Go slow, Theon," Luca warned down the bond. "I know," he gritted back.
Have you done this with someone else?
Tessa gasped, and there was no doubt Theon had pressed into her a little, because she jerked back. Her fingers were curling into the bedding, and she had her eyes squeezed shut tight. Hey, Luca said, turning her face back to him. "None of that. You keep your eyes right here, and remember you can take back control any time. Your power can throw us across the goddamn room if you want to stop this." Her violet eyes were bright with lust and fear as she held his stare, nodding her head. "And no," Luca answered, stroking her hair, down her back, her arm. "We've shared a female before, but never like this." Something akin to satisfaction flitted across her features, a determination that hadn't been there before, because she was more possessive than they were. She gasped again, her body tensing, and Luca gripped her nape, massaging the tendons. "You have to relax, baby girl."
How would you know? She bit out. Have you been fucked up the ass, Luca Moores?
He barked at her snark. "No, temptress, but I've done my fair share of the fucking part. If you can still use that bratty mouth to spout off, we're not doing enough." Luca readjusted, stretching out beside her once more so he could reach beneath her. Licking his fingers, he pressed them to her center, finding her clit and rubbing in slow, taunting circles. She sucked in a breath, and at the same time, Theon pressed in farther.
"Fuck!"
she spat, her brow dropping to the bed.
"Fuck, Luca! Theon!"
"By Arius, it's so good," Theon panted, his self-control on a tight leash. "You're doing so good, Tessa. Do you hear him right now? Look at the control you have over the Arius Lord." Luca praised, his fingers moving faster, her hips seeking pleasure as the pain chased her. She cried out when Theon pushed in more, and his fingers dug into her hips. "Keep breathing, beautiful," he gritted out. "I'm almost there. Keep distracting her, Luca." "I have this handled," he retorted. "You keep yourself under control." "How does it feel?" "So fucking tight," Theon gritted out, and Luca watched as he sank in all the way. Tessa was tense, her knuckles white. "Breathe, baby girl." Luca pressed, leaning in to nip at her jaw, her shoulder, her arm. Anything to distract her as she adjusted to the new sensations. He knew she was getting there when her hips started moving against his hand, his fingers still massaging her clit. He glanced at Theon and gave a slight nod, and he pulled back a little before pushing back in. And she moaned. Something sinful and dark and needy. "There you go, baby girl," Luca praised, his fingers moving faster. "How are you feeling?"
"It's God's,"
she rasped when Theon pulled back and thrust in again.
"Yes,"
she moaned. They gave her a moment, let her adjust and get comfortable with this, and then Luca murmured, "We're not done with you."
"That's a lot,"
she rasped out as Theon kept moving. "You can take it. You will," he replied, leaning in to press another hard kiss to her lips. Then he was helping her onto her hands and knees so Theon could change positions and turn onto his back, never pulling out of her. She gasped, her hands grasping for purchase as Theon pressed his mouth to her neck, sucking and biting. And Luca sat back, looking at them splayed out obscenely before him, her back to Theon's chest, her head settled on his shoulder, and his feet pushed her legs wider so Luca could see everything. "I remember how your eyes lit up at the idea of both of us taking you at once, beautiful," Theon whispered darkly into her ear. "You already love me buried deep. You're going to love feeling both of us at once." His hand splayed across her stomach, pushing down and forcing her pelvis to tip down too. Her head dropped back, and Luca had his hand on his dick, stroking as he watched them. He'd never minded watching, but not tonight. He scooted forward, kneeling between their knees and running his fingers along her swollen center. "Whose are you, Tessa?" he demanded darkly.
"Yours,"
she gasped, Theon laving at her neck. "How much of you?"
"All of me. I trust you,"
she rasped out in a harsh breath.
"Just, please."
"Deep breath, Tessa," Theon coaxed as Luca pressed forward. "You think it's tight now? Just wait."
"Oh, gods!"
she cried out as Luca pressed into her cunt, forcing himself to go slow. His self-restraint was as taut as Theon's was now. They'd never done this before. Not at the same time, and holy fucking fuck, he was not prepared for how fucking good this was going to be. He could see perspiration on her brow and glistening on her chest as he forced himself in a little more. Could feel Theon's cock separated from his by only a thin barrier. Could feel her muscles spasming against the intrusions. Could feel every fucking thing. Theon was murmuring dirty praises into her ear, and she was slapping her hands on the sheets, him clawing at skin as she tried to find something to sink her nails into. "So good to us, Tessa," Theon was saying. "We don't deserve you, you know that, right? But we need you. We're yours. This is how it's meant to be, the three of us with everything." She was nodding her head frantically, but her power never appeared. Never once did she ask to stop. Never once did she push them away. "You're going to take it all, aren't you, Temptress?" Luca grunted out, and then he thrust in the rest of the way, and all three of them stilled. There was nothing but their harsh breaths, chests rising and falling without any rhythm. Theon and Luca locked eyes because holy fuck. They'd planned this, talked about what it might be like to have her like this between the two of them. But it didn't compare to any of their dirty fantasies. Didn't even come close. "Are you ready, Tessa?" Theon asked, reaching up and smoothing hair off her brow. And despite everything they were doing to her right now, something in her eyes softened at his touch, at his concern. She reached up, sliding her hand behind his neck, and stretched out her other arm for Luca. He dropped his head down, letting her pull him to her mouth for a kiss, and he gave an experimental thrust of his hips. She moaned into his mouth, spurring him on. His thrusts grew harder, her head turning from his mouth to Theon's and back again. And this was how it was always meant to be. Something primal and dark. Something fierce and sacred. Something solely theirs. Something that they somehow found, despite everything being stacked against them. Tessa was thrashing, and Theon was holding her tightly to him, letting Luca have his way. "Give it to him, Tessa," Theon ordered. "It's ours." She shook her head, nails digging into his arms. Theon chuckled darkly against her skin. "Oh, little storm, then we'll take it." One of his hands slid down to her stomach, pressing down, and Luca felt her clench around him. "There it is, baby girl," Luca grunted, his hair in his eyes and matted to his brow. "Just like that." She whimpered, and Theon's fingers flexed, pressing down more. And fuck, every time he did that, she tightened more and more. "And if you won't give it to us, we'll take it," he repeated in a harsh pant. "But that's what you want, isn't it? Force us to push you until you can't take it anymore."
"Yes,"
she gasped.
"Yes, please."
Theon's hold on her tightened, and Luca snapped his hips forward, his cock dragging deep and fast against her until she was clamping down around him, a cry leaving her lips. He couldn't have stopped himself if he tried. He followed her into pleasure, his muscles contracting just as hard as he spilled into her. "Fuck, Tessa!" He spat, his hips still moving through his release because she was still spasming around him. Her climax rolled on, dragging him deeper, until finally he pulled out and fell onto his back. Theon was already moving, and Luca had to give him credit for his self-control during all that. But he was clearly done waiting as he rolled Tessa onto Luca. He propped her up and gripped her hips, driving in and out of her other hole while she clung to Luca, a dazed and satisfied look on her face, while Theon took his own pleasure. No, as Tessa gave herself to him to give him pleasure. Her choice after everything. And after Theon found release, and they cleaned her up in the shower, after they were all wrapped up in one another back under the blankets, only then did Theon press a kiss to her forehead as he murmured, "You're not a villain, Tessa. We won't let you become one." Her back was pressed to Luca's front, and he could hear the tears in her voice when she whispered, "I'm scared, Theon. What if we fail?" Theon's smile was soft as he stroked her cheek. "Failure has never been an option, Tessa. If it comes down to it, we'll be the villains, so you don't have to. But never you." 52. Theon. The conference room was silent when Theon finished explaining what they planned to do by transferring Dagian's power to him. The ladies stared back, seemingly at a loss for words, and the tension in the air was so thick it was oppressive. Luca was rigid on Tessa's other side, and Tessa appeared almost bored. A far cry from what she'd been last night. He knew she wasn't bored. She was waiting to see which argument they were going to face first, just like he was. But he'd meant what he'd said. This was happening whether or not the ladies agreed to it. Mainly because Dagian was not only offering, but insistent. The male hadn't been the same since Sasha's death. He wasn't surprised that the failing lady spoke first, nor was he surprised by her question. "I need to clarify what you are requesting," Lady Farhand said, her palms flat on the table. "Not requesting," Theon corrected. "Simply informing you of what's to come." Her eyes narrowed, her words terse as she said, "You want us to approve of you taking power from the Akaz heir?" "That he is willingly giving," Theon amended. "That is not the point," the Celeste lady interjected. "The point is you will be more powerful than any of us." "But not more powerful than Tessa," he said with a shrug. "She will still be the Arius lady." "Whom you are married to," she retorted. "You have already deceived us once. We will not stand for this." "If she is the Arius lady, why are you speaking for her?" Lady Farhan asked. "He is not speaking for me," Tessa cut in. "He tends to be far less dramatic than I am." Her point was accentuated as she drummed her fingers on the table, a single flicker of lightning appearing and bouncing along the table. "But if you'd rather deal with me, then so be it." All the ladies, save for Kyra, sat up straighter. "You have 2 husbands," the Celeste lady blurted. Yes, Tessa muttered, waving her hand dismissively. "That's already been established, and not why we are here today. I do not have time for such trivial matters." "Trivial matters? What is stopping us from taking second matches?" Lady Kandra scoffed. Tessa widened her eyes. "Nothing. Take another husband, take a wife, take 5. As long as they are not forced, I don't care." Now they were blinking back at her, clearly uncertain what to do or say. "That is not how things are done," Lady Farhan finally said. Tessa paused the drumming of her fingers. Forgive me for not really caring how things are done when, for most of my life, I was forced to bow, and for the last year, everyone has been trying to use me and decide my destiny for me. I still don't understand why all these other people are here, the Serafina lady interjected, although her voice was monotone, as if even she didn't wish to be here. They are my advisors, Tessa said, settling on a word. No one needs that many advisors, the Celeste lady argued. Fae, Sargon Legacy, a vampire? We do not even know them all. Perhaps if you had more and they were more diverse, we wouldn't be facing our current reality, Tessa replied, her hand leaving the table and moving to her hair. But Luca caught it, guiding her fingers to rest on his thigh. We need to stay focused on the subject of this meeting, Theon interjected. The answer is no, the Celeste lady said. She turned to the Anala lady. I cannot believe you summoned us here for this. I thought we should hear them out, Kyra mused, settling back in her chair and taking everything in. This is utter nonsense. It will change everything. That is the entire point, Tessa drawled, and Theon had to work to hide his smirk. Gone were the insecurities and nerves of last night. He'd like to say they fucked it out of her, but her trepidation was still there. He could feel it lingering beneath other emotions, but he was so goddamn proud of her in this moment. Theon is right, she continued. This is a courtesy to you all. We are not asking permission. Arrangements have already been made, and this is Dagian's request. The Serafina lady turned to the Akaz heir. Dagian was seated down the table, quiet and haunted. Is this true, Dagian? He nodded, looking them each in the eye. I came to Theon weeks ago and asked for this. Weeks ago? The Phaline lady questioned. Why not come to us? Why not come to you? He repeated derisively. You, who have served with my father for decades? You, who work to uphold the ludicrous traditions of this realm? You, who twist and scheme and plot with the rest of them? No, Lady Farhan. I would not bring these concerns to any of you, only to have one of you whisper them to my father. Your own heirs aren't even in this room to discuss matters that will affect them when they take their seats. I went to the kingdom who loathed him. I went to the one who has the means to end him. I went to the ones who could make a difference, not the ones content to watch the world crumble as long as their thrones remained intact. You understand, you will no longer be able to hold your seat, the Serafina lady asked. Once your father is dealt with, you will not be the Akaz Lord. Dagian's lips tilted in a sardonic smile. I am not the most powerful Akaz blood at this table, Lady Isling. All eyes slid back to Tessa. After several seconds of tense silence, the Celeste lady said, Fine. We transfer power, but we should decide together who will take it. No, Dagian said firmly. It is my power. I will only transfer it to Theon. If anyone else tries, I rescind the offer, and you can face my father as you are. He cannot be stronger than all of us together, not if Tessa is fighting on our side, Lady Farhan argued. It will take all of Tessa's power to defeat Rodan, and even then, she could be weakened to the point of being overpowered by the seraphs that serve Akaz, Luca said. That is not an option on the table. It's more than Rodan, Theon added. Tessa is not a legacy. She's not a god. She's more. She's something more. And while we've been trying to figure it out, others have been looking for her. Others who will come for her. Like who? Lady Farhan demanded. Akaz, Tessa said simply. The gods can't come here. Not right now, Tessa agreed.
But if they can find a way to create an entire world and then abandon it, I assure you, there is a way to break the accords of old.
Akaz is one threat, Theon agreed. The Fates are another. There is no agreement keeping them from coming here.
The Fates?
Kyra asked, her brow arching.
This is new information, Theon.
Since we're all here, and for the sake of transparency, we want to share everything we know. This isn't some grand effort to overtake the kingdoms, but it is a desperate attempt to save this realm and all the people in it.
By putting her in power?
The Celeste lady sneered. Theon's lips curled up. I told her to leave us all, and let the Fates destroy the realm. She chose to stay and fight for us. Doesn't get more benevolent than that, does it?
But she is not the one who will gain more power,
the failing lady argued.
You will.
To become her balance, Theon said. The Fates are looking for her because she is an imbalance. Beginnings and endings. As we all know, her power is extensive. Something needs to balance it out.
And that something is you.
Theon's brow arched. You're welcome to try. Tessa's power had already been growing, chaotic embers and sparks of light drifting around her. He could feel her working to keep it under control. There was lots of power in this room. It was the reason Zan and Akira weren't in here with them. Because Tessa's power was seeking. He couldn't imagine Akira in here. But at his words, Luca's dragonfire wound around one of her arms, while Theon's darkness fluttered along her jaw. She visibly relaxed, but the power in her eyes didn't bank. The two of us help her control it, but the Fates will require more, Theon said. Roerdan has been stealing power for decades. Even the added expanse of Dagian's gifts likely won't be enough to offset it, but it will give Tessa more to draw from.
As her source?
Kyra asked, her head tilting with interest.
As her source, as her lover, as her equal, as her balance, he replied.
And whatever she needs me to be.
And you don't believe it will be enough to keep Devrim from ruin?
Theon glanced at Tessa, and her lips pursed at the question.
Roerdan's goal is to bring Akaz here. He believes if he is successful, Akaz will give him this world to rule as a reward for his faithfulness, Tessa said. I've never seen the true depth of his power, but I've felt it. My chaos seeks more. It knows who is the most powerful in a room, and when he is in it, it is always him, Tessa said. As for the Fates, I suppose they will require an equal power. I am the grandchild of 3 first gods. No, one power being transferred to Theon will not be enough.
Kyra nodded, toying with flames in her palm.
But the power of another ruler would help.
What? Tessa asked, but it wasn't in confusion. It was shock. The same shock Theon was feeling. The same thing Luca was processing, because Kyra couldn't mean what it sounded like.
You've seen what we've built here,
Kyra said, and Theon could hear the slight tremble in her voice.
I've been in this position for over a century, and Dagian is correct. I've done much, but I could have done more. I can do more to ensure the people in my care are safe, that this realm is safe.
She took a deep breath, her eyes pooling with tears.
Because change requires sacrifice. Change requires more than pretty words.
She offered Tessa a weak smile.
So, I offer my power as well, for the betterment of Devrim and all those who deserve more in a world long forgotten by the gods. If I'm not willing to sacrifice to save them, I don't deserve to call myself their lady.
The room was silent at the proclamation, and Theon didn't know what to do or say. He'd expected arguments and debates, yes, but he'd never expected things to end like this.
I offer mine as well.
Theon's head whipped to the right, where the Seraphina lady was meeting his gaze. You? Theon asked, because it was all he could think of to say. You've held a long-standing alliance with Akaz's kingdom, Lucas said, voicing Theon's thoughts.
And he has betrayed that time and time again. I was too foolish to see how thoroughly, she replied. And now I have lost too much. I have seen too much, and in the end...
She cleared her throat, getting herself under control.
Maybe a beginning isn't what is needed, but an ending to make room for something more.
He heard Tessa's slight inhale, felt her emotions all over the place as the Phaeline lady followed suit, and finally, the Celeste lady. As one by one, the ladies of the realm offered their power and their places alongside Dagian so that Devrim might survive, so that they had a chance, so that Rordan wouldn't win, so that there just might be a balance in the realm once more. That afternoon, everyone gathered on the banks of the sea south of Idalia. It was the place where the Shade Plains merged with the Anala Kingdom at the base of the Ozul Mountains. They didn't dare do this in Aria's kingdom after Rordan's recent attack. They were told it would need to be some place the power could manifest. The magic would fight being taken from one to go to the other, and as he took more and more, he would struggle to contain it right away. Introductions had been made, all of them leery of Akira, and Theon couldn't blame them. He was used to Tessa slipping into her chaotic states. Akira seemed to live in that space permanently.
So, to be clear, the Phaeline lady said, Theon won't suddenly possess gifts from all the first gods?
Tristan shook his head. Tessa had requested he come after things had escalated during the meeting this morning. That's not how this works, Tristan explained. He will have the strength of that power, but it will manifest differently. It will become the darkness he now possesses. Your power will simply strengthen it.
And what will they become?
Tessa asked, Luca tucking her hand into his before she could start pacing. Tristan glanced at the rulers, and Theon could swear he winced. They won't be mortal, but they won't have power. Only an extended lifespan with a stain that will remain for some time. For how long? We never know. Theon looked at each of the ladies. This is your choice, your graces, he said. We are not asking this of you, and we understand if you rescind your offer. No one will hold it against you. To be separated from a gift you have harnessed in your soul your entire life is a tragedy, even if done willingly.
My offer stands, Lady Kyra said. My only request is that Tana is still offered a seat at whatever new sense of order is established to oversee the kingdoms.
He smiled softly. That can be arranged.
We will value all your input when the time comes, Tessa added. But if we do not do this, it won't matter, Dagian interjected tightly. He was on an edge, and Theon would be the same if their roles were reversed. He was moments away from losing not only a power he'd trained much of his life to harness, but also the life he thought he'd have. Let's get on with it. What of their sources? Tessa asked suddenly. If they no longer have power, what will happen to their source?
The three sources that were present went rigid, and Tristan rubbed the back of his neck.
That I don't know, Wild Fury. And even if I did, because of the corruption of the source marks here, I don't know that it would be the same anyway. The only way to sever a source bond is by death,
Tessa mused, pulling her hand from Luca's to pace anyway.
But if there's no power, is there anything for the mark to cling to? Axel asked. If I'd had a source when I turned, what would have been the point? Yes, but you lost your power. The magic itself isn't dying, it's just being moved to another, Tessa argued.
Then her eyes went wide.
Will those bonds transfer with the magic?
Again, because the source mark's here are not a true source mark, we won't know, Tristan said. Because of the other marks interwoven, we can't know.
It won't be balanced, Akira piped in, drawing closer.
What does that mean? Tessa asked, turning to her mother.
Zan told me of the source marks, she answered. One connects the soul. One intertwines the power, the life force, the heart. It is a balance. If that balance is broken, the whole thing shatters.
How can you be sure?
Nothing is certain in the stars, Tessa, she sang,
crouching down and beginning to draw a mark in the dirt.
But the magic will be strained enough. It will not be able to sustain an unbalanced bond.
And the Fae tied to them. Akira stood, moving a few feet, and crouching to do the same thing again.
Their lives are not tied to the marks.
Akira frowned.
Although they will likely feel the death of it. That will be as excruciating as losing one's gifts,
she said simply, moving another few feet to draw more. Tessa turned to the Fae, all of them having paled.
This is no longer only the lady's choices, she said. If any of you wish not to do this, we will decline the lady's offer.
Tessa, Theon started, but she held up a hand.
No, they were already forced into a bond. No one will force them to risk their lives after having so much taken from them, Tessa said. This is their choice, because this is what we are fighting for. Everyone having a goddamn choice.
Silence fell, stretching on until finally the Anala lady's source spoke. My life as a source has been better than others, he admitted. But if this means none will be forced to give themselves for this purpose again, I will take the risk. If that is what we are fighting for, Lady Osra, then I will risk this and stand by your side if I survive. He placed a fist over his heart and bowed his head, and Tessa lurched back a step. But Theon was already moving in front of her. He'd bowed before her when she took the Arius seat, and now he'd stand beside a Fae to show his solidarity in this too. He stood next to the Anala source, following his actions. Axel moved next. You already know this, but the underground will follow you, he said, stopping next to Theon. Someone who understands what it is to have their value stripped away to nothing. Someone who fights to ensure the amount of power someone carries, whether vast or non-existent, does not define them. Someone who does not care what blood runs in their veins or what type of being they are. Someone who sees them as people. You have our loyalty, Lady Osra. One by one, everyone fell into a line as faint howls sounded. Nyla and Roan appeared, prowling to her side and lowering to their bellies. The Fae, the Underground, the Legacy. Those of Devrim, and those from across the stars. Because destiny beckoned, and sacrifice demanded. And while she had not asked for this, chaos had come to reign. And chaos did not choose. She would fight for them all.
A new dawn,
Akira said simply, and Theon lifted his head to find her staring at her daughter.
Because in all things, there must be balance.
The sky, the sea, the realms, Tessa echoed faintly.
One was never meant to rule over the other.
Akira smiled wider, her hands clasped under her chin as she nodded several times in excitement.
So, endings discovered because dreams dared to challenge.
Yes, Tessa breathed, a laugh of disbelief coming from her lips. Her gaze slid to Theon, where Luca stood beside him.
And so we fight.
And we will not fall, Theon said darkly, before he turned to Dagian. Are you ready? The Akaz heir nodded once, and Akira clapped her hands twice.
We draw, Tessa,
she said, pointing to the marks.
In a circle.
Mother and daughter drew until the circle was complete, and then Akira was shoving Theon to the center.
Come, come,
she added, motioning to Daejeon until the two males stood in the middle.
You must not lose contact at any point,
Akira instructed. It will be agony, Daejeon, Tristan added grimly. I cannot perform this, but I have seen it done. You will feel a piece of yourself being torn away. It can't be worse than losing Sasha, he said tightly. Tell us what to do.
No one else crosses in, Akira said, dancing back outside the circle. Or the power may choose another.
She glanced at Luca.
Keep her contained. Her chaos will want it.
And you? Theon demanded. I have her, Zan said, stepping to Akira's side, while Luca slid an arm around Tessa's waist, pulling her back into his chest. Daejeon lifted his hands, turning his palms up when Akira instructed them.
A blade,
she encouraged.
Across your palms to merge your blood.
Daejeon drew a dagger from his magic, and Theon knew why. He wanted to feel his power one last time. He drew it across his palms before passing it to Theon to do the same. Theon placed his hands atop Daejeon's as he said in a low voice, One final chance, Daejeon. No one will fault you if you change your mind. But his sharp features only tightened, holding his stare as he said loudly, Do it!
Your blood, daughter, Akira said. On the marks. But the hunters,
Tessa protested. Akira shook her head.
The marks are more. If they appear, their power will be taken. They will not venture where sacrifice demands.
Tessa moved along the perimeter, Luca walking with her, and the marks flared as her blood fell. Akira was speaking in a language Theon didn't know, but nothing was happening. There was nothing but him and Daejeon, and the awkwardness that came from standing in a circle holding hands. Until Daejeon winced. That was when he felt it. A tiny beat of power against his palm as Daejeon hissed from between his teeth. Theon's hands tightened instinctively, their mixed blood dripping to the ground while more and more power flowed. Small drops that grew and slid along his soul as if seeking a way in. Daejeon grunted in pain, lurching back a step.
Do not let the connection break, Akira cried. It is too late to stop.
But Daejeon stepped back again, gasping in pain. Daejeon, Theon ground out, gripping the male with everything he had. You can do this, for your people, for Sasha. Daejeon nodded frantically, another grunt of torment coming from his lips as he dropped to his knees, dragging Theon down with him. He didn't know what was going on around them anymore, didn't know what Tessa was doing, couldn't focus on Akira. Everything in him was homed in on the male who had already sacrificed, and now was giving more, who was trusting him to make a difference with this sacrifice, to ensure Sasha's life was not lost for nothing. Daejeon gasped, the ground trembling beneath them. Waves were crashing to the shore from the sea, and it wasn't drops of power coming to him now. This was waves of magic slamming into his soul. He grunted for a different reason, forcing himself to stay upright as another burst of power flowed into him. It wasn't light, it wasn't energy. It was darkness and death churning in his soul, and he felt it rip free, his shadow wings forming as he absorbed more and more from Daejeon. He was an heir, poised to be the most powerful male in the Akaz kingdom. If this was his power, what of the ladies? This was staggering enough. To add more, and to know he still wouldn't be as strong as Tessa? Someone was calling his name. Someone else was still chanting in an old tongue. All he could do was take the power rushing over him, trying to find another, while also latching onto his soul. His darkness swallowed it down, taking and taking. Because life must give, and death must take. Until finally it was done, and Theon caught Dagian's shoulders as the male slumped forward. Akira must have told them it was safe, because Tessa was throwing her arms around him, and he clutched her close, letting his darkness envelop her. Luca watched warily while wrapping Dagian's hands in something. Where he'd gotten the cloth, Theon didn't know. But Dagian wouldn't be able to heal anymore. Tessa pressed her mouth to his, her lips lingering as she asked,
"How do you feel?"
"Restless," he muttered, trying to wrangle the new magic in his soul.
"I can help,"
she whispered, still straddling his lap. He felt her chaos there, wrapping gently around his darkness, coaxing it, calling to it, calming it. His breathing evened out as he tried to adjust, and she took his face in her hands.
"We can do the others another time. This does not all need to be done today."
But he shook his head. "It does. We do it all now. I don't want a slow adjustment. I'd rather do it all at once." She nodded, pressing her brow to his.
"We do this together."
He nodded, taking another minute before Luca pulled him to his feet. Tristan was with Dagian off to the side, speaking low with him. Theon shook out his arms, feeling anxious and jittery with all the new power. Then he looked at Kyra and said, "If you are still willing, I'm ready." Her head held high, she stepped forward.
"We just witnessed a young male sacrifice everything for a kingdom and realm that wasn't his to protect yet. Decades and decades younger than me. He's made a bigger difference in his short life than I have in my decades on a seat of power. I am not blameless here. None of us are. Change requires sacrifice, not to make amends for our transgressions, but in the hope that those who come after us will learn from our failures."
So they began again.
53. Tessa.
"I really wish you'd wear some armor," Luca muttered. "What are we going to do if your blood touches the ground?"
She smirked where she stood near the kitchen island, leaning a hip against it. "I'm not wearing armor, Luca. If hunters appear, I'll take care of them. My arrows kill them. Orion's did."
"We're going to be facing enough enemies. We don't need to add more," he argued.
She hummed, the bands of light on her wrists flaring brighter as they unfurled and coiled. "I'll be fine," she said, pushing off the counter to return her coffee creamer to the fridge. "Maybe I'll just make armor of light, like Theon does with his darkness."
"Great. Then you'll be a beacon calling everyone straight to you,"
he deadpanned. "Why so grumpy this morning?" she asked around a huff of laughter. "One would think after the night we had, you'd be the farthest thing from grumpy." Because it had been a very good night that had left her more than a little sated. She'd slept deeply without a single dream, and while normally that was fine, it was also a little worrisome. She hadn't had a vision in weeks. Tristan had told her it was likely because the future was changing too quickly when she'd mentioned it to him a few days ago. And while that made sense, it still had her on edge. So her husbands had taken it upon themselves to drive every other thought from her mind.
"What are we discussing?"
Theon asked, coming into the room and going straight for her. He pressed a kiss to her temple as he reached over her head for a mug. "Luca is upset I don't have armor. Again." She sighed, glancing at Theon. He wasn't in a suit. Instead, he wore black tactical pants with pockets. His long-sleeved black shirt hugged his torso, and his belt already had daggers sheathed to it. Luca was in the same, and she'd been trying to avoid staring all goddamn morning.
"It slows her down,"
Theon reminded him, turning to lean on the counter as he took a drink of caffeine. "See," Tessa said, gesturing to Theon. "I'll have Nyla and Roan. My power will be feeding the entire time. I can funnel power to the two of you if needed."
"Absolutely not,"
Theon barked, straightening.
"You'll keep your power."
She gave him an exasperated look. "Theon, you've been sleeping off and on for over a week with all that power you have now."
I've also been training with it and learning how to conserve it and control it, he countered.
Yes, but a week isn't enough time.
We're out of time, Tessa, he said quietly, pulling his phone from his pocket when a message sounded. He wasn't wrong. Each day they delayed this was another day Roerden could make the next move, and they really wanted to be the ones to do that. But they'd had to wait. Theon had taken on the power of the ladies and Dagian, and by the gods, she'd never seen something so heartbreaking and breathtaking. Never once had she thought she would see the ladies take accountability for their actions and do something so monumental for the betterment of all those in Devrim, not just those in power. Theon had been beyond exhausted, and while he'd slept and the ladies had done the same to recover, the rest of them strategized and planned. They'd brought in the heirs and generals of the other kingdoms. They'd studied maps, and Tessa had absorbed as much as she could. But this wasn't her area of expertise. She was the power. She recognized that. Luca, however... Tessa had watched him with a sense of wonder. There were generals from the various forces there, yes. But watching Luca, Zan, and Roehrich command the room as Sargon's descendants, that was a sight to behold. Eliza had known more about battle strategies and formations than the males who led the kingdom's forces. Tessa had so many questions, but she knew they didn't have time to indulge her. Later, when they survived this, she'd ask them all. Then again, she'd have lived it by that point. Experience was a better teacher than anything, and all that. There was a sharp knock on the door before Roehrich entered, Eliza at his side. We just received word that the last of the forces have moved into place, the male said. Axel had the underground move in 2 nights ago, Theon added. Do you two want coffee? Eliza curled her lip.
No, I've never taken a liking to that bitter drink. It's why you add cream and sugar, Tessa offered.
I'll stick to tea, the general replied flatly. We're heading to the camps shortly, Theon said. Is everyone else ready? They didn't have time to waste, but they'd needed it. There was no fast and easy way to move hundreds of forces into position. The few people who could travel used massive amounts of power to do so, and those who could make portals did the same. The thing was, with Theon now having so much more power, he was one of the few who could make portals now. The heirs could, but it drew a lot from their sources. They'd had to time everything to allow everyone the opportunity to replenish reserves, whether by natural means or rations of blood. So, all the kingdoms had moved forces into place in the Dreamlock Woods, of all places. The border between the Seraphina and Akaz kingdoms across from Boven would have been preferable, but then they'd have to cross the Windfell River when they were ready to move forward. Roerden would have the advantage still, and they'd be fucked. Instead, they were sneaking in little by little into the Dreamlock Woods from the Seraphina kingdom and crossing into Akaz territory. The woods were avoided by everyone, and Roerden would never expect them to attack from the south. But he didn't know about Priya. It was Kat who had told them that bit of information one evening when they were debating where to make their stand. Going straight for Faven would be unexpected, but Roerden had come for Arya's house. They were going to answer in kind. Corbin and Lang had confirmed that Priya had somehow befriended the woods, and a small group of them had traveled there to see it for themselves. They watched a little girl speak with sprites and nymphs. They watched her talk to the trees and witness the flowers bloom for her. She was at home and in her element, and when Corbin and Lang crouched before her and asked her to do this for them, she'd done so without question. That child didn't trust another soul but them, and all Tessa could think was if she accomplished nothing else in her life, helping those three find each other was enough. Everything is packed and ready, Luca asked, rinsing his coffee cup and leaving it in the sink, and Tessa fleetingly wondered if they would be back to wash it. A thought that clearly was heard down the bond because Theon's gaze snapped to her. Enough. If we start thinking that way, we may as well admit defeat right now, Theon growled. She thinned her lips, but she nodded in response. Let's go, he said tightly, grabbing her hand as they all made their way to the foyer.
Axel and Kat were there, and Kat had tears on her face as she pulled Maddox to her chest and kissed the top of his head.
You can stay,
Axel was saying, holding them both close. She shook her head. We're doing this for him, Kat whispered. If we won't fight for this, we are no better than those who came before us. Kyra was here, waiting off to the side. With the ladies no longer having power, they were given other tasks and areas to be of help. Kyra would keep Maddox until they returned. With one last press of lips to their babe, Tessa's heart twisted in her chest as they watched Axel hand his son to another. She had yet to hold him, but not because she didn't adore him just as much as the others. He was perfect in every way.
We'll be back,
Axel said firmly.
Do what you must.
With my life, Axel, Kyra said softly. When you return, the world will look different. With a lingering look, they walked out the front door of Arya's house. Axel and Kat, Zan and Akira, Roehrich and Eliza, Karis. Everyone else was already in the Dreamlock Woods, waiting for them. They stood in a circle, and Tessa looked up at the towering house that had once been her prison. She'd believed herself to be nothing then, too wild and untamed, too broken to fix. She'd never wanted any of this, but little by little, they took and took. Little by little, they started a war with her. She didn't belong with their nobility. She didn't want a throne, but she was coming for it anyway. Rawdon thought she would bow to him. Dexter thought he could control her. Akaz thought he could use her. But you can't control the uncontrollable. Something dark and wicked coursed through her veins as she took hold of Theon's and Luca's hands. She wasn't taking a throne. She was taking the entire goddamn realm. She was taking it all, and she'd decide who would be left standing in the end.
You should be sleeping,
Luca said, coming to her side.
We don't move for another 2 hours.
She hummed in acknowledgement, but she didn't answer. Standing at the edge of the trees, she stared out at the open area that would soon be filled with warriors of all kinds. Legacy, Fae, Night Children, Shifters, Witches, and Deities, and Dragons. They were marching on Favin at first light, and that was indeed hours away. But others were already stirring. They would be preparing. But she hadn't been able to shake this feeling. Something was nagging at the back of her mind, and it was something she should know, something she should recognize.
Baby girl,
Luca sighed, pulling her into his chest, a large palm running down her hair.
It's the realm against one kingdom.
He was mistaking her mood for nervousness and dread, but she'd oblige him in this. A powerful kingdom, run by a male who has been stealing power for decades, with seraphs in his army. If we win this, it will not be easy, she murmured, pressing her cheek to his chest.
No one said it was going to be easy, but with you and Theon, all the forces
that we scrambled to put together, who have never known true war, who have never truly fought.
Theon was right yesterday,
Luca said sternly.
We can't think like that. If we do, we may as well bow down now.
I will never bow to anyone again, she said sharply. Never again, Luca. His fingers gripped her chin, tilting her face up to his.
Then let's make sure of it. Are you ready?
She nodded, and he lowered his lips to hers, kissing her deeply on the edge of the woods as they prepared to bring a storm of chaos and fury at dawn. They flooded out of the woods, hundreds of them at once. Those with wings were soaring above as they all marched on Favin when the first rays of daylight kissed the ground. As they expected, it didn't take long for the seraphs to answer in the sky. Roehrich, Eliza, and Karis were leading units to the right. Zan, Ayanna, Tristan, and Sienna had the left, her mother with them. Tessa led the rest in the center, with Theon and Luca at her sides. Axel was with them, Cade and Rael, Killian and Giselle. Get in the sky, but stay close, Tessa gritted out to Luca. She turned to Theon, her grin pure madness as an arrow appeared in her hand, and she nocked it to her bow. And so chaos reigns. Theon grabbed her neck, hauling her to him, and for a few precious seconds she savored it, then pulled back and let that arrow fly. And as the sun broke the horizon, the first seraph fell. Everything after that was instinct as she let herself plummet into her chaos. It wanted to take, and she was going to let it. Her arrows didn't miss, seraphs becoming nothing but fluttering embers as she released one right after the other. She didn't worry about the ground forces. Nyla and Roan were at her sides, and they didn't let anyone near. Her power was thrashing and yanking, tasting the death in the air, but she wasn't ready. Not yet. Not yet. Soon. Theon, however, he was not waiting. His darkness coated him like armor, as it always did. That sword they'd taken from Bree was in his hand, and his darkness wound around that, too. He moved like the god he descended from. Power flowed, blanketing the ground around him. Tendrils shot up from the depths of the inky mist like vines. They wrapped around seraphs as they dove, yanking them down where either the trackers ended them or Theon did. A roar of fury had her looking up to see not only Zan and Ayana, but their suns fully shifted too. Black flames filled the sky at the same time, thunder cracked, rain starting to fall. Whether it was her or her mother, she didn't know, but a storm rolled in. Lightning flashed, dragon and seraph alike diving to avoid it. They'd have to deal with it, though, because that cloud cover forced the seraphs lower, allowing those with wind magic to interfere more effectively. Tessa shot one last arrow before looping her bow over her chest as an Akaz warrior made it past Roan. Her hand shot out, snagging the male's arm as he raised a dagger. She wasn't stronger than him physically, but she finally let her power out. It pounced, sinking deep into his soul, light and dark, crackling under his skin as she watched the bands of light on her arms flare brighter. Knew the marks on her skin were doing the same. The warrior screamed, pitiful and full of agony as her chaos feasted, refilling the magic she was using. More. She needed more. Each step was purposeful, calm and slow as she made her way into the melee. Weapons clanged around her. Warriors from both sides crossed to the after. But as she sank deeper and deeper into her magic, everything seemed to slow. She ducked as swords swung above her, her power unfurling from her soul. It crackled out, an intricate network of light spreading beneath her feet. "Theon," she gasped down the bond, her power yanking for more of her. "Tessa, where are you?" "Do you see it?" "See what?" There was a pause. "What are you doing?" "Can you use your power to shield our own?" "Tessa!" "Please, Theon." "Fuck," he muttered. "Yeah, Tempest. I've got it." She sucked in another breath as her power pulled enough to distract her, and it cost her. Someone wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her off her feet as the air was pulled from her lungs, until she heard gurgling sounds, and she was dropped back to the ground. She quickly rolled over, reaching for her dagger while struggling to hold back her magic, only to find Axel with blood dripping down his chin. He dropped a body beside her, the male that had held her now missing half his throat. "Vicious," she murmured with a smirk. Axel only winked, yanking her to her feet. Then he was shoving her back down as his hand wrapped around another throat. "They don't fucking stop!" he snarled, his fingers flexing. "I got it," Tessa said, scrambling out from under him and shoving her dagger deep into the chest of a female. For the next few minutes, it was the two of them, Axel's strength and her blades, her magic moving with her. "What is Theon doing?" Axel gritted out, snagging another legacy as he ran by. Tessa sank a dagger into his back. "Helping me," she panted. because everyone on their side standing atop her net of light was being draped in darkness, and gods, she hoped it was going to be enough.
"Go find Cat," Tessa said. "Stay off the light."
He looked down, seeing what she meant, and nodded.
"You good, baby doll?"
Roan was slinking to her side, always knowing what she needed, and Tessa nodded.
"Tell her to burn them all."
He smiled darkly.
"Will do."
Then he was gone, moving faster than she could track. She didn't know how he would find Cat, but she knew he would.
"Ready, Theon?" "Now, Tessa. This is a lot to hold."
She turned her face to the sky, letting the rain splash against her face, and when the next flash of lightning came, she let the leash on her power snap. It latched onto the energy, pulling it closer. It struck the center of her net of power, all the cracks sparking and exploding out. Anyone not covered in Theon's protection was on their knees, then their backs, screaming while the energy jolted through them over and over, while her power took and feasted and devoured. Theon was suddenly at her side, pulling her back to her feet. She didn't even know when she'd dropped to her knees, but now that she'd let it out, her power didn't stop.
"Take some,"
she panted, clutching Theon's arm.
"Take some, Theon."
"No, Tessa,
"You need. I wasn't asking,"
she gritted out, planting both her palms on his chest. Her power halted, recognizing the well it had before it, and it shifted, racing for him.
"Fuck!"
he grunted as it slammed into him, and she felt his darkness rise to greet it, latch onto it, take it for its own. They hadn't known how this was going to work. The source mark worked both ways, but Roehrich and Eliza had to merge their blood to refill reserves. She'd never had to do that. His power had always been drawn to her, and now that he was more, her power was drawn to him too. Something unexplainable and uncontrollable. But then his arm wound around her waist, tugging her into him and raising his sword as he spun. The seraph that had come for them was speared on the end, blood raining down as his darkness rose and snapped the male's wings clean off.
"You're smiling, Tempest,"
he muttered, lowering his sword and letting the seraph fall to the muddy ground.
"We're in the middle of a brutal battle, and you're fucking smiling."
"We like the madness," she whispered, dropping her hands. He huffed a laugh, wiping at the blood on her face, but only smearing it.
"Have you seen him yet?"
She shook her head. "He's here. He'll find me." And that was how the next minutes went. Or maybe it was the next hour. More. Time became meaningless as they fought. Theon never strayed far, and Luca was always above them. She caught glimpses of fire every so often. Eliza, or Cat. Other fire fae. The night children were ruthless, and shifters sank claws and teeth in alongside Nyla and Roan. A fine dusting of ash from the dragons above mixed with the steady rain. Blood splattered, magic flared, and feet slipped in the mud. Tessa dropped to a crouch as 3 enemy forces came for her. Thunder rumbled and lightning struck. Or she did. Her chaos took it once more, striking true, and a crevice cracked open, much like it had done months ago in a garden. Hunters didn't crawl out of it this time, though. Instead, Akaz warriors fell in. Fae fighting nearby clearly had earth magic, as vines and roots snaked out, keeping them in the crevice and dragging more in, those on the ground and those flying low. She stood still, awed as she watched them work. And after there were several dozen bound to the walls of the crevice, those fae came together and closed the earth. Holy gods. She was powerful, but that was...
"Cat! Katya!"
Tessa whirled at the sound of Axel's desperate voice calling for his wife, and she was running without thinking, following that sound. She heard Theon call after her, but it was overpowered by Axel's cries.
"Cat! No, Cat!"
She ran, her power clearing away as she followed those pleas. Scrambling up a small hill several feet from the mayhem, she reached the top, and her heart stopped. She didn't find Cat or Axel, his voice still pleading somewhere nearby. But she did find Tristan, on the ground, with a blade in his chest. "Tristan!" she cried, sliding down the hill and rushing to his side. She dropped to her knees, looking him over. Black pants and shirt, leather armor like Eliza wore, sheaths empty where they'd once held blades, numerous cuts and scratches, and his eyes were a faint sage green when she took his face in her hands. "Tristan! Tris! Can you hear me?"
Wild fury,
he gasped, coughing with the exhale.
"Didn't expect you to find me."
"What do I need to do?" she demanded, panic in her voice as she released his face to focus on his chest. "Pull it out, or leave it. I'll get Sienna. We can—" Tristan coughed again, wincing with the movement.
"There's nothing. I failed," he rasped.
"No!" The word a denial. She shook her head frantically. "No! No more! I will not!" Tristan's icy fingers grasped hers, squeezing, or trying to. "How?" she demanded, screamed it at him. "You're a deity! You can't just— No! No!"
"Can you tell her?"
He coughed again, blood coming up with it.
"Tell her I'll save her that dance, yeah?"
"No!" Tessa cried. "You tell her! You tell— Tristan!" Because his eyes were no longer glowing. They were still and vacant, and his chest wasn't moving. And he couldn't just die. He was a fucking deity. He couldn't— A roar pierced the air, breaking through her panic, and she looked up to find a midnight blue dragon with black wings and a dragon a few shades lighter. Zan and Iana. It was the two of them against 20 or more seraphs. Black flames met magic attacks, both sides taking hits. Iana dove suddenly, as if going after something, but then she banked hard, narrowly avoiding a— Tessa pushed to her feet, running several feet and peering around a small clump of bushes. Seraphs were there, loading a contraption with bolts of white stone. That was what Iana had barely avoided. They had weapons against the dragons. In her next breath, her power erupted. It crackled in the air, latching onto any seraph it could find. Veins and wings lit up as Tessa took their last breaths, watching them all scream and writhe before her. Too consumed by her fury to notice that her power was killing, but it wasn't taking. Those deaths weren't refilling anything. "Cat! Cat, where are you?" She spun around. Where in the fuck was he? It sounded like he was right here, like he was— Another sound had her spinning to find a body rolling down the small hill, coming to a stop face down in the mud. Dark hair. Tall. If that was Axel. Her feet were moving of their own accord, and she felt like she wasn't in her body. Felt like she was hovering above, watching herself walk far too calmly across the space to the unmoving body, watching her muster all her strength to roll him over. And then watched her magic explode when she found not the younger St. Orcus brother, but Theon. She was screaming, and she was burning with fury. He wasn't as powerful as she was. He couldn't be. No. She'd save him the way she'd saved Luca. That was what she'd do. Her hands on his chest, she ripped at the gear he was wearing, his shirt. Her power shredded through it all as she lost all control, lost herself completely to her magic. Anyone who came near met an end, and she wasn't even sure if they were all ACAS forces at this point. If Theon was taken from her, they were all enemies. If Theon was taken from her, she was going to destroy the realm herself. If this didn't work, she was. Tessa paused, her gaze landing on his left arm, his left wrist, where a union mark was missing. That couldn't— She glanced at her wrist, where the union mark was still fully intact. She blinked, trying to understand, because that mark wouldn't fade in death, and even if it did, hers was still there, and she could feel his power, strong and unyielding, not as strong as it could be because he'd been using it all day, but still, this wasn't right. Tessa pushed slowly to her feet, her heart hammering and breaths coming too fast. The world around her was blurred on the edges as she took in the surroundings. Her chaos was churning in her soul, stretching and taking, feeling that other power pulsing around her. Then, as if reaching out a hand, she peeled back a layer of magic. That was Dex on the edge of the clearing, watching her with a smirk on his face. In his hand was a stone collar, just like the one she'd seen in her last vision. He was just standing there as if waiting for something. She looked down where Theon's body lay, only it wasn't there. Dragging her gaze across the space, she found Tristan's body gone too. No screams from Axel, no roars of dragons overhead. This entire thing had been Dex luring her away from the others, altering her reality, making her expend her magic on nothing. That was why her reserves weren't refilling when she'd set it free earlier. Tessa watched him a moment longer. He hadn't seemed to realize that his magic wasn't affecting her anymore. Her own chaos had countered it so carefully, had turned it back on him, that he thought he was still watching her lose herself over Theon. His own reality altered. Trembling with a fury she couldn't have described if she'd tried, she pulled a dagger from a swirl of her magic. A long, thin onyx blade with a hilt just as dark. A blade that had taken the life of Brecken. A blade created to end Seraph's. A blade Tristan had brought to her after he'd taken care of Brecken's body. A blade she'd been saving just for this. It wasn't until she was standing directly behind him that she let her magic shatter his completely. Let it sink in with claws and teeth. Let it shred that power to nothing. Dex straightened in alarm, likely at not finding her sobbing over a body. His head swiveling around frantically. She waited until he turned. Then she plunged that blade into his chest. "Tessie!" he gasped. Eyes dropping to the blade she still had her hand wrapped around, then slowly dragging back up to her face. "What are you doing?" Her smile was sharp as she gripped the hilt and twisted. "Cleaning up my own fucking mess," she snarled. Dex staggered, dropping to his knees, and she stepped back. Reaching up, he yanked the dagger from his chest, examining it before asking, "Where did you get this?" She was circling him now, hunter and prey, light and dark swirling at her fingertips. "Apparently you didn't clean up your own messes very well," she sneered. "Aurelia was rather slighted that you kept denying her a power." "Aurelia gave you this?" he demanded sharply, and her smile grew when he tried to hide the pained gasp he sucked in. "She killed Brecken with it," Tessa said darkly. "And after I killed her, I kept it." The tips of his pristine wings were already turning gray as death came for him, but this wasn't enough for her. "After all these years, this is what it's come down to," Dex spat, chucking the dagger aside. "When I've been there for you, tried to help you, laid the fucking world at your feet." The bark of laughter that left her was shrill. "I didn't need you to lay the world at my feet. I'm taking it all on my own, Dexter." "A puppet of Arius," he said with disgust, sagging onto his hands and knees as death seeped into him more and more. Those eyes too dark against the sickly gray skin, feathers decaying, cheeks sinking in. "I'm no puppet," she said darkly, circling back to stand in front of him. Summoning a black sword, she used the tip of the blade to tilt his chin up. "You, however, know all about being a puppet, don't you? What was Akaz going to give you? Had he promised this world to you the same way he promised it to Rawdon? He pressed his lips together in a clear refusal. I'd answer that question, Dex, she sang. I can become incredibly wild. His lip curled back, but he couldn't hide the wince when he dragged in another breath. Last chance, she offered, her blade still poised at his throat. You are a disappointment, he growled. And for what? Akaz will deal with you himself. The outcome will not change. Look around you, Tessa. When has the outcome ever changed? But then he was bellowing in pain as the blade sliced not through his neck. No, that would have been far too fast for him. But down his back, cleaving a wing and letting it fall to the ground. She left the other wing, bringing the blade down on his arm, slicing it clean off at the elbow, then a foot, an ear. All you had to do was do as you were told, she mocked with each swing of her sword. Answer a fucking question. She struck out with her foot, forcing him onto his back, and then she shoved her blade straight through his gut, pinning him to the earth. I'm done being who you wanted me to be. Now, I'm who I was meant to be, she snarled, letting her power wind around what was left of his limbs, his torso, up his throat. She wasn't waiting for the blade to take his last breath. She wanted it, wanted him to know that his life would only fuel her more. Standing over him, she shoved her power into every crack of his soul, listened to his bellows of agony, a song that gave her life. And when he fell still and silent, when vacant, dark eyes were staring blankly at nothing, when her chest was heaving from the adrenaline of everything, she whispered coldly, To Fury, you lost. Tessa, a low voice said carefully. Black flames and silky darkness licked at her soul, calling her back, calling her home. She turned, finding Luca and Theon standing there, both wide-eyed and staring at her in a way she couldn't read. So fucking vindictive, Luca growled, prowling forward while Theon stayed back, alert and clearly keeping others away. We felt too much coming from you, Theon ground out, his magic undulating around him. Grief and agony, heart-wrenching sadness, and then fury, Luca supplied. Ungodly fury. And then we found a goddess exacting her revenge. She smiled weakly, working to take back control. That same unsettling feeling from this morning was back. Look at you, Luca went on, circling her now, once more covered in blood. Look around you, Tessa. When has the outcome ever changed? Luca paused, feeling her sudden panic. Tessa! She spun, taking in the surroundings, the stormy skies casting everything in gray. Dead grass and scorched earth, bodies everywhere, blood and mud, the rain. It hit her then. That thing that had been nagging at her since they'd come here as she looked around at the fighting and the fallen. This was her vision. Every God's damn time. This was it. And they never won. Not a single time. A hand cupped her chin, forcing her to look into emerald depths. What is it, Tessa? Theon demanded. Only one can be left standing, she whispered, just as blinding light erupted. She scrambled, casting her power out to grab Theon and Luca. She felt them both, their power reaching for her too. Then that light swallowed them whole. 54. Tessa. Tessa hit the ground hard, rolling several times across a marble floor. Scrambling onto her hands and knees, she saw Theon several feet away doing the same. But Luca? He couldn't be too far from her, or... A furious roar echoed, the floor beneath her shuddering, and she looked up to find a domed ceiling of glass. The sky was spitting rain, drops streaming along the panes, and perched atop it was Luca, fully shifted, and sapphire eyes glowing with wrath as black flames hit the glass. The water evaporated into nothing, but the glass didn't even crack. Light was suddenly hitting the dome from the inside, the glass seeming to absorb it and letting it pass through, jolting through the dragon. Luca backflapped, another furious roar sounding from him as he hovered outside, wherever they were. She took in the space, pure white and gold. The walls were the same glass as the ceiling. The entire room was circular, the marble floor beneath her boasting streaks of red and brown from her rolling across it. Theon was on his knees, that same goddamn seraph who never spoke standing behind him while 5 hunters closed in. Fuck. She looked down, seeing the gashes along her arms that were steadily dripping to the floor.
They won't hurt him yet.
Theon was watching her, lips pressed into a thin line and eyes blazing with the same wrath as Luca's.
Stick to the plan,
Theon said down the bond. Tessa turned away from him to the source of the voice. Roerich was across the room, bent over what appeared to be raised garden beds. His crisp navy suit was in place, his back to her, as if she wasn't a threat.
I find gardening rather soothing, Roerich went on. I think it's in the blood. Light and beginnings, creating something new and bringing it to life.
She didn't reply, instead trying to take in everything else. The glass walls overlooking a city where a battle raged beyond, the Favin Palace. They were in a room in the palace, a room he'd never brought her to, and now she knew why. In the center stood a mirror. The stone frame was etched with symbols, and in the back of her mind she wondered how in the fuck he'd gotten a mirror gate into this room. She wasn't surprised that the mirror was in his palace. She should have known. He'd never risk it being found by anyone else, especially not with who stood next to it. One of the most beautiful females she'd ever seen was watching her. Golden hair a few shades lighter than her own, golden skin, pristine wings, high cheekbones, eyes the color of a clear sky, ethereal and radiating with power. Her floor-length white gown was sleeveless with metal clasps at her shoulders. A gold belt was slung around her waist with gold sandals on her feet. Dajian's mother. She watched Tessa with apathetic features, wings rustling at her back. The bargain with Dajian was that they left her out of this, but Tessa wasn't sure how they were going to do that when she was standing in this room. Then again, that bargain was with Theon, not her. Tearing her gaze from the seraph, her magic yanked at her restraint. There was so much power in this room. Roerich, Theon, the seraphs, the mirror. She shook her arms out, still taking in everything until her focus landed on another heap across the room. A broken body, she realized. A body that looked like Elwyn?
She failed in her duties,
Roerich said, and her gaze snapped back to him, finding him watching her now. His hands behind his back, his head tilted towards the heap.
She was useful for a time, creating the tonic to keep your power hidden, and then altering your tea so we could enhance your visions.
She arched a brow at that. He smiled, chuckling to himself.
The one of Ms. Davers carrying Theon's child was a particularly brutal one. Pushed you right into our arms.
The mirth fell.
Then you had to ruin everything.
She had. That hadn't been a real vision. Which ones had been real? Any of them? Had she been running around these last months trying to change visions that weren't even real? No. Yes. They couldn't affect her from so far away, right? She suddenly understood on a whole new level why Sienna insisted on not focusing on the visions, how trying to change a potential future could bring about that very future.
Once we lost control of you, her usefulness had run its course,
Rawdon continued, coming closer.
but we couldn't just let that power go to waste, could we?
You took her magic, Tessa murmured to herself, staring at Elowin's broken form. Is that what happened when your magic was forcibly taken from you? Another roar sounded, followed by claws dragging on the glass. Rawdon snarled in annoyance, lifting a hand and sending another wave of light to the ceiling. Luca roared in defiance as he was forced back yet again.
Dragons and their goddamn tantrums,
Rawdon muttered.
They'll be taken care of soon enough.
He was before her now, reaching out to finger her hair.
Don't fucking touch her!
Theon growled, his darkness snapping out. But a hunter stepped in front of the attack, absorbing the magic with a sickening grin of two pale lips. Another hunter drifted closer, inhaling deeply.
Blood of death,
he hissed, that ethereal voice grating on her bones, and her magic writhed, dragging her down a little further.
Don't worry, Aureus Blood,
Rawdon gritted out.
We're preparing for you, too.
He nodded at the beautiful seraph, and her gaze flicked to Tessa.
You know my son?
We do, Tessa answered cautiously.
He spoke of you. Uncontrollable.
Her words were jilted and selective, as if she wasn't sure she was using the right ones. This clearly wasn't her native tongue. Tessa flashed her a sharp smile.
Some call it uncontrollable. I simply call it madness. We are not here to speak of my traitorous son,
Rawdon barked.
Begin!
Here, the female questioned, gesturing around them.
With a child of Ekaz. It isn't for her, it's for him, Rawdon snapped. Draw the marks.
Her clear blue eyes flicked across the room to Theon, the other seraph, and the hunters before coming back to Tessa.
He is a reflection of Aureus.
Tessa's brow furrowed as the female dropped to a crouch and began drawing a mark.
But first, what am I to do with you?
Rawdon asked now that the female was doing as she was told. Tessa's fingers curled at her sides, her magic claiming her a little more, while she watched the female move and draw another again a few feet away.
There's nothing you can do with us,
Tessa answered, lifting her chin. I am still more powerful than you.
Is that what you believe?
He sneered. It does not matter what I believe. Truth is truth, she said, following the path of the seraph. But more than that, you are not valued as much as I am. Rawdon scoffed, light flickering in his eyes at the snub. You think I am wrong? She asked, tracking the female as she continued to move, disappearing behind the mirror now. Rawdon couldn't see her, but Tessa could, and she paused, studying the floor. Those piercing blue eyes flicked up to her again. Then she turned, as if assessing the marks she had started drawing in a circle off to the right.
A reflection of madness,
the seraph murmured. She gestured to the marks.
It flows the wrong way.
I know I'm not, Tessa said with a shrug, returning her attention to Rawdon. I'm his grandchild, and you're so far removed from him, it's laughable to even call you an Ekaz legacy.
And yet, I am the one serving Ekaz with steadfast loyalty, while you betray him at every turn,
Rawdon ground out.
Do I? You're married to an Aureus legacy and a dragon. He will find those betrayals unforgivable.
Perhaps I am like him, Tessa said simply, wandering over to the mirror and staring at her reflection, understanding settling in as she watched the female move in her periphery. Perhaps I find betrayals just as unforgivable. I think it runs in the family. She paused, glancing at Rawdon. Not that you would know. Rawdon's face was flushed, and his words were forced as he ground out,
Akaz will deal with the dragon in time. As for the Aureus Lord, I will deal with him myself. Akaz can deal with you."
She hummed, dragging her fingers along the stone around the mirror. "He will still choose me. I am his blood, and I have something he craves." She lifted a hand, chaos spinning in her palm. "You are just someone who has taken too long to please him." She closed her fist, the power snuffing out. "But I can help you with that."
"You're going to help me?" he scoffed. "You cannot possibly expect me to believe that."
She shrugged again. "Fine. Then I will present the Aureus blood to him." Looking over her shoulder, she caught the gaze of a hunter. "Bring me a dagger." The hunter went unnaturally still, his white eyes moving from her to Roerden.
"You're playing games, Tessa,"
Roerden barked. "I told you I was bringing them to Akaz. I was simply offering you a way to gain favor with him. I'm sure Akaz would love to watch you take power from an Aureus legacy before he meets his death. Maybe then he would find you a little more worthy of him."
"Tessa, this is not the plan,"
Theon said down the bond. He was right. This wasn't the plan they'd discussed. But she wasn't very good at following others' plans for her anyway. So she shoved him out. Shoved them both out. Because she needed to focus, and her magic was already loud enough. She couldn't handle them in her head, too. She saw Theon's eyes widen at the action. Luca roared again, tail smashing into a wall of windows now as he tried to find a weakness. But there was none. The Favin Palace didn't have a weakness. "But you're not going to keep me from proving my loyalty," she said. Then to the hunter she snapped, "A dagger! Now!" Thunder echoed her words, and gold mist was swirling at her feet. The hunter appeared, bowing his head and handing her a gold dagger.
"Your Grace."
"Wait!" Roerden interjected. He snapped his fingers at the seraph.
"Start over. Here,"
he said, motioning a circle around the mirror. "Here," the female repeated. "Make it flow. Here."
"Yes,"
he clipped out. He turned back to Tessa.
"Prove that loyalty, then."
His eyes narrowed as she snatched up the dagger the hunter was offering her, and she wasted no time dragging it across her palm.
"Tessa, wait! Stop!"
Theon said, trying to get to his feet, but the seraph behind him planted his hands on his shoulders, keeping him in place. The seraph's hand moved as if gesturing to something, or halting something. Tessa couldn't split her focus to figure it out right now. A hunter moved closer, but he stilled when Tessa hissed, "Do not touch him. He is for Akaz. Will you steal from him?" The hunter froze.
"We never steal from the Light King."
"Good answer," she replied, before she slid her hand atop a symbol of 3 interlocking triangles.
"Tessa,"
Theon said again, his eyes wide.
"Tessa, what are you doing?"
"Come now, Theon," she said patronizingly, while the mirror swirled. "You keep telling me you want to meet a god. Now you can." Roerden was standing ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on the mirror.
"If you are lying to me, child."
She stepped to his side as the seraph finished the circle, taking a wide step back. "You can see the symbol as well as I can," Tessa drawled. "Is that not Akaz's symbol?" Roerden didn't speak as the mirror continued to eddy. Gold and silver embers and sparks flitting throughout until a form took shape. A small gasp came from the male beside her, as though he hadn't truly believed she was summoning the god they descended from. And she was glad, because the sound hid her own whimper as her power reached for the mirror. "No, we can't have that."
"But we want it."
"No." "Yes, a little longer." It took another few minutes. It always did. And she was fairly certain it had more to do with the gods favoring dramatics than anything else. But finally, there he stood. Blue eyes with brilliant flecks of gold, a glowing aura surrounding him, tan complexion, golden hair that reached nearly to his chin. Roerden had fallen to a knee, and Tessa did the same, bowing her head as the god formed fully in the mirror.
"Tessa!"
Theon barked. The hunters hissed, and Theon fell silent. She didn't dare look at him.
"Has my granddaughter learned respect?"
Akaz asked, his voice ringing in the circular room. She lifted her head, meeting Akaz's gaze as he added,
"Then again, that can't be true because your mother is missing."
"She is here. I can be rather impulsive," Tessa answered, a sliver of her power breaking free. Akaz honed in on it, a hunger filling his eyes. "But I had to know. I had to meet her."
"I offered to bring you to her,"
Akaz chided.
"This could have all been avoided. Misunderstandings could have been rectified. I would have taken care of both of you."
"I know," Tessa said softly, eyes dropping to the floor where the marks sat in front of her. "I am not very trusting. Too many people have tried to use me."
"You can still fix this. You know what you need to do to regain my favor. I can still take you from that world like I promised,"
he went on. When she didn't immediately answer, his attention shifted to Roerden.
"What do you have for me?"
"The Aureus Lord, Your Grace,"
Roerden said, lifting his head.
"I will rip his traitorous power from his soul before your eyes."
Akaz's smile was anything but light and life. It was cold and wicked, eyes glowing brighter at the idea of taking anything from Aureus.
"Bring him."
The seraph shoved Theon into the circle before the mirror, and Akaz's lip curled in disgust.
"You look just like him. A prophecy, then. I will watch you die as a preview of the day I get to watch him do the same."
"That's not how the prophecy goes," Tessa cut in. "Do you want to hear a story?" Akaz's eyes flashed to her, narrowing.
"No,"
he gritted out. "That's disappointing," Tessa said, pushing to her feet. "I tell great stories, right, Theon?" Theon was watching her, his features tight.
"The best stories, clever Tempest. In fact, it'd be great if you could tell me one of a female who went rogue and nearly killed them all."
"She sounds delightful," Tessa replied wistfully, letting more and more of her power out, watching it spread across the floor, up the glass walls to the domed ceiling. "But I have another to tell."
"Not now,"
Akaz snapped. "In all things there must be balance," Tessa recited. "Beginnings and endings, light and dark, fire and shadows, the skies, the seas, the realms. But when the scales tip and chaos reigns, who will fight and who will fall?" Her magic swirled faster, her bow appearing in her hand. "For dark must bow." Her gaze slid to Theon, his lips curling into an amused smile as he bowed his head to her. "And light must rule." She knocked an arrow to her bow, Roerden lurching forward, but Theon snapped out a whip of darkness, throwing him against the mirror. The hunters glided forward, and she let that arrow fly, then another, and another. But chaos does not choose, control the uncontrollable, or to fury they both lose, she recited as the last hunter faded into nothing. Light and dark exploded, colliding as Theon and Roerden both summoned the full extent of their gifts, but her magic encased the room. While they fought for dominance, she sliced her palm, finding those marks on the floor. She danced around them, her blood spilling and the marks flaring as she fell deeper and deeper into her chaos. "Life must give and death must take," she sang, her voice rising with each word. "But fate requires more."
"No!"
Akaz bellowed, hands slamming against the mirror.
Impossible! He is not Arius. He cannot hold that much power.
Tessa had completed her circle, the glass walls around them cracking now. She could hear Luca slamming into them over and over, staying near. Good, because she wasn't entirely sure how this was going to end. Not anymore. Theon and Rorden were an equal match, power stolen and magic freely given. But she was more. She strode into the circle, her chaos merging with Theon's darkness and strengthening it. Her light merged, too, but with Rorden's power, turning it around and pushing it back against him. The same way she'd once turned Theon's power on him. It shoved him against the mirror, and she plucked a blade from Theon's belt. Destiny beckons, and sacrifice demands, she hissed, slicing that dagger across Rorden's palm while Theon's darkness held him in place. And when she finished, she tugged on Theon's power, using cords of his magic to turn Rorden. They forced him to his knees and his palms to the glass, his blood smearing on the smooth surface. Then she shoved Theon out of the circle with a mighty surge of her chaos. "Tessa!" he yelled as he went flying, shadow wings bursting free and hopefully keeping him on his feet. Rorden was thrashing, light flaring as it tried to fight against her hold. But she was drawing from Theon, taking and taking as she lifted her eyes to meet Akaz's in the mirror once more. "Who will be left standing?" she continued, feeling her feet lift from the floor, as her light and dark wound around her, as energy erupted, bouncing off the glass, keeping them enclosed. Then she started reciting the words she'd listened to her mother recite over and over again as the ladies sacrificed their power for their kingdoms, atoning for the wrongs they'd brought upon the realm, the lying, the deceit, the hunger, and the greed. She'd memorized those words, internalized them, tucked them away, and now she spoke them. Her chaos snarled and snapped, trying to take the power that was flowing from Rorden into the mirror gate. Akaz was cursing her. Theon was yelling her name. Luca was still trying to find any way in. And still she recited the words, letting her power build and build. She'd planned to come find this mirror gate after the battle was done. Still planned to find the others. She'd call it luck that Rorden had brought her here. But luck had never played a part in her life. Neither had coincidence. Call it fate. Call it destiny. She didn't really care anymore. This forgotten realm was her purpose, and she didn't like it when people touched what was hers to protect. Rorden was crying out in agony now, trying desperately to pull his hands from the glass, but Theon's magic held them there. She watched as his limbs snapped and twisted at unnatural angles, watched as blood dripped from his nose, his ears, his eyes, watched as all that power he'd stolen was violently cut from his being and funneled into the mirror, watched as the mirror gate absorbed it all, beginning to crack, small shards clinking to the marble floor. And as the last of that power moved from Rorden to the mirror, as the Akaz Lord went silent and still, Tessa met Akaz's furious stare in that fractured mirror one more time as she said, "Chaos has come to reign." She let the leash on her magic snap, and it leapt for the mirror gate, crashing into it like a wave. She could swear the world went silent, that the realm held its breath while all that chaos pulsed and inhaled and stilled. Then it exploded, the force radiating out. She cloaked the room in her power, trying to contain it, but it broke through even that. She was thrown into the air, clutching at any thread of her chaos, trying to keep the destruction in the air, praying to any being that might intervene that innocent lives would not pay the price yet again. Glass fell, mixing with the pouring rain. The seraphs had taken to the skies, and she wondered if the two that had been with her had survived. She hoped they had, at least. Hoped she'd done enough. And Theon.
Tessa, where are you?
His voice echoed down the bond, and she smiled as she tumbled through the air. She'd done it. She'd saved him. That was good. Arya's kingdom would still have him. And Axel. And Cat. Maddox was safe. This was good. Her magic stuttered, and it was the strangest feeling. She'd never actually experienced her power running out. It had been locked up and caged, forced to slumber, but she'd never truly expended it all. It left an ache in her soul. Or maybe that was the thought of never seeing Theon again.
You're not getting rid of him by fucking dying!
Luca's snarled voice came down the bond a moment before a dark shadow was there, diving fast. His wings snapped out as he neared, pulling that massive body up while a clawed foot wrapped around her, hauling her back into the sky. Tessa let her eyes fall closed, feeling the rain splash against her face. Heard Nyla and Roan howling in the distance. Felt the rumble of the thunder in her bones. Tired. She was so tired. The next thing she knew, she was being placed on the ground, and hands were on her face.
Open your eyes, little storm,
Theon said, the words an order.
Open them, goddamn-it!
Everything hurt, and a low groan came from her as she lifted her heavy lids. Theon and Luca were both leaning over her. The rain had slowed to a gentle drizzle, and when she moved her fingers, she felt the mud beneath them. You didn't die, she rasped. That's good. Theon huffed a laugh as Luca said,
You didn't die either. You're lucky.
Yet you're still an ass, she muttered, and he smiled, a real one, as he reached for her and eased her into a sitting position, while Theon pushed hair off her face. She blinked as she realized where they were. The stormy skies casting everything in gray, dead grass and scorched earth, bodies everywhere, blood and mud, the rain. But that was Zan and Iona, still in their dragon forms and guarding the perimeter with Nyla and Roan. That was Roehrich and Eliza, weapons still out and ready for violence. That was Sienna and Tristan, brother and sister, alive and breathing. Her mother and Karis, Cat and Axel. We did it, she asked, leaning into Luca's chest as he scooped her up and stood in one strong movement.
You did it, baby girl,
he murmured. She nodded, or tried to. She just wanted to go home. Home. She had one of those now. How odd, after all this time. Salvation among the destruction.
55. Luca. Luca smiled while he watched his wife take, her head tipping back with eerie laughter as her magic made the seraph in her grasp open its mouth on a silent scream. It had been nearly 3 weeks since the day she'd destroyed the Akaz Kingdom Mirror Gate. Then again, she'd destroyed more than that. The Faven Palace had been as thoroughly desecrated as the Pantheon had been. Sienna had figured out what was going to happen, because of course she had, and she and Tristan had rushed to get the innocent servants from the palace. Tessa had shielded most of those outside, and those she hadn't been able to shelter, Theon had. Silver embers and gold mist had filled the sky while darkness had coated the ground, keeping the destruction as contained as possible. Lives had still been lost, whether from the explosion of the Mirror Gate or in the battle on the ground. Sacrifices had been made. The destruction of the Mirror Gate had effectively ended the battle and the war. Roerdan was gone. Voltaire was gone. Bree was imprisoned. The Akaz forces had conceded at the instruction of Dagian, with Roerdan gone. No one had known that he no longer held his power at that time. They did now, though. The strongest Akaz blood now oversaw the kingdom for the time being. The Arius Lady and the Akaz Lady. The other kingdoms were being overseen by the heirs with their mother's help. In a month, a tribunal was being held that would be nothing like the tribunals of the past. But while the Akaz forces were under control, the Seraphs had fled, and every few days he took Tessa hunting with Nyla and Roan so she could refill her power. Power that had been non-existent when he'd plucked her from the sky as she'd fallen among the rubble and rain. She let the Seraph drop to the ground, inhaling deeply. They were at the river just outside the Acropolis. With the Favin Palace gone, they were staying at the Arius Manor on the outskirts. The sun beat down on them, summer well and truly here, and the rays of warmth glinted off the gold sparks drifting around her, as though she was absorbing the light too. "Are you quite done for today?" Luca asked flatly, when she sauntered over to him. Barefoot, her bow looped across her chest, her black pants looking like they were painted onto her skin, while her shirt stopped just above her navel. She rolled her eyes, coming to a stop before him. "As if you're not thinking about throwing me on the ground and fucking me right here, after watching me be so wild." He smirked, looping an arm around her waist and tugging her closer. She was right. He had been thinking about doing that. If only they didn't have something else to prepare for later this afternoon. Something he was dreading. Tessa clearly felt his shift in thoughts, and she reached up, brushing back strands of hair that had escaped where he'd had it tied up. "Today will be hard," she said. He shrugged because he shouldn't really care. She nestled into his chest, her cheek resting over his heart. "My loyalty is to you," she murmured. He frowned. "I know that. Why are you saying that?" "I just want you to know, during the hard days, you're still not alone." He rested his chin on her head, looking out over the black waters of the Windfell River. Knowing standing here wouldn't make time stop, a few minutes later he traveled them back to the front yard of the manor. They walked up the front steps together, and Luca pushed open the door, ushering her through first. "Theon?" Tessa called. "In the sitting room, beautiful," he answered. Luca followed her in, and then he nearly ran into her when she stopped abruptly. "What's going on?" Tessa asked slowly. Luca understood her suspicion. Blackheart was here, and with him was a seraph. Eyes that were a few shades darker than his gray wings, neatly trimmed black hair. "This is the one that never speaks," Tessa said, her head tilting to the side in a predatory manner Luca recognized. "What is he doing here? A present?" Tristan barked a laugh. "No, Wild Fairy. He came to me with a request." "A request?" she repeated, sounding a little disappointed, and Luca sent a few wisps of dragonfire to ease the tension of her magic that had clearly been ready to take more. "He helped me," Theon said, slipping his hands into his pockets. "The day Roerdan took us to his palace, while you were keeping Roerdan and Akaz busy, he was keeping the hunters back. Helped me understand what the fuck you were doing." "You're saying he's on our side?" Luca deadpanned. "I find that hard to believe." "There are seraphs who are working on the inside," Tristan ventured. "Look at Brecken." He had a point. Dex's mother had survived, too, the two of them living quiet lives in Coviel as requested. Luca had his reservations about that. She was one of the original seraphs. Surely someone would come looking for her. But it was one of the many things they'd have to look into in the coming days. And what is this request? Tessa asked, fingers curling at her side. Tristan glanced up at Luca before back at Tessa. When we leave today, he wishes to go with. Scarlet can get him where he needs to go from there. Tessa was dragging her fingers along the back of a sofa while she asked, Illithor, right? That's your name? The Seraph's eyes narrowed, and he nodded. And where will you go? Back to Akaz? Gray eyes flashed to Tristan. He doesn't have a choice, Wild Fury, but he uses his position to help when he can, just like Brecken did. She studied the Seraph a moment longer, her power creeping forward, as if testing him. He stood perfectly still, holding her stare. You trust him, Triss? She asked. I do. Then he will be your responsibility. He arched a brow. I can accept that. She nodded, glancing back at Luca, and her features softened. Then let's go. You have a very anxious king and queen waiting for you, the silver-haired female drawled as she stepped from the mirror gate, her husband at her side. Then she was laughing when Eliza wrapped her in a hug. I've missed you too, my friend, Scarlet murmured, holding her just as tightly. Her silver gaze flicked to Roehrich. Dragon prick? Pain in my ass, he said tightly. Scarlet stepped back, Eliza moving to hug Soren next. And then they were all just staring at each other. Tessa and Theon were here, of course. Axel and Kat as well, since they were in the underground. But the ones Luca was focused on were his parents. This was likely the last time the four of them would stand in a room together. A blooded family he'd just found, but was now being separated once more. Introductions were done, and when the room fell quiet once more, Roehrich was the one who reached for a pack on the floor. Keep that sword somewhere safe. Luca swallowed his amusement. We have it covered. Thanks for the concern. What sword? Scarlet demanded. They found a spirit sword, Eliza sighed. Roehrich is upset he didn't find it first. I'm not upset, Roehrich growled. Why? Scarlet asked, her nose scrunching in confusion. It's not a bowl. By the gods, Roehrich muttered. Can we go? Roehrich. The male stilled at the sound of Zan's voice. Slowly, he dragged his eyes to where they stood. Ayana had tears tracking down her face as she watched her older son, that she hadn't seen in centuries, prepare to walk away from her. I need more time, Roehrich finally said. Zan nodded, pulling Ayana into his side. I understand. I'm not saying it'll be never, but we'll be waiting when you are ready, Zan said somberly. Roehrich nodded stiffly, and Luca watched their mother pull from Zan's hold and approach him. She reached up, clasping his shoulders as she said softly, I never stopped fighting for you. I won't stop now. A muscle feathered in Roehric's jaw, and she pulled him into a hug before pressing a chaste kiss to his cheek. We'll wait for you. She stepped back and turned to Eliza. Thank you for loving him so deeply where we failed. Eliza gave her a sad smile, glancing up at her maid. I think we'll meet again. Thank you both, Theon said, stepping forward and holding out a hand to Eliza. Your aid was invaluable. More helpful than when they were here, I'm sure, Roehrich said, jerking his chin to Scarlet and Soren. Not now, Roz, Eliza grumbled, elbowing him in the ribs as she bent to grab her pack, but Roehrich was snatching it from her fingers a second later. A jolt of heartache down the bond had Luca turning to find Tessa and Tristan off by themselves, talking in low murmurs. She was crying, and he was thumbing at the tears before he pulled her into his chest. You'll find her, she murmured into his shirt. I know you will. Tristan was leaving with Roehrich and Eliza, going to their world. Apparently there was something he was working on with Roehrich, and in return, his brother had agreed to help him track down the witch he loved. Tristan led Tessa back to Theon, handing her off, and Theon held out a hand to Tristan as well. He'd already said goodbye to Sienna, who was staying here to be with Gia, and to help them all rebuild Devrim. "Blackheart," Theon said tightly. "Thank you for everything. Especially the pizza and lull leaf, right, Wild Fairy?" he said with a wink. Theon stiffened. Tessa laughed, but the sound quickly faded.
"I'll miss you, Triss."
He reached out, thumbing her cheek once more. "If you are weak enough to fall."
"You are strong enough to rise back up,"
she whispered through her tears. "It's been an honor to witness." Her tears came faster now, and it took her a minute to get them under control. But when she did, she turned to where Scarlet and Soren were waiting quietly near the mirror, as if they understood the pain of these goodbyes all too well.
"Akaz came for your world?"
Tessa asked. Scarlet's brow pinched.
"He tried. And now? How do you keep him at bay?"
The female's smile was pure wickedness.
"He would have to get past me. He is a god, but I am more. I suspect he will try again at some point, and when he does, we'll be ready as the guardians of our realm."
"You control the mirror gates?" Theon asked in that tone that told Luca he was putting something together.
"I do, Lordling," she drawled. "It's why I'm here, after all."
"Is there more than one in your world?"
"There is."
"And you don't find that to be a risk to your world's safety?" She sighed.
"Only world walkers can activate the mirror gates for traveling between the worlds. As I am the only one left, no, I don't find it a risk."
"So we could leave the 3 remaining mirrors here, in case," Theon said, gaze flicking to Tessa.
"In case what?"
"We can never be of assistance to you, or another realm, to return the favor," Theon answered, straightening his cuffs. "I am told the battle for Devrim was only one of many in an everlasting war."
"You would be correct," Scarlet said. "And yes, the mirrors can remain. The gods still cannot come here, or Akaz would have done so already. But I would monitor them."
"Noted," Theon said, with a small dip of his chin. "We should go," Soren cut in. Suddenly there was a motion clogging Luca's throat, and he didn't know why. But Eliza approached, uncharacteristically apprehensive.
"He cares," she whispered. "I promise he does."
Luca nodded, and the female pushed up onto her toes to wrap him in an unexpected hug. She stepped back, and Roehrich was there, 2 packs in hand, and that impassive look on his face. "If you ever find yourself alone again, you know where to find me," Roehrich said stiffly. There was a swirl of black flames before the male was holding out an empty frame, small and silver. Luca's eyes narrowed, and he snatched it from his hand. "This is mine." Roehrich shrugged his shoulder. "You stole this?" Luca demanded. "I gave it back," he grumbled. Scarlet snorted a laugh, but the humor fell away as her starfire and chaos swirled in her palm.
"We really do need to go."
There were final farewells and gratitude exchanged. More tears from Tessa and his mother. They watched as Tristan went first with Illithor, stopping to throw one last wink over his shoulder at Tessa. "Salvation or destruction, Wild Fury." And Theon was pulling her into his chest as she silently sobbed. Roehrich and Eliza went next, Axel and Kat thanking the fire general once more for her help with Kat's pregnancy. Roehrich didn't look back at their parents, but he caught Luca's eye, giving the barest dip of his chin. Then it was Scarlet and Soren, and the Queen's silver eyes took them all in before settling on Tessa.
I am told the winds speak of new beginnings, Scarlet said, shadows drifting around her. They speak of beings and worlds awakening. They speak of a new dawn. What does that mean? Tessa asked.
Scarlet shrugged.
I don't know, but I do know we weren't the only ones chosen, cousin.
Then she and Soren stepped through the mirror gate. The rest of them stood in silence long after the mirror stopped swirling and became nothing but reflective glass once more. Eventually, they all left together, traveling back to Arya's house, and later that evening, he sat around a full dining table, listening to conversation and laughter. Two things that had never filled Arya's house before, but that were commonplace since Axel and Kat had moved in here permanently. Family chosen and family found. Theon said something, and Tessa snapped a sharp retort that had Luca turning to them, finally feeling like he'd found his place in all the fuckery. 56. Axel. "Where's Mads?" Axel asked, looking up from the book he was reading when Kat entered their bedroom.
"With Day,"
she answered, closing the door behind her and leaning against it.
"She's keeping him with her for the next few hours."
Axel's brow furrowed. With Tessa the only real option for an Akaz lady right now, they'd moved into the Arias Manor outside the Acropolis and given Arias' house to him and Kat. It had been weird for a while, and he'd had the private wing his father had occupied for decades deep-cleaned. Then he'd asked Sienna to cleanse it with all her witchy ways. They'd had the main bedroom completely gutted and hired some earth fae to remodel it. He was doing the same thing to every fucking room in this house, but at least the rooms he shared with his family were being done first. Rooms that were once dark and foreboding were being brought back to life. Curtains thrown wide, new flooring and brighter walls. With soft gray walls, the space felt lighter, while the red and orange accents made it feel warm and familiar. His sister had come to stay at Arya's house as well, after all was said and done. She was helping with the restructured academies, particularly with those legacy who were coming into their power. She'd had to learn to control her shadows all on her own, and she'd seemed to have found a niche in helping others hone their own power. Axel was enjoying having her close, and she spent a lot of time with Maddox. However, her rooms were also in another wing of the house. "And why is Maddox with Day?" he asked, setting the book aside and watching her. She dropped his gaze, her eyes looking anywhere but at him, and it had him sitting up straighter. "Kat, what is it? What's wrong?"
"Nothing's wrong," she said quickly.
"Katya?"
"I cancelled your next delivery of blood,"
she blurted. Axel's brows shot up, and it took him a few minutes to find words. "Okay," he said slowly. "Is there a particular reason you canceled the delivery of my sustenance?"
"Because Maddox was born. It's been a few months now,"
she answered, still not looking at him, but her cheeks were flushing. A smirk pulled at the corner of his lips, realizing what she was trying to convey, but she was going to have to ask for it. "Maddox's birth doesn't negate my need for blood, kitten," Axel said, his voice dropping low as he pushed to his feet.
"I know, but you'd said—"
She gasped when he was suddenly in front of her, and she shoved at his bare chest.
"Stop doing that!"
she snapped. He caught her wrists, bringing them above her head and pinning them to the door with one hand. With the other, he used one finger to tip her chin up. Leaning in, he brushed his cheek along her jaw. "I love it when you get jealous of little glass bottles."
"I'm not—"
she cried in outrage, his mouth on hers before she could finish whatever she was going to say. His hands dropped to her hips, and that outrage turned to a whimper as she pressed herself against him. He could feel her nipples through the thin silk fabric of her top, and he pulled back to drag it over her head before plastering his lips back to hers. His breath fanned across her face, and her arms were looped around his neck, keeping him close. Frantic, desperate. Sliding his hands around, he cupped her ass, and she immediately hopped up, her legs coming around his waist as he thrust his hips into her, pushing her back against the door once more. "There are conditions, kitten," he murmured into her mouth, one of his hands coming back to grip her delicate neck and hold her still. Her amber eyes were bright with exhilaration and lust. She'd been wanting this for a long time. She'd never liked him getting something he needed from someone or something else. "This is always your choice," he murmured, sliding his lips along her jaw. "Always. If you ever don't want—" "I will," she panted, pulling him somehow closer with her legs. "But if you do," he insisted. "You are not a blood source. You are my wife. Understood?" She nodded, her chest rising and falling with each stuttered breath she took. "And you will use your magic against me if I lose control," he said, holding her stare. "Swear it, Katya." The need dissipated for a moment, and she cupped his cheek. "I trust you," she said softly. "You need to trust me too. This is logical. I'm right here, and—" He broke into a dark laugh, because she was going back to logic with this. "You're nervous," he teased, his thumbs sweeping over her pulse point. She always reverted to logic when she was nervous. "A little," she admitted. "I think this will be different from when you drank from my wrist at the House of Four." "Undoubtedly," he nearly growled. "There will be fucking involved this time, kitten." She sucked in a sharp breath, and he smiled darkly. They stared at each other for a long moment, and then he swallowed thickly, his control about gone. Because she was right here, and he'd been shoving down this desire since the day he'd become a night child. Knowing he was seconds away from having the blood he never stopped craving, desperation was about to win out. "Are you sure?" he asked, the words gravel. "Yes, Axel," she whispered, her fingers winding into his hair. "I still choose you." He inhaled a shuddering breath, running his lips along her jaw once more. His hand dropped back to her hips, holding her to him as his mouth skated down her throat. Then he scraped his fangs gently along her flesh before pausing. Her breathing was erratic, and her other hand was squeezing his biceps. "Relax, kitten," he murmured. "It should only sting for a second." But she gasped as he sank his fangs into her throat, the first rush of coppery fire dancing across his taste buds. "Fuck!" she gasped, the fingers in his hair tightening and keeping him at her neck. He took a deep pull, and she moaned, her head falling back and thudding softly against the door. She was everything. Jasmine and citrus, smoke and heat. He was groaning into her neck when he took another long pull, her life force feeding him, as if she wasn't the reason he was alive the way it was. He took another pull before forcing himself to pull back, studying the 2 puncture marks and the blood dripping from them now. Down her neck, her chest, to her breasts. "You good, kitten?" he asked, slowly letting her slide down the length of his body until her feet were back on the floor. "Yes, but did you take enough?" she asked breathily. "That didn't seem like enough." "It's not even close," he murmured, pitching forward to drag his tongue between the valley of her breasts, tracing the blood trail. She gasped again, shifting beneath him, and he smiled. "Just checking in." He lowered down, pulling her silk sleep shorts down with him. She stepped out of them, and he tossed them aside as he settled on his knees before her. Fingers skating up a calf, he lifted behind her knee, draping her leg over his shoulder. With his other hand, he brushed his thumb along her center, learning just how good she was as he started massaging her clit.
Axel,
she breathed, her head falling back once more. Then she whimpered when he pressed a kiss to her inner thigh, moving higher and doing it again, his tongue flicking out with each kiss until he paused, looking up at her. Embers flickered in her eyes as she watched him sink his fangs into her thigh and drink again. Longer, deeper. He pushed a finger into her wet core, still rubbing her clit. For several minutes, this was them, him taking and her giving. Her fingers were tight in his hair, tugging at his scalp, but she never moved to stop him. There for him in every possible way. His, not because of a lost bond, but because they chose to be everything for each other. After one last suck, he pulled back and slid his mouth up, feeling the blood smear along her flesh. He brushed his nose along her cunt, inhaling all of her, with the taste of her blood lingering on his tongue. Now, he wanted to taste something else. Slowly pressing forward, he parted her with his tongue, flicking her clit. Her hands slammed onto his shoulders, nails digging in as she inhaled sharply. Lifting her other leg, he hoisted that one over his other shoulder, leaving her at his mercy as she pressed against the door. His mouth closed around her, sucking and licking and swirling his tongue. This taste far sweeter than her blood had been.
More, Axel,
she choked out, her hips rocking against his mouth now. Not one to deny her a goddamn thing, he sucked harder at her throbbing clit beneath his tongue while sinking 2 fingers into her dripping core. Her cry only spurred him on as he felt all of her trembling, right on the precipice. She wanted to be the only one to give him blood. He would forever be the only one to give her this. He didn't stop, didn't let up, until she was clamping her thighs around his ears and pulling at his hair. His mouth was fused to her center as she rode out her high, and he drank it all down just as he'd drank from her throat and thigh. Not until she slumped against the door did he pull back, dragging his tongue along the smear of blood on her thigh. She was working to get her breathing under control as he scooped her up and carried her to their bed, gently laying her among the blankets and pillows. And later that night, after Day had brought them Maddox and Kat had fed him, he was walking around their dark room with his son in the crook of his arm. Kat had already fallen back to sleep, exhausted from him taking blood from her. Who would have thought he'd end up here? Night Child and a leader of the underground, working to bring them all out of the dark. Things he'd resisted and feared, fought against at every turn. No longer a spare heir, but a husband and father. Rebuilding a world from ash, so their son would know how to dream. 57. Theon. You two are up early, Theon said, strolling across the courtyard to where Tessa and his mother were throwing sticks for his hounds. He was used to finding Tessa with Akira, trying to build some sort of tentative relationship, but finding her with his mother was new.
I was just leaving to get ready,
Karis said, turning to him with a smile.
I'll leave you two alone.
Theon pressed a kiss to her cheek as she passed, before he closed the distance to Tessa's side. She brought her hand back, ready to throw the stick once more, and Theon caught her wrist. She looked at him, startled. Use this, he said, a ball of darkness forming in his palm. The hounds had been excited before, but now they were yipping and prancing about. Show off, she huffed, reaching for the mass of magic. She chucked it, and the hounds took off, racing to be the first to retrieve it. Are you worried about how today will go? Theon asked, Tessa shoving her hands into the pockets of her jacket.
No,
she replied, smiling as the hounds came tearing back, Rigel with the prize. Then,
I just wanted to ask Karis some questions, she said. That's all. Are you ready to go?
She turned to look up at him, her smile a little too bright. He cupped her cheek and leaned in, running the tip of his nose along the length of hers. You are keeping something from us, Little Storm, he murmured.
Not really, she replied. We'll talk about it after the tribunals. We have long days ahead.
He was in his suit, and she was in a dress beneath her coat. Everyone else was meeting them at the Acropolis, so for now, he let it go. Tessa traveled them, and they strode up the steps of the brick building hand in hand. They'd needed something large enough to hold all the people who would be attending, and an academy in the western part of the Acropolis ended up being the best option. They were led to an auditorium, where Tessa, Luca, and Theon joined Axel, the ladies, their heirs, and several others at the front. The seats were full, and not just with legacy. Fae, night children, witches, shifters, even some mortals were here. Which was good. If this was going to be successful, everyone needed to feel they were part of the process. Everyone took a seat behind the tables that were facing the crowd. Not in grand thrones, but simple chairs, and the room fell silent. I guess we should start with how we want the kingdoms to be run going forward, Theon said, unbuttoning his suit jacket and settling back into his chair. All ideas are welcome. There are microphones throughout the room for anyone to use. We're in for a long several days, so let's get going.
The most powerful of a bloodline will no longer be the sole leader of a kingdom,
Tessa said simply, speaking into the microphone before her on the table.
Then who will?
The Celeste lady asked.
The reason the most powerful has maintained that seat of power was for protection, yes, but it was also for simplicity. And even then, it often took hours or days for the 6 rulers to come to agreements, the Seraphina lady chimed in.
So, we maintain a primary lord or lady for each kingdom, Theon suggested. Only they are accountable to a council within their kingdom.
A council of more than just legacy, Tessa added. Fae need to be included, mortals.
She glanced to her left where Axel was sitting.
And those from the underground who wish to rejoin the kingdoms.
Arguments and debates went back and forth on the subject for the next few hours until most of the details were agreed to. One primary lord or lady for each kingdom, Theon was saying. Councils will include 3 Fae, 3 legacy, a witch, a shifter, a night child, and a mortal. Elections can be held, and we can figure out the details down the road. We need interim leaders for now.
I suppose Tessa is simply going to maintain her place in both the Akaz and Arius kingdoms?
The Seraphina heir asked, and Theon hid his smirk. The ladies may have come to terms with things, but the heirs were still adjusting to undoing years of learned animosity.
Actually, no, Tessa said simply. There isn't really another option for the Akaz kingdom at this time, but there is a better option for the Arius kingdom.
Theon? Asked the Anala heir.
Axel,
Tessa replied. Wait, what? Axel asked, lurching forward in his seat. Tessa, what are you talking about? I don't even have magic anymore.
No, but your wife does, she said with a smile. A night child and a fae leading the Arius kingdom seems fine to me. You are prominent in the underground and have more than proven your loyalty. But he's not the most powerful Arius legacy, the Phaeline lady cut in. Which is what we just determined would dictate who would hold that seat.
That was true. The heirs would assume their seats as ladies of the Celeste, Phaeline, Anala, and Seraphina kingdoms. Tessa couldn't lead both Arius and Akaz, though. It would stretch her too thin. And while Theon could go back to Arius' kingdom, he didn't want to split his time and focus. He would stay with Tessa, and so would Luca.
His son will be, Tessa said. I propose Axel and Kat hold the position until Maddox is old enough and ready to assume it.
Axel was staring at her, clearly in shock, and murmuring broke out among the people.
More than that,
Tessa continued, the crowd falling silent once more.
I will only be the interim Akaz lady until we learn who should take over the position. I will work closely with Dagian regarding this matter.
Tessa, Luca growled down the bond. We never discussed any of this.
Agreed, Theon said, working to keep his features impassive.
What are we doing, Tessa?
We are to believe that you are going to step down from everything after all this,
Lady Isling asked, her suspicion evident in her tone.
What of you and your husbands?
We have other responsibilities, Tessa said.
Such as?
While Roldan and Voltaire are gone, Akaz is not. There are still realms beyond that will face the same, and Akaz will likely try again. More than that, we have the fates to contend with,
Tessa said calmly, despite her chaos that had been thickening a little more as time passed.
I put forth that the three of us become the new keepers, guardians of the realm, to ensure that no one from the outside comes here without our knowing, so that history just might not repeat itself yet again, and the people we are protecting will not be the cost.
The three of you would be the keepers. We're going to vote on everything else, and not that?
The Celeste lady asked. You are welcome to nominate another who would be as effective in the position, Theon said, recovering quickly from Tessa's little surprise.
There isn't another who would be effective,
Kyra said.
I believe Tessa, Theon, and Luca have all proven beyond a doubt they care for the realm, not just their own kingdoms. Tessa is the grandchild of 3 first gods. She is not demanding we bow to her. She is not demanding a throne. She is offering to take on the responsibility of protecting the realm so we can focus on protecting the people. That is a noble offering, and I agree to the proposal.
We will still have a say in the realm's policies, Theon interjected. That is important to all three of us.
So you are what? Simply keepers of the realm?
The failing heir asked.
Yes,
Tessa said at the same time Theon said, No. She turned to him, eyes wide with incredulity.
What?
You are not simply a keeper of the realm, Tessa, he said. You bled and sacrificed for a world that only tried to break you. You fought for a realm that only wanted to use you. You're still here, fighting for all of us in a forgotten world. You could leave. You have that power. You could leave, Tessa, and you are choosing to stay. He shook his head, her wide eyes fixed on him as he stood and took her hand, dropping to a knee before her. You are the reason this realm still exists. So no, Tesla Nostra, you are not simply a keeper of the realm. You are a high goddess of chaos. Because in Devrim, chaos reigns.
Theon, stop, she hissed. This isn't...
But she stopped speaking as chairs scraped, as people in the crowd stood, as everyone in the room dropped to a knee before the one who could have left them to answer for their depravity, and instead chose to become a villain with the rest of them.
You need to see something.
Fucking Arius! Theon barked as he came face to face with Axel when he opened the bathroom door, fresh from a shower. Boundaries, fucker! He muttered, shoving past him.
Get dressed, Axel said. I need to show you something. Luca is already there.
Fine, he grumbled, grabbing some lightweight pants.
22 days. It had been 22 days of sitting for hours in that auditorium, debating new policies and restructuring, integrating the underground population into the kingdoms, dismantling the Fey estates, debating where new communities could be set up, wages for the Fey, and giving them the freedom to decide where they resided. And sources. Gods. That had been 3 entire days in and of itself. Tessa refused to back down on sources and demanded no more selections be held. Instead, every 5 years, tribunals just like they'd sat through would be held to make changes, elect new council members, and more. But sources?
Any legacy could now have one, but only if a fae was willing. A new registry was being put together at Lallura Inquest, where fae could voluntarily offer to become a source. Pairings would go through several counseling sessions to ensure it was mutually beneficial, and then it would be one source mark. The true source mark. But after 22 days of mentally exhausting debates, he'd been looking forward to falling into bed with Tessa and Luca, and not having to be up before the sun tomorrow. They'd gone back to Arya's house, and were planning to stay for a few days as a sort of holiday, until they would return to the Acropolis. The Pantheon wasn't being rebuilt, but there was a home that was going to be built there. Their home. For the Keepers and the High Goddess. In the meantime, they would stay at the Arius Manor. Theon followed Axel across the house to the private wing, which still felt strange to be in so freely. They climbed a few flights of stairs, coming to what he knew were Axel and Kat's private quarters. "Axel," he sighed. "This couldn't wait?" He shook his head, leading him through their sitting room and then their bedroom. Luca and Kat were standing in a doorway, and Theon's brow pinched. They were standing in the doorway of the nursery, and when Theon came up behind them, he stilled. Tessa was in the nursery, asleep in the rocking chair, and nestled on her chest was a sleeping Maddox.
"She found me and asked if she could hold him,"
Kat whispered.
"I left her with him while I went to shower real quick, and when I came back..."
She gestured to them. "Do you want us to take her?" Theon asked, because Maddox was a few months old now, and this was the first time Tessa had held him.
"She's fine," Kat said. "You can stay as long as you want. I'm sure he'll be waking in the next hour to eat."
Theon nodded. Axel and Kat wandered out to the sitting room, and he and Luca ventured into the dim nursery, taking seats on the small sofa. "Any ideas on what instigated this?" Luca asked, stretching his legs out and crossing them at the ankles. "No idea," Theon said, watching her with the sleeping babe. "Maybe she just needed time?" "Doubt it," Luca said. "This has been a thing since Maddox was born." "Yeah." Theon sighed, because he was right. And so was Kat. It was maybe 20 minutes later when Maddox started to stir, and Tessa's eyes snapped open. Her features twisted as she tried to figure out what to do, but Theon was there, scooping up their nephew. "I've got him, beautiful," he said with a soft smile. She looked a little embarrassed when her gaze darted to Luca.
"I didn't mean to fall asleep."
"We're all exhausted, Tessa," Luca replied, reaching for her hand and pulling her to her feet. "Let's go to our rooms." They delivered Maddox to his parents and made their way back across the house, and as soon as the door closed behind them, she spun to face them.
"I need to tell you something,"
she said, her teeth sinking into her bottom lip. Theon and Luca both froze, waiting for her to go on.
She
cleared her throat and crossed her arms, clearly working up the courage to tell them this.
"In a few days, I'm going to see Sienna, and she is going to give me some marks. I wanted to tell you before I went."
"Okay," Theon said tentatively, as Luca made his way to the liquor cart. Guess they weren't going to bed quite yet. "What are these marks for?" Her hands were in her hair, tugging at the ends.
"I don't want children,"
she blurted. He and Luca both froze again, because where was this coming from?
"It's not an impulsive decision," she went on. "I don't know the first thing about being a mother."
"That is something that would come in time, Tessa," Theon said carefully, while Luca passed out liquor and wine.
"That's not..."
A sound of frustration came from her.
"My existence nearly destroyed a realm. Can you imagine my child? With either one of you. With Luca, it would be a great-grandchild of 4 gods. With you and your surplus of power, a child would be hunted. They would upset the balance."
It would be different, Tessa, Theon argued. Our child wouldn't be left alone.
You think Temerol and Akira didn't think the same thing, she countered. Because they did. I've been spending time with her. This isn't what she wanted, but that's not always how life goes. I cannot bring a child into the stars knowing what fate would await them. This isn't like Maddox. Even if I had a child with a random mortal.
She paused when he and Luca both made unimpressed sounds at that idea.
I just mean any child of mine will be hunted. That is not fair to them, and I...
She was looking between them, her eyes pooling with tears as she begged them to understand.
I can scarcely handle my own chaos most days. It is a constant battle, even with your help.
Those tears broke free.
I am sorry if this is a dream of yours, but I can't.
And Maddox tonight? Luca asked, after an extended silence.
I've avoided him,
she said, sounding utterly defeated.
Because I think that is something you want, and it is not something I am willing to give you. And tonight, I wanted to hold him, just to see if something changed. If I had any inclination to want that, and I don't. I wish I did.
Luca had set his drink aside and was taking her wine glass back before he pulled her into him. Baby girl, how long have you felt this way?
Since before he was born. And I didn't... Look at everything we had to do to ensure his safety. My child would require so much more, she answered. And even if that wasn't the case, it is something I do not want. I am content to be with you two for the rest of my days, to spoil Maddox and Priya and any other children others may have. Because someday we may have to defend this world again, and I cannot have a child in it when I do so.
Okay, Tessa, Luca murmured as she cried silently into his chest. We would never force you. This is your choice, no one else's.
But an heir...
Does not matter, Theon interjected. As someone who is being forced to produce an heir, that will never happen again, to any of us.
But it is something you want,
she whispered, so much pain shining in her eyes. Theon was crossing to them now, taking her chin in his hand. There is nothing I want as much as you, Tessa. Do you understand?
But...
No buts. Like Luca said, this is your choice. Tell me of these marks. She swallowed thickly several times, getting herself under control.
When Eliza was here, I asked of the mark on her chest.
You are not getting a curse mark, Luca growled.
No, I know. I mean, I did think about it, Tessa admitted. Until we freed Karis.
That's what you were asking her about the morning I found you with her and the hounds. Theon said in understanding. She nodded.
Her marks are permanent, and they differ from Eliza's. I understand it's permanent. Even if I ever did change my mind, I cannot bring a child into the stars, she repeated. If that is something we ever want, we could find a child in our own realm to give a home, right?
And you've been thinking about this for some time? She nodded.
I've never dwelled on it, not until Maddox was born, and I know I should have said something before we all bound ourselves to one another, but...
Tessa, Luca interrupted, easing her back so he could look into her face. Children were an option far into the future. You were never an option, because you've always been inevitable.
You're not upset?
Surprised? Yes. Will we need some time to process? Sure, Luca answered, tucking her hair behind her ear. But the only thing I'm upset about is you taking so long to talk to us.
I just wanted to be sure before I did,
she murmured. Theon took her hand, tugging her to him. We're going with you for the marks, he answered. She nodded, settling into him, a weight clearly lifted from her thoughts. And later that night, as he watched her sleep with his head propped on a fist, he thought back on everything they'd survived to get to this point. He'd never really thought of children as a dream. It had always been an expected responsibility. The only thing he truly dreamed of was a family different from what he'd grown up with. And he had that right here in his bed. Unconventional and different in every possible way. Because this had always been more than a bond.
58. Tessa. She blinked in the bright sunlight, her bare feet in the surf as waves gently rolled to the shore.
Where are we, little storm?
Tessa turned, seeing Luca and Theon walking down the beach, and she smiled. Even in her dreams, they found her. I don't know, she answered, turning back to the endless, glittering sea. It's beautiful, though.
Better than the last vision I was pulled into,
Luca muttered, and she sent him a flat look. I can't control them, Luca. He shrugged.
Doesn't change the fact I'll take this over your other visions of death and destruction.
She rolled her eyes, feeling the sun's warmth seep into her soul. For several minutes, the three of them stood there, taking in the tranquility. It didn't last long, though. It never did. This time was no different, as several figures appeared. Not on the beach, but on the sea, walking atop the waves and making their way towards them. They all wore robes of varying colors with the hoods up, hiding their features. Theon and Luca dragged her back, sand sticking to her wet toes, and they made sure there was several feet between them and the newcomers when they stepped onto the shore. There were 5 of them, but one stepped forward. Tessa could only assume she was the leader of the group as she pulled back her hood. Honey-colored eyes skimmed over them, her loose, ashy blonde hair flowing in the sea breeze, and the sun highlighted how pale her skin was. Tessa Lynn Osra, she said, her voice as smooth as silk. Tessa tilted her head. If you know my name, surely I should know yours. The woman's lips curled into a smirk. Ivana, she answered. My name is Ivana, and I am one of the Fates. Tessa lurched back, but Theon had already looped his arm around her waist, dragging her back farther. She could feel Luca fighting a shift into his dragon form as they stood face to face with a threat they thought they'd contained.
What do you want?
Theon demanded. We simply wanted to meet her, Ivana said, lifting a hand and gesturing to the 4 behind her. All the Fates came just to meet me, Tessa deadpanned. Somehow I doubt that. She smiled again, sharp and knowing. This is not all of us, only a few, she replied, clasping her hands before her. In truth, we wanted to meet all 3 of you. We were unable to interfere with you.
The Genesis bond,
Theon said. Ivana nodded. That was part of it, yes.
And the other part?
We are forbidden to interfere with the gods again, she said. But we still watch, hoping things unfold in particular ways. She paused before adding, although the addition of Luca Moores was unexpected. You seem to share an inclination for creating your own fate with your Aureus bloodline. I still don't understand, Tessa said, her fury starting to creep in. Are you here to thank me? Because that should be the reason you're here. Luca snickered at her side while Theon tightened his grip on her. A born being of chaos, Ivana said, looking her up and down. It is interesting, really. Not something we could have foreseen, and it created an issue.
Which we have solved,
Theon retorted.
I am her balance.
Not just you, Ivana answered, but the 2 of you together, yes. We have discussed it at great length and have decided we do not need to interfere here anymore.
As if we would have let you,
Theon snarled. She gave him another knowing smile. Keep that tenacity, blood of Aureus, she said, pulling her hood back up. You may have altered your fates once, but that does not mean destiny will not find you again. Is that all? Tessa demanded. For now, she agreed. But we all know the future is ever-changing. Enjoy the calm moments, Tessalin. They are as important as the storms.
You're sure you won't come with us? Her mother asked as they made their way through the Dreamlock Woods. The woods housed the Seraphina Kingdom mirror gate, and she should have known, really. Of course the mirror was in the center of the woods where nightmares came true. Tessa had left this one intact, along with the one on Ikaean Island and the one in the underground. The Phaline heir had helped them find 2 upstanding scholars to be the sentinels of the Ikaean mirror mate, monitoring and reporting any activity immediately to Tessa. Sienna and Rael monitored the underground mirror, and here, Corbin and Lang were the Dreamlock Mirror Gate sentinels. They had a home with the woods in their backyard just outside of Sinol, the Seraphina Kingdom capital city, and Corbin also served on the Seraphina Council. Tessa gave her mother a weak smile. My place is here, with Theon and Luca. But Temerol can't come here, her mother said with a frown. No, he could not, because gods and goddesses still couldn't set foot in Devram. Whatever accords were in place were a magic that could not be broken. If she'd learned anything this last year, though, it was that the gods weren't the ones they had to worry about. Or rather, it was who the gods sent to interfere. I'll be all right, Akira, she said. Her mother nodded. Because you're not alone anymore. That's right, she whispered, watching Akira struggle to keep her magic in check. Tessa sent a wisp of her own magic to calm her soul, and she sucked in a shuddering breath. Ultimately, this was why it was time for Akira to go. She had stayed these extra months, and Tessa had been grateful. They weren't close by any means, but there was something for them to build on. Not that it would be easily done when they were in separate worlds, but maybe it was another reason she'd wanted an excuse to not destroy the last of the mirrors. She would have, to keep the realm secure, but she was also a little relieved to still have them. Welcome back, Zan said with a sad smile when they emerged from some trees. She'd gone on one last walk with her mother, one last moment to soak in having her here, and now they were facing another goodbye. Or, more accurately, 3 of them, because Zan and Ayana were leaving too. Scarlet and Soren stood next to the mirror once more, and her cousin was far more subdued than last time. Perhaps it wore on her to be the one to ferry others across the stars and constantly have to be present for these farewells. Ayana was hugging Luca, tears on her cheeks as she murmured low to him. Her husband's features were emotionless, as always, but she could feel the pain down their bond, so much more than her own. Luca's relationship with his parents was far different from what she shared with Akira. How is Tristan? Tessa asked her cousin.
He is well, Soren answered. Spends most of his time in Avanea with Roehrich.
Tessa nodded, tipping her head back as Zan stepped before her.
A path to salvation by way of death,
the dragon said, sapphire eyes searching hers. She gave him a half-hearted smile. Thank you for keeping me company when I was too... She swallowed thickly. Just thank you. It may not seem like much, but it made a difference. He was pulling her into him then, and she embraced him back.
Those visits were just as valuable to me, Tessa. After years of silence, you were a welcome reprieve. And thank you for loving him.
He will come back, she whispered. He will miss you both deeply after just discovering you once more. Zan released her, stepping back as he said,
I think you know more of what the future holds than I do you not?
The future is ever-changing, she retorted.
That it is, my dear, he said with a huff of laughter. That it is.
Tessa caught Scarlet's eye and nodded, and her cousin called forth her magic. funneling the power into the Temerol symbol. Minutes later, a male stood among the swirling darkness and white embers. He was tall, like all the gods and goddesses seemed to be. His long black hair was tied back at his nape, and there were twin swords at his waist. A crown of gilded leaves and feathers sat atop his head with a black eagle at his shoulder, and his pine-green eyes were pinned on Akira.
Vixen,
Temerol greeted, and Akira was before the mirror, her hands under her chin as she looked up at him. The god's gaze flicked up, landing on his guardian.
Zan, well done.
Zan bowed his head.
Like they were my own.
Tessa wasn't sure what that meant, but she suddenly found those pine-green eyes on her. Theon and Luca were at her back, but she lifted her chin as she beheld her father for the first time. "I'm Tessa," she said lamely, because what else was she supposed to say at this point?
I know who you are,
he replied.
The fury of your mother and the wildness of the untamed.
"She was alone, Temerol," Akira said, fingers in her hair. "All alone this whole time. We could do nothing." His eyes flicked to Zan, who sent a swirl of dragonfire to Akira a moment later.
I know, Akira,
Temerol said, far more softly than he'd spoken to any of them.
As soon as I found a way in, I sent Orion and the trackers.
His eyes came back to Tessa.
I sent you every advantage I could, and bargained with the High Queen of the Worldwalkers to send additional aid.
Tessa nodded, still not knowing what else to say.
Will you be coming home with your mother?
This is my home, Tessa said. So no, I will be staying where my home is. Temerol nodded as Nyla and Roan appeared, slinking to her sides and lowering to their bellies.
Keep them close then, daughter,
he said.
And know, should you ever need it, there is always a place for you here.
Thank you, Tessa said softly. I'm sorry, Scarlet said around a grimace, but it is getting difficult to keep the mirror gate stable. They need to go. Ayana hugged Luca one more time, and Zan did the same. Tessa hugged her mother, and then Akira was breezing through the mirror gate, headed for the calm to her storm, the one who could silence her chaos and let her breathe. Ayana went next, and before Zan stepped through, he met Luca's gaze one last time.
We are proud of who you've become, Luca, but more than that, know that we love you, even across the stars.
Then he was gone, and Tessa was stepping back into Luca as he pulled her back to him. No offense, but I hope I don't see your faces for quite some time, Scarlet said, drawing from Soren before she opened the mirror gate one last time. Tessa huffed a laugh as Theon said,
The feeling is mutual.
The female tossed him a smirk over her shoulder. Until next time, lordling. Then they were gone too. The mirror gate, once again a stagnant piece of glass. She turned in his arms, looking up at him when she said, Luca. But he just pulled her back into his chest. We can be lonely together, she whispered down the bond, and Luca held her tighter. For a long time, they stood there like that, in the middle of the Dreamlock woods, until they heard footsteps and the chattering of a little girl. Corbin winced, finding the three of them still reeling from the goodbyes.
Sorry,
Corbin said, a glass box in one hand.
She was getting restless.
If anyone understands that, it's me, Tessa said, wiping the last of the wetness from her face. Hello, Priya. Did you find the perfect place like I asked you to? The girl nodded her head, eyeing the wolves still on their bellies. They'd perked up at the sound of their approach, but they'd since relaxed once more. There are trees and flowers deeper in the woods. The sprites showed me, Priya said. Lots of flowers. Tessa gave her a sad smile. That sounds perfect. Can you lead the way? Priya smiled again, grabbing Lang's hand and pulling him down another path. She has adjusted well, Tessa said, falling into step with Corbin.
She likes living near the woods,
Corbin said with a grin.
We just had to set up rules about not going into them without one of us.
I don't think the woods will hurt her, Tessa said in confusion.
Not her, no, but when we have to go looking for her?
He dragged a hand down his face.
It only happened once, and once was more than enough.
Does she know whose ashes are in that box?
No,
Corbin sighed.
Iviana asked us not to tell her. Didn't want her to remember that she was present for her mother's death.
That made sense. No one understood making hard choices about children better than her. Iviana didn't get the choice she was given, though. A daughter she was forced to carry. A daughter she chose to love when she could have simply not cared. Sometime later, they emerged in a small clearing deep in the woods. Truthfully, the only way Priya could have found it was if a sprite had shown her. That's how far off the path it was. But by Silas, it was beautiful. Trees with low-hanging branches made her feel like they were stepping into another world. There was a small pond in the center, water lilies floating on top, while wildflowers of all colors surrounded it. Bright oranges and purples, pinks and yellows. Moss-covered fallen logs and ferns and other small plants were everywhere. "Will this work?" Priya asked, turning to Tessa. There was a hardness in her turquoise eyes that Tessa wasn't sure would ever go away. But there was also a glimmer of hope. Something told Tessa she was worried about disappointing them. Tessa crouched before her, holding out a hand for the glass box. "This is perfect, Priya," Tessa said softly. "Thank you for helping us find it. Can I ask for your help one more time?" She nodded slowly, eyes darting from Tessa to the box. "Someone very special died to save someone she loved very much," Tessa said, her voice wavering on the words. "She loved the flowers and the trees." The child's eyes went wide. "Like me?" "Yes," Tessa said, trying to swallow her cry. "Yes, Priya, just like you. Which is why I was hoping you could help us return her to the trees and flowers she loved so much. You'll know which ones are the best." "I can do that," she said seriously. Then she looked up, searching for the males who loved her. "Lang, Corbin, can you help me?"
Of course, Bellana,
Lang said, flashing her a sad smile.
Let's find the prettiest ones, okay?
Tessa stepped back, and Theon pulled her into his side as they watched the three of them give Iviana's ashes back to the element she loved so dearly. Priya may not know who she was giving a resting place to, but they did. They knew, and her sacrifice would be remembered always. When chaos comes to reign. 2 years later. "Yes!" Tessa cried, lurching up from the sofa and jumping up and down, popcorn spilling everywhere. Axel was there with her, picking her up and spinning her in a circle. She tipped her head back, laughter spilling from her lips. "The Whirlwinds aren't even your favorite team," she managed to get out between giggles.
Yeah, but I bet more is a good amount of money that they would beat the Firewings,
Axel said, setting her back on her feet with a grin.
There's still 3 more games in the series,
Luca grumbled, arms crossed where he sat on the sofa. "You know," Tessa said, sauntering closer and straddling his lap. "Every time the Whirlwinds and Firewings play, you tell me not to whine if the Whirlwinds lose." His hands were on her hips, and he leaned in closer.
And every time you throw a fit.
"I do not," she scoffed.
Last time, all my Firewings items mysteriously disappeared.
She arched her brows. "Still a mystery."
Mm-hmm.
He hummed, sitting back once more and shoving her off his lap.
I gotta be grumpy after that game. The Firewings played like shit. The Whirlwinds were missing half their starters, for fuck's sake.
Tessa laughed again, looking up at Theon from where she lay on the sofa now, her head at his thigh. His nose was, of course, in a book. It always was during Chaos Sphere games. She reached up, batting at the pages. He ignored her, but she saw his mouth twitch.
I better go help Kat,
Axel said, setting down the bowl he'd just filled with the spilled popcorn.
You guys heading back in the morning?
After breakfast, Tessa said. We promised Mads we'd stay for pancakes. It was the only way they'd convince the child to go with Kat when it was well past his usual bedtime.
Good,
Axel replied, grabbing his sweatshirt off the back of a dining chair.
I guarantee he's still awake and will ask again as soon as he sees me.
Good night, Axel, she called after him.
Night, baby doll.
The door clicked shut behind him, and Tessa stretched out. They stayed at Arya's house more often than she thought they would. The three of them had a large house in the center of the Acropolis, but they always ended up here at least once a week. It felt more like home than anywhere else did, and she knew Theon and Luca felt the same. She reached up, shoving at Theon's book again. The game is over. Turning a page, he said.
I'm aware, beautiful.
The fire was crackling in the fireplace, and Luca clicked off the television, letting silence fall over them. This was her favorite way to spend their nights, either here on the sofa watching Chaos Sphere games, or on a balcony under the stars. Luca is grumpy, she sighed, shoving at the dragon with her foot, which he promptly batted away.
That he is,
Theon agreed. Emerald eyes flicked to hers, a glimmer of hunger swirling in their depths.
What are you going to do about it?
She hummed. There's so many options, she mused. Then she pushed herself up onto her knees and leaned in so she could whisper into the dragon's ear. Am I crawling tonight, Luca? And later, after the three of them had tumbled into bed, after they were sated and breathless, curled up with her between them, she couldn't help but think that Luca had been wrong all those nights ago, when he'd told her she wasn't one of the monsters, that she couldn't be one because monsters take their happy endings. She'd done just that, leaving a blood trail in her wake, leaving broken dreams and tears behind, casting off shackles and settling for nothing less than what she wanted, battling back against everything that tried to drag her under, unearthing secrets and shattering expectations. She fought for it, fought them, and still they got back up, over and over. This push and pull between the three of them never really died. It just changed. Because while they were her villains, she was theirs. A perfect balance that defied the stars.